association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad in my brown.
Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy.
Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown.
In the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 and Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல திக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल. Boom, boom,
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
तुझको जो मैं मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
दिल बोले
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and gamers of all ages across the globe, the wait is finally over. Today, on this day, the world of gaming takes center stage right here, right now in Namma Chennai. Salam, namaste, vanakkam, namaskaram. Indru vargai thandirukka anevarukkum enoda anbana kaalai vanakkam. I'm Samina. I'm going to be your host for today, and super thrilled to welcome you all to the Chennai Esports Global Championship 2025, the first of its kind and the best of its kind. And this is where I want all of you all to put your hands together and make some noise. Come on, guys. Wonderful, thank you. So the first glorious edition of CEGC is presented by the Sport Development Authority of Tamil Nadu in association with the Government of Tamil Nadu and the incredible team of Sky Esports. We'd like to also thank our sponsors. This entire event is powered by Boost Protein, co-powered by AMD, with Mahindra as our mobility partner, our associate partners, the Production Lab, WD Black, powered by SanDisk, Red Bull, our official display partner, Zoe, and our ticketing partner, Ken. Thank you all for your support and contribution. And before we get cracking, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to two very special people. Thiru V. Manigandan, DRO, ST80. Tirumadi L. Sujata, General Manager, ST80. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for your guidance and support. Now let's take a quick minute to look back on where it all started. In 2024, the government of Tamil Nadu made one move and changed the entire game. The Chief Minister's Trophy 2024 wasn't just a tournament, it was a statement. A demonstration that pushed esports into the national spotlight and set a brand new benchmark for India. And it also brought home the GEM Award 2024 for exceptional, outstanding contribution to the esport industry to our very own Tamil Nadu. The bold vision, and of course, under the supreme guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister, and the visionary leadership of our Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, the movement has only gotten bigger and better. And then, ladies and gentlemen, in 2025, the CM Trophy decided to take things to a whole other level, making e-sport a medal sport, bringing massive cash prizes and massive participation. We had over 5,000 participants from various districts in Tamil Nadu. And today, this incredible journey has found its greatest and grandest stage yet. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CEGC 2025. Before we move forward, we have a very exciting AV for you. I'm going to request everyone to focus your attention to the big screen. Ladies and gentlemen, a brand new era has started with Tamil Nadu leading the charge. How exciting is it for all of us that Tamil Nadu currently, slowly but surely, is becoming the e-sport capital of our country? Can we have a big round of applause to celebrate that? Come on. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we're going to kickstart our tournament shortly. The stage is set for legends from Europe, Southeast Asia, and our very own India to rise above all and conquer ultimate glory in Counter-Strike 2. Now, before we introduce and welcome our teams, let's talk numbers, because our teams here today are not just fighting for glory, they're also fighting for an incredible cash prize. The championship brings to you the best of the best, and it's only fair that we have a cash prize that's worthy of legends. That's right, you heard me. Today we bring to you a prize pool of 1 crore rupees. That's the cash prize that we're looking for. And of course, we're going to have our teams battle it out. And here is how the rewards are stacked up. The first place is in our winner, our champion of Counter-Strike 2, will walk away with a massive 30,000 US dollars. Our runner-up will take home 15,000 USD, and our third place winner will take home 4,000 USD. And there's going to be one MVP, most valuable player of the tournament, who will earn an extra 1,000 US dollars. And that's a total of 50,000 US dollars to win. We have the entire world watching and 6 elite teams that are all set to declare war. All right, are you all ready for our day 1, game 1? Are you all ready for it? Sattame kano, ellaru excited ah irkingla illaya? Let's try that one more time at the count of 3, 2, 1. Are you all excited? That's the energy we expect from Chennai. With that, ladies and gentlemen, our first series features a thrilling cross-continental clash between Europe and Southeast Asia. Please put your hands together as I welcome our first team straight out of France, bringing you flair and firepower. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Mousquetaires. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Europe, can we hear it for Team Mousquetaires one more time? They walk in as one of the tournament favorites. And here's the wishing them all the very best. All right, thank you, folks. I'm going to request you to kindly head to your desk. Can I request all of you all to take position, please? All right, that's Team 1, and taking these folks on, we have a storm that has been brewed in Russia, Indonesia, and the Philippines. The winners of the Southeast Asia qualifier, they strike first, fast, and you do not want to cross them. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make noise as I welcome Team Deep Cross Gaming. The winners of our Southeast Asia qualifiers, one more time, let's hear it for Deep Cross Team. All right, a quick minute to get your videos and pictures. As you all know, this is a special moment for us. The first ever edition of CEGC, the first time that we have all of y'all coming down to Chennai. All right, thank you so much. Requesting you all to kindly take your positions on the console. Once again, let's hear it for Team Deep Cross. All the best, guys. All right, great, all set. How about we have a small little chat with the two captains before we kickstart the battle? Can I request the two captains to kindly step down, please? We have the captain from Team Mousquetaires. Can I also request the captain from Deep Cross to kindly join me? All right, hi. This is your first time here in Chennai, first time at CEGC. How excited are you?
We are very excited to play in front of this crowd, and I hope it will be a great match for us.
All right, we're very excited too because you're clearly one of the tournament favorites. But how is the mood in the team room right now going into the first battle?
We have a lot of experience in the team, so the mood is quite calm. We know what we have to do, and we'll do it for sure.
All right, wonderful. Let's chat with the captain of Deep Cross. Well, you know what they say. You're going up against one of the tournament favorites. Is this going to be an opportunity for you to make a statement today?
So yeah, it's a good opportunity for our team, and we try to show our best.
All right, how's the team feeling right now going into this first battle?
Yeah, we already have some prepared work. Like we're just gonna show like normal our game. That's it.
All right, as you can see, both captains are calm, collected, and sure. So let's go ahead. Our captains shake hands. Congratulations on being a part of the first ever CEGC and wishing them all the very best. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our casters to take over. We have Elfish Guy and Pilsky all set. I want to hand it over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Samina. Yeah, great introduction, obviously, to the CEGC, and we are pretty stoked to be here as well, Pilsky. It's been a big week of Counter-Strike already for us, so looking forward to diving into what today's match is going to have to offer us. And I like the way that has been set up on the stage, right? There's a lot of conversation around Mousquetaires coming into this one as the favorites, and I think I would very much echo that as the caster coming in as well. I look at that lineup, and I think that definitely is going to be one of the favorites, not just for this matchup, but for the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think between them and Big, but we'll see if you do have some of the teams coming through the Indian qualifier or the Southeast Asian qualifier that can be a little bit more competitive with some of our European representation. I mean, this is exactly what teams tournaments like the Sky Esports tournament here and many other events that we do see across Asia, bringing some European representative, giving some of these local teams a little bit of a chance, a little bit of a taste of what it's like to play against some of this very quality European opposition. And as mentioned by, I think it was Drac in the interview there, a lot of experience on the Mousquetaires side. You know, some of these players have been playing since going all the way back to 1.6. Some of these players have played some serious S-tier, Tier 1 events with some of the very best players in the world. So, yeah, that's going to be quite hard to beat if you're Deep Cross Gaming coming out of Southeast Asia.
100%. And speaking of, obviously, there's a few interesting regions involved. You know, we can take a look at the tournament format, I guess, and at some point show you guys exactly where things are sitting with regard to the invites, or not so much invites, but more so the qualifications, right? We've got six teams here at the event, so 2 groups of 3, and each group has you know, a team from Europe, a team from India, and a team from Southeast Asia. And look, I would imagine that the crowd over there in Chennai will be quite keen to watch the Indian teams play. Unfortunately, they'll have to wait a little bit for that because this first matchup does not feature an Indian team, but we'll be looking forward to catching up with them a little bit later. Having a look here at the group stage, I know you mentioned Big coming in as another team that you're kind of keeping an eye on, and I tend to agree. I think looking at this, you know, you'd say Big and Mousquetaires are probably the 2 teams that will make it to that grand final, but you know, in this day and age of Counter-Strike and the importance of things like VRS and the lack of availability of VRS when it comes to, I mean, look, let's not just be honest, just India, but also Asia, generally speaking. You know, I think actually for these other teams that have qualified through outside of the 2 European big dogs, I suppose, you'll be looking at this has been quite an important tournament for those kinds of teams to try to get themselves into what would most importantly be 3rd place. If you can make it to 3rd place, you can make it into the prize money, and you'd obviously be getting yourself some wins on LAN as well under your belt, and all of that factors into VRS, and that might potentially give you a chance to qualify through to some of those bigger tournaments throughout the rest of the year. So here's the matches that we have got for you today, as we've said, starting off with Mousquetaires and Deep Cross Gaming. Then we'll get to catch up with Big and Team Nemesis. And later on, again, Deep Cross Gaming will be retaking the stage. They'll be taking on Wicked Gaming, which will be the first time that we get to see an Indian team on the stage. And that team with our favourite Finn. We're a big fan of Finn here, Pilski. But let's talk about this matchup first to start things off. Mousquetaires and, of course, Deep Cross Gaming, who, I think is a pretty interesting Southeast Asia mixed team, isn't it?
It is. Look, I guess we'll start with to talk about Deep Cross a little bit because a lot of these players on Mousquetaires don't need too much introduction. You do have... Oh, we'll start with Mousquetaires, I guess. I mean, you do have Devaduvek. I can't remember the last time I cast Devaduvek. It's more than 5 years ago now. We've seen him playing in, the old Misfits NA mix. He's played in various French teams. This will be another full French roster. Sixer, a player that even towards the end of 1.6 was having some decent results for himself, was playing in some of these French mixes, and Jax is the player that's really gained the most notoriety as a fantastic role player in the Tier 1 scene. But for Deep Cross Gaming, a couple of names that you would probably recognize, being a little bit of a nerd about Asian Counter-Strike yourself, Jordan.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, obviously the first one would be Waste of Ammo. He's someone that's been kind of kicking around. I want to say the Indonesian scene, but it's not really the Indonesian scene anymore. It's just the Southeast Asian scene. But, he's been doing okay for himself, given the circumstances that he finds himself in. Sort of seen him pop up in a couple of tournaments over the last sort of, let's say, 12 months or so. Another notable name for me there would be Clyde. Played on Oni back in Extremesland Asia last year, and so he's sort of kicking around as well. And I think it's quite exciting to see those two guys getting to sort of have another crack here at another SEA mixed team. But probably the two players that you will really be focusing on for that team in particular will be Wisely and Daymake, those guys coming through from Russia. Daymake obviously the captain for that team as well. You saw him on the interview highlighted here as well in the head-to-head matchup against Devaduvek. But, in saying that, I think it's really, really tough to make an argument that this Deep Cross gaming lineup is really going to be able to have a lot of success against Mousquetaires. When we just take a look at the match history for these two teams, there's a lot to really break down for Mousquetaires. And yes, there are a few losses here and there in Tier 2 Europe, but the fact is they are playing in Tier 2 Europe, which is still incredibly strong competition. And Deep Cross Gaming is, I mean, to my knowledge, still a relatively fresh team. Maybe the last kind of couple of months they've been put together, so I think it's going to be a lot of catching up to do for those guys. But map veto wise, we kind of go straight down the middle of the map pool with Dust 2 and Inferno to kick things off. Then we do find ourselves onto Nuke as a decider. I don't know that there's a whole lot necessarily to say about this map pool, again, without having much knowledge on Deep Cross Gaming and what they've been doing as a team at all. Very, very difficult to really read into, so we'll kind of keep this Inferno pick in the back of our mind. Or the Dust 2 pick, I suppose. Which way is it going? Yeah, it was Deep Cross that picked Inferno, my bad. Yeah, we'll keep that in mind for like some of the future games and see what they continue to pick into. But look, again, Mousquetaires going towards Dust 2. It's a map that they've had some success on already. So I think, to be honest, for me personally, it probably doesn't matter necessarily which way this map pool ends up going. I think just the sheer experience and probably even firepower as well for Mousquetaires will be enough to get them through this matchup 2-0.
Yeah, I'd assume that would be the case. I think a lot of the European teams coming in with the edge of just cutting their teeth on better competition, being involved in Counter-Strike in an active scene day to day compared to what we have in Asia, where, there might not be as much competition, there might not be as many tournaments kicking around. It's just the fact of things. But I think Mousquetaires, looking at them, they're not an unbeatable team. They're not one of these superpower squads coming out of Europe. I think for Deep Cross, particularly if the Russian duo that are used to playing in that kind of level of competition, and some of these guys that do have a little bit of experience, Waste of Ammo in Asian Minor, if I remember correctly, and Clyde, yes, like you said, playing at Extremes LAN and these kind of events. They have a little bit of experience playing in these LAN tournaments. This is kind of the recipe that they need to put together and hit their ceiling, hit the high level of their game to be able to be competitive here with Mousquetaires. Because some of these guys, like Sixer, for example, even Jax, Devaduvek, we're talking about people that have competed, in Sixer's case, for more than 10 years playing these LAN tournaments. They have more than enough experience to be able to win a game like this. For Jackson Devaduvek, plenty of experience for them playing these officials as well. So this is just a team that is packed with, I wouldn't necessarily say superstar names in terms of European Counter-Strike, but very established, well-known, proven players who know their way around a LAN game like this. So undoubtedly one of the favorites for this event. Yeah, indeed. And I guess another tick in the book maybe for
for Deep Cross is that Daymake has a bit of experience actually in India. As far as I know, he was living there for a little while. I think he was playing on the True Rippers lineup, which was sort of kicking around toward the back end of 2024. If you remember, that was the team that the Australian player Crunchy actually played in as well. So, you know, a bit of a more multinational lineup there. But, you know, just in particular, the fact that he's kind of like, you know, maybe a little bit more comfortable, you know, on this, like, on foreign soil, I guess I would characterize it as, right? You know, you go to a different country, sometimes you know, you don't know how to get around, you don't know how to get to food and stuff like that. It'll be a little bit easier for him to maybe take the boys around and have a good time there in Chennai, which I'm sure is, you know, all part of the appeal of coming to an event like this. And already looking pretty happy to be there is the lads over there on Deep Cross Gaming. So looking forward to jumping into this game as we are ready to go on Dust 2. Let's see how Mousquetaires go about this one on their T side as they kick it off on their map pick.
Going to be aggression into lower dark here for Clyde. A bit of a soft crunch towards uppers. Big setup towards the middle of the map here for Deep Cross Gaming. Mousquetaires not interested in it. Quick pacing out long, and already an elevator smoke does get deployed, which is going to obscure the cross and allow them up into the site pretty early on here. No nades to break that for the CTs.
Well, Zanzu already starting off nicely. Gets himself opening couple of kills. Very happy days for Deep Cross Gaming. They are going to have to give up that A site somewhat. They'll give the plan over to Devo Duvek. So Mousquetaires at least going to get something out of this one to start things off. But Deep Cross Gaming with every chance of winning this round. They're going to go for the retake by looks of things, primarily through long. The spacing not too fantastic from them, and they will get picked apart as a result. Meanwhile, Devo Duvek just trying to hold onto the side himself. It's back now down to the 1v1. Jax has got that P250 in hand and makes short work of Wisely. So it's all down to Zanzu, who started this round very nicely. He pops his head back up, and he gets the shots through. Deep Cross Gaming, they're going to take round one.
This is exactly what you want to see from them. 4K from Zanzu right in the opening round of this game. Defuse secured as well. It's far from done at this point because Mousquetaires do have that plant down, so there will definitely be a force to follow up. But, you know, you need to see these pop-off moments from these players that are representing a region that hasn't necessarily had a lot of success in this kind of TAC FPS for a long time, but has had some talent to speak of. Even currently over in Val, you see a lot of Filipino players looking pretty sharp. So look, let's see if you're going to get some more of that in the server here.
Oh, well, as you said, as you expected, it is going to be that force buy through from Mousquetaires. Going to get the Xbox smoke and the mid door smoke and also a short smoke here. So a lot of smokes up in middle.
Creeping up Cat. Mousquetaires a little bit sussed out by the progression smoke here from the CT side. So they're going to take a little bit longer making their way through it. 2 flashes and a singular smoke to be able to get through the rest of the round here. Daymake spotting them out. To flash himself back up onto the line. Forces the turn from Devo Duvek and opens the accounting nicely.
Yeah, Drank is going to try and find any recourse. What he does at least manage to do is push his way onto that bomb site. So it will cost them an opening pick or two, but they are going to get themselves another bomb plan, and if this gets expensive, there'll be another buy from Mousquetaires. At least that's guaranteed. So far, so good, though. Deep Cross Gaming get through the round. Nice flood back into that A bomb site. They almost retake the site before the bomb plan even goes down. And so Mousquetaires already on the back foot, which is, you know, a little bit surprising to me. This Zanzu guy seems like he can frag pretty nicely, and we already kind of know what Clyde and Waste of Ammo can do, and even Daymake. I think, for me, the only one that's maybe a little bit more of an unknown is Wisely. He hasn't really popped up just yet, but yeah, this has been good from Deep Cross Gaming so far.
I mean, not really players that I'm familiar with, but at least looking through the history of Daymake and Wisely, it does seem like they're a bit of a duo playing actually with the core of that God's Reign lineup in, you know, ECL and things like that. They're playing with Finn, Rossi, Bavi, and then you've got Daymake and Wisely as the Russian duo with a 3 Indian core. So does seem like, you know, similar to what we've seen in the past on some of the Middle Eastern teams and things like that. You might get like a Russian duo that does, you know, very much play within the Asian scene, depending on where they're from, of course. I mean, some Russian duos do come from, yes, the CIS region and playing in the European scene, but some of these Russian duos as well, coming from Far East Russia, they do kind of make residence in Asia as a region, being their home region, playing in things like ECL Asia. You've seen many different mixed teams. Even recently at one of the minors, you had, who was it? It wasn't minus 72. It was the other Far East Russian team that managed to qualify over some of the Mongolians.
GR Gaming.
Yeah, GR Gaming. That's right. So, look, there's a couple of, teams to note that you would think of early on here. Are just working our way through some technical issues, as you will get in the opening day of games at any event. A few little teething issues that we have to sort through before we can keep the action rolling. But look, I totally agree with you. It's a great start for Deep Cross Game. They're definitely on the front foot here, but with another bomb plant and only 2 players surviving, I wouldn't say that the boys over there on Mousquetaires are going to let that one go lightly. There's going to be some degree of investment here. It's either going to be pistols and light armor to try to catch the timing and keep things expensive, or they might just force again and try to go for broke.
Yeah, look, I think if it was me and if I was coming into this event as one of the favorites and presumably feeling pretty confident about that, I would be forcing into it, and it seems like Mousquetaires have got the same idea. So Drac just going to be jump spotting to see if anyone walks their way into lower. That was something that Deep Cross Gaming did on the pistol round. Hasn't obviously happened in this instance, and that'll allow Jax and Sixer to take that part of the map, and they'll start to look to work middle as a result.
They make on the line for the cross.
He's feeling
here.
confident.
Yeah, look, Flash is going to hit him straight in the face, though. Barely able to make it away. They know exactly where he is, but they're not going to quite punish him. Will be left alive for now, provided a strict warning by Jax, and Mousquetaires will take cat control.
Yeah, not too many movements being made by Deep Cross Gaming elsewhere at this stage. They've got smokes up pretty much all over the map. Every single choke point you'd want to take, basically, as the T was smoked off by the CT side. There's another re-smoke, very deep smoke in there as well, so that provides Deep Cross with a little bit more safety over towards the B bomb site. But Pilsky, you know it. Our favorite strategy. It looks like it's underway right here. The mid to B. You got, again, smokes galore in mid.
No utility for the CTs to be able to hold the site here. Just going to have to be some fine shooting from Clyde, and he can't come up with anything at all. Wisely hiding away in the back of the site. Cleared out by Devaduvek. Daymake wildly trying to scale out of this mid to B smoke, and he's been let go by Drac for now, who was quite low. Just trying to pick the rotations here. Neither one of these teams with too much money as we head towards the tail end of this half. So Daymake is at least making it expensive, because there wasn't really too much impact from Deep Cross Gaming outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, this was somewhat with the expectation. Unfortunately, the Deep Cross Gaming, it was just a little bit too expensive for them. They gave a little bit too much to Mousquetaires in those first 2 bomb plants. That this opportunity was definitely presented to them, and they're happy to run with it. But yeah, it's a fairly disciplined game, I think, so far from Deep Cross Gaming. It's kind of impressing me already. Like, I didn't come in with super high expectations for this team, right? Because it's a mixed team. They're still only reasonably fresh. I know they've been playing in a couple of qualifiers here and there. But I definitely expected some messier games, some messier Counter-Strike out from them. But from what I've seen in this first 3 rounds, it does seem like they're very much on the same page. They're communicating well. You know, they, for the most part, are hitting their shots. They don't get much of an opportunity to do that there in round 3. But they're definitely performing above my expectation thus far, and hope to see that continue.
Buys come through for them. Not the best to buy to be able to avoid a reset here, and you can see Mousquetaires have built their economy quite nicely. Only losing that one player. Daymake continuing to be active in the middle of the map. Finds the opening pick pretty self-sufficiently. Mousquetaires not quite dotting their I's and crossing their T's diligently enough. Now will have to make their way through the rest of this round with 1 player down.
Yeah, re-smoke into mid. Good teamwork happening from Deep Cross Gaming. They'll just clear out mid together with the assistance of a flash from Wisely. So again, that coordination shining through, but it's going to be the A site that's going to be tested, and it'll be on the shoulders of Daymake to try to do something about that. He actually opts to kind of just give it up. I mean, confident in their retake, which I think is a reasonable stance to have here as Deep Cross Gaming. We saw them retake this side already a couple of times, and it's been pretty solid. So let's see how they go this time around.
Just dodging a little bit of util. Flash goes into short for now to set up Drac for a little bit of a peek. Daymake looking to beat the tip of the spear once again as the retake comes in here, Jordan.
Oh, nice start for Devo Duvek as he gets that opener onto Daymake, and another fight taken onto waste of ammo. The trades are not coming through quickly enough this time around for Deep Cross Gaming. They just kind of got themselves stuck in the blender, and that is the second on the board for Mousquetaires, and more importantly, it will be the reset round that Deep Cross Gaming would not have been wanting to see.
No, definitely not. Have to go back to the drawing board at this point. It was a good start. Couple of good rounds, but we have seen great things from Asian teams in short kind of tastings in the past, and not really the consistency that's needed to keep up with European teams at times. So I'm hoping that this is not an iteration of that, because looking at what Mousquetaires are putting together, it is only 2 rounds, but they're clean enough to look like their economy is going to build unless the USPs can do some damage here.
Well, that's a very aggressive start to the round, and it's gone all the way of Mousquetaires. I don't hate the idea from Deep Cross Gaming, but running into the firing squad doesn't work out this time.
I thought the flash was fantastic. I mean, look, could have maybe hit a couple of extra shots there at the end, but as far as what they brought into that round, some very good damage done off the back of just one piece of utility. I think that was about the best that they could have hoped for out of a round like that. Now the buy will come back through. Util's looking a lot better for the CT side, but as mentioned, they've got to make their way through the T-side economy now. Orbs out for 6-up. Quick pacing in towards lowers. Daymake spotting the line once again. Footsteps will be heard. HE does get deployed, but doesn't really connect on anyone but Drac. As Clyde may be looking to harass the cross. Nade open the smoke, but won't find too much there. So Mousquetaires successfully securing control of Xbox here, and will now start to make their way towards short.
Yeah, sort of very similar approach in a lot of these rounds thus far from Mousquetaires. When they opt to sort of take this mid approach, they'll often pivot up to short. Wait that smoke out, I imagine, before doing anything here, and happy to do so with 1 minute left on the clock. Plenty of util as well for Mousquetaires, but again, looks like it will be that attempt towards the A site.
I mean, same can be said for Deep Cross, but the majority of it's being dumped in towards middle, and now there's only really counter flashes, not really this stopping power utility that you want to be seeing. Some more mollies on offer. Daymake, as a result, will play a little bit of a riskier off angle here. Avoids the flash from his teammate nicely, and he is very much disrupting Mousquetaires now, Jordan.
Well, Daymake definitely working hard to try to get his team a win. Drac, though, looking to pull it back. Actually gets both of those kills stolen away from him by Devo Duvek and Sixer, respectively. And so for all the hard work that Daymake's able to do at the start of that round, it may still come up with nothing. It was a nice headshot from Clyde, but burns alive in the molly. And all on the shoulders of Wisely, who thus far hasn't really been able to get involved in this game. 2v1 clutch here would be a nice way to do it. Head pops up. AWP shot does miss. But time is ticking away from Wisely. And without a kid here, I think he's probably just got to cut his losses and go for the save.
Another round for Mousquetaires. That's going to be 4 in a row. And coming away with an M4 and nothing really else to speak of. The Deep Cross, couple of impact plays, has to be said. Majority coming off the back of Zanzu, I think it was, in that first round. And then do have some good moves being made by Daymake. It's very clear that he wants to kind of set the tone for the CT side here, especially because they haven't had an AWP yet in play. But outside of him, I haven't really seen anybody really stepping up to the mark and having the impact that's going to be needed to slow Mousquetaires down.
Wisely holding on to that M4 might have to be the difference maker in this round. He is going to be put in a position to frag, boost it up. But the mid approach is a little slower this time from Mousquetaires. I like that as a adaptation, recognizing the Deep Cross are low on money. They know that they've got that saved weapon. So they're going to be up to some funny business, especially after what they saw with that big stack on A-long. So they're really just going to take a bit of a more reserved approach here. Try to really figure out where is this setup, and they've done a really good job of making sure this is a difficult round for Deep Cross Gaming. Jax, this could be a bit of a risk if he walks through the smoke. Opting not to for now. Eventually does decide to go for it, and that will be his undoing. So that's perhaps a risk that hasn't paid off, but overall I really like the way that Mousquetaires actually played that round.
Yeah, very European. Playing things by the numbers. Mollies in towards lower dark, lay it on in. Nice flash over the top to minimize the risk. Taki from up on high. Jumps on down and cleans up Zanzu. Smiles on the face of Mousquetaires. This T-side going swimmingly. The first couple of rounds, you know, you had a few moments here and there from the side of Deep Cross Gaming, but at this point of things, very much is starting to slip through their fingers.
Yeah, 5-2. Yeah, I agree. Looks pretty comfortable at the moment for Mousquetaires.
Money's great too. Daymake's finally got the AWP out though. I'm not surprised that he's the one to wield it, but it's another effective flash from Lower Dark. The same one that booked them last round.
Did you see his reaction as well? He's
I wasn't looking.
not happy. He was not happy with that at all. It was, he's dead, and then he's got both of his hands on his head. I mean, he did kind of just get absolutely obliterated right there, and that's not the way that you want to start this round off as the AWPer. Could be seeing Deep Cross heading back in the direction of another save round pretty soon here, as Mousquetaires don't look like they're slowing down toward B at all. Clean entry onto Clyde. He's got too much to do, and that'll be another bomb plan for Mousquetaires.
I mean, it's just very standard stuff, really, for Mousquetaires, isn't it? They're not doing anything that's outside of a standard playbook for any team that's put the effort in. 6 up. Looking to take these last couple of guns away, just being a pest right now. Pegging flashes at them. Calling for the boys to scale straight up mid, waste of ammo with his arms open, but slips a little. Zanzu at least able to clean 2 more up, but it doesn't really have the same level of impact of how he started off the pistol. They may chilling out a little bit, but there's not much to smile about, unfortunately, for Deep Cross Gaming. Unless they can really start to get things back together with the CT side loss bonus building up, then really does feel like this game's going to quickly go the way of Mousquetaires.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. Daymake, that was pretty much the reaction he had after getting obliterated at the start of that round. Drac all over it as well. I mean, there's no save available really there for Deep Cross Gaming. Zanzu trying his best. So, I assume that might have been a attack timeout from Deep Cross. Just in that little pause. But realistically speaking, I don't know if it's necessarily that they're doing a lot wrong. It's just that Mousquetaires are doing a lot better. You know, like, it's not as if Daymake's in a bad spot there with the AWP, but the flash just completely connects with him and a great shot hit. Sometimes that's just how it is.
I mean, it feels a little basic from Deep Cross Gaming at the moment is the thing, and I think that Mousquetaires are playing very anti-basic. It's very default-based, high percentage utility. You know, you're getting these mollies into lower dark, the very standard flashes that you'd expect over lower dark. When you're getting caught by these kinds of pieces of utility, you know, it's where, like, it does feel a little bit too easy sometimes. Nice entry into B for Taki. Change up for Mousquetaires, executing that B site, and the lurk is cutting the middle of the map. Already down 2 players here for Deep Cross. Things just go bad to worse.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario, it's probably going to have to be, again, a save. You can't really be looking for a retake 3v5 into the B bomb site. Jax gets away with another kill onto Clyde. He just can't get out of there in time. And so this will be where the frustration starts to creep in a little bit for Deep Cross Gaming. They'll be concerned about their chances. But again, you know, this is not their map pick. They were the ones that picked into Inferno. So I suppose you can expect to sometimes go down on your opponent's map pick, but it's just about how you recover on yours. Some damage being done here by Deep Cross Gaming. It's less about the damage that they do and more about the fact that it will help them to hold on to any weapon into the next round. And by the looks of things, just be Daymake.
You'd want more than a Famous brought out of it, but it's all he'll be allowed to keep. Another pretty easy round for Mousquetaires. You can tell, like, these guys are well drilled. They've been scrimming. They've been playing in, you know, Tier 2, 3 European Counter-Strike where you are pushed every day. There is talent in abundance. Plenty of experience on this team. These guys know how to play top-level Counter-Strike. They are showcasing that in the server right now. It's not anything flashy. It's not anything crazy. It's just really, really good strats. Decent looking playbook, high percentage utility, and doing it by committee.
100%. Track taken down early in this round again. Deep Cross Gaming trying to get a bit aggressive on one of these eco rounds. Ooh, he's kind of cooked the pooch there a little bit. Flashed himself. He's Going to be backed up, though, luckily, by Deva Duvek, and meanwhile, Jax is putting in work at lower tunnels. The only thing that might go wrong here is Wisely pushing his way out from B. Does find that timing onto Jax and maintains the player advantage for Deep Cross Gaming. This could be around on the board for them if they play it right.
Yeah, they've smoked off the bomb, which they've dropped nicely on towards top middle. Can't give Deva Duvek too many opportunities. Sixer finding the pick on the other side of the map. Bit of a whiffed shot there from Deva Duvek. Cleaned up by a waste of ammo. This is a 1-on-2 that they must convert here.
Sixer very aware of the possibility that there's players close. So he's going to go hunting for them. Clyde on a very tight angle, but the AWP should spot him first. That's the benefit of having the scope. But he's got no idea where waste of ammo is, and he's only got 33 seconds, so he's going to have to move quickly. The thing is, he's actually going to be moving in the direction of the bomb, so he might just get round the corner in time, or maybe not. He has now been spotted by waste of ammo, and that'll be a round for Deep Cross Gaming. They finally get themselves another.
Yeah, waste of ammo not really putting too much together in this game up until this point. The same can be said for Wisely, but they had the big impact kills to win that round that's been opened up once again by Daymake. You could tell that this man is not afraid. He wants to take opening duels here, wants to define the early round. It's just really a question of who else is going to step up for Deep Cross Gaming once you get to that point. And finally, waste of ammo showing us a little bit of that Asia RMR form. It's going to need more. Flash over the top of lower dark. Daymake forced away for now. Still wants to look to harass on the cross if he can. Good to delay the T's even getting up cap or towards Xbox, but won't be able to do so for too long.
And it's still a very strong position to be in for Mousquetaires here. They look to try to improve upon this 7 rounds that they've got. Feels like it's very doable. But a little bit of a slower start to this round. Typically, we would have seen a pick happen by now. Which may be something that Deep Cross Gaming are working on slowly. Daymake has to fall off the line with the AWP. No connection there.
Does seem like Mousquetaires still grouped up towards Cat. May want to pull the trigger on this A execute at some point in the round. Deep Cross Gaming very much set up to defend a mid to B. Leaving Catwalk and that A side open, they're just going to rely on Daymake to be able to pick the cross. So it does seem like Mousquetaires going to start off the A plate. Slowly but surely, progression smoke being prepped.
Daymake's in a great spot to have an impact in this round. The drop down into CT could be his undoing, but Jack can't find that quick trade for Deva Duvek. Oh, okay, great shot onto Zansu as the smoke is blown open. We're back to 4-on-4, and again, Mousquetaires have been given the sight.
Haven't been able to pick anyone on the cross. Wisely well aware that there may be a lurker in towards lower dark. Another flash up onto the line. Will set up Sixer in the pole position to pick them as they try to attempt this retake here.
Yeah, you can't be walking up on the left side of this smoke. Sixer, though, around the corner. He gets the better of Daymake. He was ready and prepared. Clyde down as well. That's the end of the round. Mousquetaires on the hunt for 9, and they've put themselves in a great spot to get it because there's not a huge amount of money here for Deep Cross Gaming. Daymake will be able to afford the AWP, but for the rest of the lads, it's looking pretty grim.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing what is expected at this matchup. There's a couple of flashes of brilliance. There's a reason why Deep Cross Gaming have been able to make it through the Southeast Asian qualifier, why we've seen, you know, a few of these names floating around in the past. But outside of little flashes of that, I mean, Mousquetaires being the more established names, being the team from a region that is much more competitive, definitely looking well-drilled and much more switched on than their opponents. So cohesive French unit, all doing things by committee. And looking to pick up their 9th round on the T side of their map pick here. Have got a nice B spawn to work with.
And they're going to take advantage of it by the looks of things. This could just be a fast B finish to end up the half. Sixer will be happy to post on the line. Instead, almost gets himself an opening pick there on the jump spot. It will be the go signal for Mousquetaires. They have neglected Clyde's position, but he'll be quickly brought down to heal. And Sixer ensures that Wisely cannot get anything going at all. So that'll be another B take here from Mousquetaires. It was a calculated aggression. Let's go with that.
Quick flank in here from Daymakers. That smoke does start to clear. He's got to get something rolling in from the flank. He's checked by Sixer, though. Already posted up from back flat. Now waste of ammo, and Zanzu have got to try to make something happen.
Now it's just Zanzu with an MP9, and I don't imagine that's going to work out too nicely for him. So, scoreline at the end of the half, 9-3, favouring Mousquetaires. Rightio, back in here for the second half, and Mousquetaires are doing a fantastic job of dismantling Deep Cross Gaming here on Dust 2, which I think largely is to be expected. It is their map pick, so we'll probably put a little bit more of a microscope on Deep Cross Gaming when we get onto Inferno, but so far, Mousquetaires looking like they're bringing the goods here to the CEGC.
So, Taki on the line towards long. Pushed off by these early flashes from Deep Cross Gaming. They very much need a pistol with how far behind they are. Track primed and ready with the flash to set up Taki in this bait position. And in the meantime, Mousquetaires are taking more and more map control.
Taki happy to just keep his head down here. Oh, has he been spotted out or is he just getting spammed? I think he's getting spammed, and so Drac is going to try and take a fight to take a bit of the pressure off, but now Taki going to have to come into play. It's not going to happen. That's just a nice swing in. Deep Cross Gaming making great use of this Glock train, and there is no answer for Mousquetaires at all, as Jax is solo here on a 1v5, and best case scenario, he might just pick up a kill or two to grab a bit of cash.
Does have armor to work with as well. But yeah, he's very much just trying to farm some money here. Deep Cross Gaming, that is their second pistol going to be picked up here on Dust 2, which is making this 9-3 scoreline look a little bit egregious and definitely tells you which one of these teams are the better of the two in the gun rounds. Jax, here in the footsteps. Head snapped off very quickly by Zanzu. Once again, who was looking sharp on the pistol. Didn't really need to get involved until right then at the end of the round. So to take stock of everything for Deep Cross, what have we had? We've had 2 pistol wins at Anti-Eco, and then they won themselves a half-buy. But in straight gun rounds, it has been nothing but going the way of Mousquetaires.
This could be where Deep Cross Gaming start to work their way back in to this map. Nice little flash around the corner there for Deep Cross Gaming. Whoop. Be a little careful. These USBs can still do some damage. Wisely, he's going to have some backup, so it'll be all good. And yeah, Mousquetaires, well, taking a full save here, so wanting to get involved in this half. In the next round, more so than this one.
Yeah, just had a couple of counter flashes to try to activate the pistols. And that's about it. 6 are hunted down here by Daymake on the MAC-10. Really just a question of if it'll be checked. Daymake letting the small fish go, as it were, as the bomb goes down here for Deep Cross, looking to pick up their 5th. Pretty clean anti-eco from them. But as mentioned before, really the question that's being asked is how are they going to go once the gun rounds start rolling? Because when you simplify some of these rounds, you know, we're talking about your pistols where there's not as much to think about. Some of these half-buy rounds where they can kind of just brain off and go for a little bit more of an aggressive approach, things are a little bit easier. But when you're talking about structure and how you're using your utility and the macro play, that's where it has really felt in this game so far that Mousquetaires is the much better drilled, more cohesive and more on top of the macro.
Tell you what, Deep Cross Gaming might have picked up a bit of that boost protein in the halftime break there, because they're starting to turn it on a little bit more here. Yeah. We'll see if they can continue that now, though, that the gun round is in effect. Mousquetaires should be a bit more of a threat this time around.
Long control secured by Mousquetaires. Do have a high-low over towards B tunnels that Zanzu to not be peeking into, or he could lose his life very early on. Majority of the movements, though, coming exactly here for Deep Cross Gaming. Catwalk has been taken by the T side. Not a lot of utility, particularly a lack of incens just due to the point of the half that you're on the CT side. They're going to rely on some good smokes to delay and some counter flashes over the top to defend this A execute.
Just going to try and slow them down with that smoke. I'll give them actually a little bit of something to hide behind, which is actually kind of the plan, because he's got that grenade ready to go and backed up here by Taki on that push as he reloads. It works out. Great double kill, by the way, from Drac down from CT Spawn. And so Deep Cross Gaming just kind of stalled, trying to make their way up into A. Unable to get anything there from Zenzu, but Daymake has got himself a double. I don't know if he's going to be allowed to get this plant, though. Jack's happy to take the freebie, and that is 10. Double digits secured for Mousquetaires.
Not too bad from Deep Cross Gaming, though. Did keep things pretty expensive. Took a couple of guns away from Mousquetaires, and with the cash that they built up post the pistol, do have a chance to go for the reset here. But they badly need this round. This will be a swing round where you're looking at Mousquetaires being on double digits. This could be the game on a silver platter for them, or a chance for Deep Cross to keep things nice and competitive. Clyde down to a Tech 9, and it's going to be quick pacing over towards long.
How quick? Well, the molly is going to be smoked off. Taki, big job to do. Gets himself 2. That's not too bad. And luckily, there's one more player there. The name of Sixer, appearing in the kill feed for all the right reasons. Once again, he's 14 and 7, having a cracker. Now 15. We'll lose that duel to Daymake on the trade, but again, Daymake finding himself in a 1v2 clutch. He's going to have a difficult time of getting this one done. Jack's behind him. But Daymake reading into that. Oh, he's going to go looking for him. And the timing favors Jax this time around. 11-5, Mousquetaires. Close to finishing off map 1.
Yeah, money is looking pretty cooked at this point for Deep Cross. Nice openings there on long A from Clyde. He didn't have a lot to work with, but he had some pace behind him on the Tech 9. Molly goes down, and they extinguish that and just catch with a couple of flashes up over the top. Mousquetaires a little unawares. An anti-eco on the cards for them, though, as we're back down to the half buy for Deep Cross Gaming, and once again, they're quite happy to continue to contest long, even with weaker weaponry.
Wisely working on long himself. Drax in all sorts of trouble, but at the very least gets himself one before he falls. Duvek, a little bit of a messy spray, actually unable to get what he would have really wanted out of that position. And Taki's kind of still worried about the fact that there's a possible T here on long. He's going to go hunting for that. Will go down. All of a sudden, this round, definitely doable for Deep Cross Gaming. They've picked up a couple of M4s, a MAC-10 there as well. They get the plant on A.
Yeah, they have to convert this round, but Jax is making it difficult for them. You can see how broke Mousquetaires are. If they lose this round, they are going to get reset. Deep Cross Gaming effectively fighting for their lives in this 2-on-2 here on Dust.
Oh, Zanzu is on 4 HP, and at some point, one of these connections is going to go through, which leaves it all on the shoulders of Wisely. It is a plant for Plat, but the smoke up is going to cause some problems. Defuse on that bomb now. It's a full 10-second defuse, but it won't matter because no one there to stop the defuse anymore. 12 on the board for Mousquetaires as the end of Dust 2 is looming.
Yeah, missed opportunity, unfortunately, for Deep Cross, and it wasn't the first this map. Mousquetaires, I mean, as mentioned, looking much better drilled, and you need to be able to take advantage of those reset rounds. Like, you've got yourself both pistols here as Deep Cross Gaming, as the underdog in this matchup. Like, that's a big tick, but if you're not able to win some of these important swing rounds, you're not able to go toe-to-toe on the gun rounds, then you're going to end up with a result exactly like this. It's 100% their conversion there. Now back down to Galil's and light utility. Ball control has been taken by Mousquetaires, and they're going to post up Sixer and allow Taki to push a little bit closer in the bedroom. Nate open the smoke from track, but won't catch anyone on the cross.
Duvek with that molly will very much slow down the approach here for Deep Cross Gaming.
To be smoke, keeping them very interested. There you go, push up Cat from Deep Cross.
Ooh, good shot.
On the cross from Sixer.
He's going to get another crack at it as well. Gets the better of Wisely, and he's putting on a clinic right here. Sixer on for the ace, but it's going to be stolen away. In the end, it doesn't matter. They're happy with that. Mousquetaires will take map number 1, and it's in extremely convincing fashion.
As you would expect, it is their map pick, and they looked very, very well drilled on it indeed. Despite losing both pistols, they still keep their opponent to 5 rounds only. It's domination in the gun rounds. Utility very much on point. Felt like they were all over it. So they will at least go up 1-0 in this series, and I think for Deep Cross Gaming, a couple of flashes of what they're capable of that will need to come to fruition much more consistently over on Inferno if they want any hopes of trying to make this group competitive.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, at this point, obviously, Deep Cross Gaming, they've got to work a little bit harder. But in saying that, it is their map pick coming up next. So, you know, that's where I guess there's some positives to take away. We'd say that was a bit of a drubbing. But again, you know, maybe they're just not a Dust 2 team. That's a very possible thing. And then Inferno obviously coming up, hopefully it's going to show us something a little bit more conducive towards a victory for Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, I think just from what we saw there, it definitely seemed like worst case scenario, you know, they seem like they're sort of on in some aspects in terms of the firepower. You know, I thought there was some pretty good rounds out there from Clyde. Daymake definitely had his moments as well. If maybe Waste of Ammo and Wisely can pick up some of the slack that they were leaving there, you know, I think they could definitely be a challenge for Mousquetaires, but just a little bit too much going missing in map 1. That's the unfortunate reality for Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the reality of it is like one of these teams felt like a team and the other one didn't. You know, you're seeing flashes of brilliance or some individual plays from some of the players on Deep Cross Gaming that, you know, you would see in an MM game or a PUG game or something like that, whereas Mousquetaires, fully well-drilled, deep playbook, able to kind of show us a lot of different approaches on the T side, throwing that meta, high percentage utility that you would expect. Everyone performing across the board. It's an effort by committee where everyone kind of has their moments. So I think very much earning themselves a pretty clean dub there for all of those reasons.
Indeed. All right. Well, that'll be us done and dusted for map number 1. But of course, there's plenty more Counter-Strike coming up. So we'll take a short break here before we do jump into Inferno. But don't go too far away. We'll be back soon with map number 2.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாடா ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Welcome back on in. It is CEGC, and right now we're watching Mousquetaires kind of break things down with relative ease. Deep Cross Gaming, a team that I think are interested to see. We're kind of keen to see what level they can bring. Having a little bit of a troubled time, I guess it will be said, in that first matchup against Mousquetaires. But hey, we are moving into their map pick in just a second, so hopefully that will bring with it the winds of change. Pilski, overall though, I think it's hard to really make an argument against Mousquetaires at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, we already talked about how much more structured that they looked on Dust to definitely bring that European brand of Counter-Strike and the experience factor into a matchup like this. Plenty of names that have played at some pretty big tournaments in the past, so they are no strangers to an event like this, and they are undoubtedly going to be one of the favorites to win it, I suppose. So it's up to Deep Cross Gaming to kind of disrupt that narrative in whatever way that they can. So far, that's just been in a few moments here or there. Daymake in particular, you could tell he wants to kind of take things over. He wants to have this impact and have a little bit of a look into the early round when he's picking up the AWP and when he's getting on the front foot and aggressing. But he's going to need a little bit more help from the rest of the boys. So as we head through, look onto Inferno, Sixer may be less of a problem because he won't be able to just run around with the AWP and ace you when you're trying to come up catwalk, although I dare say he's going to be feeling confident enough to pick it up on Inferno nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. 20 and 8 he was, KD-wise, so very, very comfortable performance from him. Almost felt like he was kind of flying under the radar a little bit until the last couple of rounds where he really turned it on. But yeah, there was no shortage of performances there for Mousquetaires that were comfortable. Across the scoreboard, you'll see that Sixer, Jax, Taki all did really well. Drac and Devo Duvek were a little bit more sort of routine as far as the performance was concerned, but they did what they needed to do as well. And it really only kind of felt like Clyde and Daymake were having any degree of impact there. For Deep Cross Gaming, Zanzu had his moments, I'll grant him that, but Wisely and Waste of Ammo certainly just kind of like letting it down a little bit. So hopefully they'll be able to turn it back on here for Inferno, because if not, we'll have a very similar looking scoreline.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, you don't know how much this team coming in from Southeast Asia has been able to kind of practice and put things together. Have seen Daymake and Wisely floating around in a couple of different Asian rosters. Same thing can be said for Waste of Ammo, Clyde, Zanzu, a player that I'm not too familiar with, but had a sharp round or two there in that last map. But look, I think even if they don't have the reps across the whole map pool that they necessarily need to be able to put a win together on Dust 2, Mousquetaires map pick, you need to be able to have a really well-drilled Inferno here, because you're picking into it. It will be a map that you will have been able to practice, you will have been able to prep coming into an event like this, and Mousquetaires are going to well and surely know how to play it. It's dead in the middle of the map pool. It's been a map in CS for the longest time, so I think you could see it here from the rating comparison that the boys over on Deep Cross Gaming did not go toe-to-toe across the board with Mousquetaires. So going to need a significant step up and going to need to see them bring a really nice approach into their map pick here, or it's going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, 100%. Look, I think the more that you look at the statistics, the worse it kind of gets for Deep Cross Gaming. So they'll probably be a little bit more keen to just get into the server and see if they can sort of rewrite that narrative in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, I mean, it just continues to kind of look more and more difficult as these stats update and change depending on what they are. We've seen ADRs, we've seen KDs, we've seen ratings and whatnot, and they all speak the same kind of story. 13-5. There's only so much you can really do when it comes to a matchup like that one as Deep Cross Gaming. And it's just, I have to hope that Dust 2 is just not a map that they're super comfortable on, and that we're going to see something a little bit different from them on Inferno. I mean, they do play extremely differently, so there is that to say. And for Deep Cross Gaming, maybe relying a little bit more on the riflers. Clyde can get going a little bit. Zanzu as well might help them out a little bit, just to, maybe not have to deal with Sixer on that AWP quite as much.
Yeah, it could be the case, but even, if Sixer doesn't have the AWP, I'm not too concerned. You got pretty much everybody on Mousquetaires that can, step up to the plate, and some good structure behind it as well, which is going to do them a lot of favors going in here to Inferno, because this is a map where you need some decent structure. You need to know the protocols of how to trade down utility to be able to take this map control, and what kind of routines you need to work yourselves through. And at least watching Mousquetaires play Dust 2, I get the feeling that they're going to know exactly how to approach this map, that they're going to know exactly what they need to do to make the lives of Deep Cross Gaming difficult, which is where you need to see some more of that aggression from Daymake and some more of that Southeast Asian flavor to kind of disrupt that narrative. I think if they play a straight up game and they try to play this tactical kind of trade down utility approach up against the side of Mousquetaires, they're going to lose 9 times out of 10. But if you see them play a little bit puggy, a little bit more aggressive, then they might have a bit more of a chance.
Yeah. Look, I mean, at this point, obviously, we're hoping things are going to change up a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. I can see Deep Cross are sort of getting into the server here, and Mousquetaires joining them, so we should be underway fairly soon. I think for me, more so, the question is less so about what can Deep Cross do in this matchup, and maybe more so what they can do in some of the other matchups that they're going to have to play, because they're in the same group here as Wicked, which is obviously one of the 2 Indian teams. I think I'd probably give the benefit of the doubt to Deep Cross in that matchup. I think there's probably just a little bit more recognizable names on the lineup than what we do have for Wicked. Although, again, like I said, Finn is in the roster there for Wicked, and big fan of Finn. So we'll see if he can maybe carry the boys over the line. But I think, the most important thing is that they... Okay, assuming they lose this matchup, Deep Cross, if they do beat Wicked in that other matchup, then they will still make it out of the group, and at that point they'll be able to play in at least the 3rd place decided match, which will be very important for them to get some LAN wins on the board, but also a bit of cash money in the back pocket. We're in the game though. Let's see if Deep Cross Gaming can maybe shift that narrative to, hey, just beat the other team in this group, to actually they can do something against Mousquetaires today, and that will happen starting now in the pistol round on Inferno.
You're creeping up towards half, or big setup inside of the site here for Mousquetaires. Devaduvek ready with the reactive flash. You'll see Sixer run through that CT smoke, and Taki probably peeking out of the dark corner. Post this execute. You've actually got the boost here for Sixer, so they need to make sure that they're on top of things and that they check that.
Pop flash over the top here. Sixer is going to survive somehow, and Devo Duvek is striking early. Taki taking a long time to get anything done. In fact, he'll not get it done. So he is run down. So a few missed shots there from Mousquetaires. That's going to punish them. Their pistol work has been quite poor today. Jax is going to come back on in with the dualies of his own and cause a little bit of a ruckus. But again, I mean, these pistols are not looking nearly as clean as any of the other rounds that Mousquetaires have shown us. To see if Sixer can right those wrongs. He's got a little bit of time to work with here, but he does have to find 2 Ts, and he'll be waiting for Wisely to peek him, which he does. There's one headshot, looking for another one, running out of bullets, 2 to go, 1 to go now. It's a knife off, there's no shot. Oh, Zanzu gets it done. Very messy pistol round. A few too many missed shots from Mousquetaires, otherwise they would have held on to that one quite comfortably, I feel.
That's 3 from 3 pistols in this game so far from Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, at least in the rounds where you boil things down to the brass tacks of just a couple of grenades and raw aim, they can be competitive with the Mousquetaires. But look, it's when you get into the rest of the rounds that they start to run into some issues. Mousquetaires not wanting to let that one go lightly. Playing up into MP9s and Scouts here, a couple of key pieces of utility. Zanzu copying the edge of that nade, going to soften him up a little bit more for the MP9s and the Scout to get involved. He's a little bit of retake utility over towards the B side of the map. Deep Cross are trading down a few mollies of their own, but Devaduvek, at least for the moment, hanging around. Gonna now fall off of the angle because he does have a smoke to follow up.
Patient approach from Deep Cross thus far. That said, I'd be a little bit worried if they let the time get a bit too tight. I don't know if they're that kind of team that's going to be able to execute to perfection with less than 30 seconds left on the clock. So I'd like to see them just give themselves a little bit of extra time to work with
so far,
once they do make that decision.
Just working his map control quite slowly. There's a progression smoke over towards Moto, but this is anything but a commitment on this A side. Very much just trying to draw a reaction out of Mousquetaires, who will dump the smoke into that B choke point, and Taki was thinking about a little bit of a rotation towards Speedway, but because Jax as well as Drac don't see anything on this A site, 3 players will remain on B, and Deep Cross with 30 seconds on the clock here are going to try to split around the world.
It's a B wrap. They're going to go around the world. Like you said, Daymake's made some noise. Taki will have heard that. Still can't land the shots with the MP9. Daymake gets away with 2. That should never happen. Clean shot from Zanzu. And a little bit of fortune for Deep Cross Gaming, but either way, they get themselves through the anti-force by quite comfortably indeed.
Yeah, nicely done. Did run the clock down, which, look, I can understand why you wouldn't be as much of a fan of, given how much, on Dust 2, they didn't look like they were clean in terms of their execution here and there, but it's a different map. This is a map that they've been able to prep, and this is a map that they're looking much more focused on. 2 in a row for Deep Cross Gaming. They earned themselves an anti-eco. Should go up 3-0 here, and so far so good.
Yeah, no money in the back pocket for Mousquetaires this time around.
It's going to be Deegs.
Very.
So, look, that's not something you can take for granted if you're Deep Cross. Make sure we don't get ourselves ecoed, because even the very best team in APAC was excellent at getting ecoed just the other day at Chengdu. It can happen to them, it can happen to anyone.
Just trying to push Mousquetaires back away with some of that util they've got.
Drax having a little bit of a peer down middle here. Once again, slower approach from Deep Cross, just trading down utility. Taki not quite maximizing his opportunity there. Progression smoked into jungle from Wisely. Jax has pushed down second mid and seen that player falling back towards B. Deva Duvek has been able to at least find one for himself, and things are starting to get messy now for the T's.
Wisely able to bring one back. It's not too messy just yet. Obviously, that rotation going into the A bomb site does mean that the bomb plant's going to go down comfortably, but a few guns lost here. One retrieved. Both retrieved now. If Daymake goes into library and goes down to track here, that's where this round actually shifts. He does get that kill relatively okay in the end, so it'll just be a case of Mousquetaires saving their weapons here, but very happy with the upgrades that they get.
Yeah. Gonna help them to min-max the money as they head deeper into this CT side. It's been a good start for Deep Cross Gaming. They do have some cash behind them. But this is where we get into the meat and potatoes of this game that Mousquetaires were much better at least over on Inferno. Waste of ammo going deep into second mid, forfeiting a gun that he can't afford to replace. So very much going to be an expensive end to the round for Deep Cross Gaming there. Only 2 rifles surviving. Gives much more potential here for Mousquetaires to get back into things.
Warps out straight away for 6-up. So that, I guess, gives you an idea of his mindset.
Daymake did have one purchased up for a second there, but opted to sell it and commit to the 5 rifle approach. So maybe a little bit more pace behind this one for Deep Cross. We'll see.
Early bit of util exchanged in Banana. Too much damage done. That is going to force a smoke out from Zanzu. Now the push coming through. Deva Duvek gets the better of Daymake, and indeed that smoke actually didn't come through. It's blocked off his head. There's one. But Zanzu was low, so an easy cleanup for Mousquetaires. Waste of ammo will be finished off. Jax is doing a wonderful job of pretty much solo holding A. You can see how quickly the game changes when the guns are in hand for Mousquetaires. And not just that, but also the util.
Yeah, 100%. Clyde all on his lonesome here, just kind of waiting out a couple of smokes. Taki quite low. Could be a 2K on the cards here. Picking out in front of the smoke. Has been flushed forward, and Drac is going to clean him up there. 4 alive for Mousquetaires. Reinvestment will start to bankrupt Deep Cross Gaming here. Could be a reset round potential for Mousquetaires, and then it's going to be back to the regularly scheduled programming for there. I would love to see what the gun round stat is for this game, because it feels like there's been 0 gun rounds won from Deep Cross Gaming. They've only won pistols, anti-ecos, and force buy rounds for themselves. When the guns come out, Mousquetaires has the better of them every single time.
Yeah, early tack timeout, that's for sure. Wisely has got the hero AK here. I mean, Daymate could afford one, but probably more liable to want to try and hold on to a bit of cash just in case he wants to go back to the AWP. Still thinking about what they want to do.
Starting to run out of the tack timeout now. Will be a full investment here from Deep Cross Gaming. Don't have as much reset potential as they would have liked because there was 4 alive for Mousquetaires in that previous round. So going to take a fair bit of concerted effort over time for Deep Cross Gaming to work their way through the CT economy and once again take a commanding hold of this game. So far, score-wise, things look good, but we are very much teetering on the precipice of Mousquetaires starting a landslide.
Yeah, I agree. Sixer starts off nicely as well under Wisely. Zanzu is going to get aggressive and gets himself one, but there's still a defense to be had at Sandbags. And so the B site remains in possession of Mousquetaires.
1 for 3 is not how you wanted to start this round. If you are the T's, Clyde punished on the off angle. Sixer has... I don't think I've seen him miss a shot today. Waste of ammo. Going to ring Jax's bell, but running into a crossfire now, even if he cleans up this player inside of the mini pit. Can't imagine that there's much else on offer for him. And Track, rightfully so, will clean him up. 3 alive for Mousquetaires, their second gun round in a row won, and the money on the T side has been broken.
Yeah, that's a great start for Sixer with the AWP in hand. You can do a little bit more like that, then it's going to be a very tough affair today for Deep Cross Gaming. You know, this kind of aggressive AWPing on Inferno is very possible. You can do a lot with it. You can push mid, you can have a look second mid, you know, you can get set up at Banana as well. Go apps. There's a lot of options for him if he's feeling confident, and I imagine after that first kill he probably is, and the rest of Mousquetaires are as well, as they look to just try to farm up a bit of cash on this anti-eco.
Banana being dominated right now by the Frenchman. Clyde looking to change that narrative. Diving straight through with the retake flash up over the top. Doesn't really catch Taki. Nadu doesn't quite clean up Daymake either. So this round started to get a little bit more interesting, but a 1-on-3 here is going to be something special from the Russian man.
He does have the bomb, and he could go B. That Molly's actually causing a few problems for him. I think they know they've got him stuck in the corner here, so doesn't get the opportunity to scurry off and plant the bomb. So another round for Mousquetaires, and it's starting to become a bit more of a recurring trend now.
At least we'll have the ability to pie up into the next one. But outside of that, that's where the good news starts to end. It's looking like the same trend that we saw over on Dust 2. Gun rounds being dominated by the European representatives. See what Deep Cross come up with this time around. A little bit more of a lean towards second mid. Some utility to deny information over on that B side of the map. Could look to hit a Carps pop timing here. On towards Jax. Sixer on the line here. Need to make sure that they throw the appropriate utility to limit his potential to get a pick.
This time around. Molly though. Ooh, will cause a little bit of a distraction, I suppose. Drax still on the corner here. Oh, he's going to stick around for more. Jax is in a bit of a spot of bother here. He's got multiple angles to try to cover off. He's just going to set himself up and watch the moto line. Mighty low. Should be an easy kill. In fact, all the shots are going to miss. And so it comes down to the rotators to make the difference. Devo Duvek just spamming through the smoke has somehow found himself 2. Yeah. We go back into a 2-on-2 with a very fast rotate as well coming through from Taki. Wisely at this stage, not wise through that fact, but he does turn around and get himself a cheeky kill, which leaves Devo Duvek solo.
We need a 4K. Wealth of experience on this man. Haven't casted him for more than 5 years. That tells you that how long he's been competing. Definitely knows how to put this one or two together.
His time's running out. Does have a kit, which will help, but not able to get into the position to use it. So another round there for Deep Cross Gaming. It was a bit touch and go, even despite a great early start.
I think really just isolating Jax in on the site there. Key kill on the flank in the 2-on-2 from Wisely. Gun round. Is that the first gun round won this game by Deep Cross? Might be one of the first. One doesn't spring to mind on Dust. Gonna need a little bit more where that came from. And in this round in particular, would actually reset the CT side here on Mousquetaires. So reset round for both of these teams. Starting to run out of cash. These were the windows that Deep Cross weren't able to take advantage of over on Dust. Defo Duvek activated by the utility, creeping through on half wall. Beautiful double peek. Banana has been claimed by Deep Cross confidently.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward one now for Mousquetaires, as again, it's onto a solo hold here from Drak. Now they've got to make sure they clear out New Box. That is not going to happen. Zanzu does go down, and Drak gets himself another onto Calliope. That molly will force him out of position. The flash did connect as well, but somehow Drak gets back into safety. I don't even know. That is extremely illegal to allow that to happen. And he's going to close himself back in on that bomb site and look for some more. Waste of ammo down. Drak's having an absolute belter of a round here. He's still waiting for that rotate to come in from Sixer, which is going to mean that there's a good chance Daymate can get the bomb plant down here. He's at least been given some respect.
Yeah, I think with the cutting of sound, you're seeing Sixer slow down a little bit and just post up on the line. He doesn't miss those. Fourth picked up from Mousquetaires. That was a 5-on-3, I think. Maybe even a 5-on-2 at one point from Deep Cross Gaming. That they weren't able to convert because they're just far too disjointed. Like, they don't group up in the mid-round there. Very much a puggy approach from the Southeast Asian representatives. Like, looking at the previous team history for some of these players, it does feel like this is a bit of a mixed team coming into this event, and that's exactly what we're seeing in the server there. Even with a really, really nice take on Banana and a couple of early picks into the round, they're not able to organize themselves effectively enough to convert it.
That might be a round that they come to regret. It's been looking like a pretty competitive Inferno thus far, but that was the one where they really felt like they could actually start to take control of this half, and unfortunately it's gotten away from them. Now they're the ones that have been reset. Gives the chance for Mousquetaires to just sort of figure things out a little bit more on this CT side. Flash into brackets is going to push Sixer off the line. Drax here as well. Claddy low. Easy kill, and Sixer back onto the line to have a bit more of an impact. It's going to end up being a pretty easy round. Another nice one from Sixer, 3K. And Mousquetaires take the lead on Inferno.
By coming back through from Deep Cross, but without a bomb plant. See a couple of these players having to skip some util. Don't have money for an AWP if they even wanted one. You saw Daymate consider one earlier on in the half, but unless they have some more success here, I'm not sure that he's ever going to have that opportunity to pick one up on the T side again. Nice economy steadying around for the Mousquetaires. Yeah, a little bit more stable now. Definitely have a foothold on this CT side, but just how far can they push that?
A little bit of toing and froing in Banana, but not too much damage actually to come from it so far.
See the layers
retake util getting thrown, but they've already got control of sandbags.
Just trying to lock them out, push them into brackets here. There's a big crossfire awaiting them.
Yeah, Sixer and Drak once again looking to hold on to it. That's a nicely timed incend. It's going to slow things down a little bit here. Pop flash around the corner doesn't affect Drak, but he's been spotted out by waste of ammo. Over the top of the smoke, Jax gets himself one, which is still not enough to keep the numbers even. And so Taki, from that B side, is going to have to come across to try and reinforce A, which will leave Devo Duvek with quite a job to do.
Now Taki's sticking around. Defatuvek needs a multi-frag here. Six are not seeing anything on the A side of the map. 1-for-1 thus far, but are they ready for Taki? Barely. Clyde almost losing his life there. 26 HP is enough to secure that B site, and Six up. They just save the AWP over in carpets here and allow the round to go the way of the T side. Did again win the early round exchange, even though they ran up into brackets into a nice setup from Mousquetaires. The spacing was much more cohesive than you saw over on Dust 2 from Deep Cross, and the mid-round execution much better than the round that they threw away previously. So maybe they have a little bit more to give in this series than we thought.
Yeah, you would hope so. I think getting Sixer involved earlier in these rounds could be key to unlocking things. He's been in fine form tonight. Again, not having too bad of a map, but a lot of the time not really having the impact at the time that he needs to. See if he's going to be set up for success in any of these upcoming rounds. For much a half, it's still hanging in the balance though, isn't it?
For sure. That's where Deep Cross need to take full advantage. Not going to get too many opportunities as one of these players from Asia to even take on some of these European teams that you'll see kicking around on HLTV, playing in this, that, and the other. So many tournaments that they do get to play in actively. For, you know, some of these players coming through a Southeast Asian qualifier, really good opportunity to kind of test your mettle against players that you probably watch play tournaments, especially Jax here in Carbs, Sixer as well, a name that you would point to have a lot of experience, and both of them are going to come up with the goods inside of the apartments.
Yeah, all over the map, the kills are going the way of Mousquetaires. Finally, one comes back in the direction of Deep Cross Gaming. It's not quite what they need, though. And here's an opportunity, but Taki gets it done himself. Bit of an off-angle, cheeky position. You don't always see a CT set up that deep in sandbags. Gets the round over the line for Mousquetaires, and it seems like they'll just about be able to salvage this half. There's what I'm talking about, though. Six are getting involved in the round a little bit earlier on, and everything seems to fall apart from there for Deep Cross Gaming.
Money's broken heading into the last round of the half here, so going to be hard to post a 6 for themselves. Looking like 7 for Mousquetaires. Quick movement in towards second mid. Could be a very quick carps pop here from the T's. We'll see if the Frenchmen are ready for it there. Aggressing in towards middle. A big nade stack over towards T stairs. May catch them a little out of position, but you don't have enough pace here from Deep Cross to take advantage of it.
They are walking their way up carpets. Looks like they are even thinking about maybe going through this smoke. Is there a flash ready for him? Yes, it's dodged by Jax, and so he'll have a bit of a crack, but doesn't actually open anything up. Luckily, he's got Drac there to help him out, and that lets him reset. A easy double in the end there for Jax. Molly for short, wisely down 7-5. Mousquetaires hold on to control of the first half. All right, back in for the second half here, and it's definitely been a bit more of a competitive map. Mousquetaires still with their noses in front. They get themselves a 7-5 lead out of that first half of Inferno, but it's definitely looking like an angle that Deep Cross Gaming can potentially exploit.
Much more winnable game for them. 3 out of 3 pistols thus far. Looking to keep that streak going to even up the scoreline here on the CT side. It's the one set of util over there on Daymake to kind of reinforce B, but that'll have to be used on the retake as you're already getting some pacing here from the Frenchman in towards second mid. I don't know if Waste of Ammo has actually spotted them in time. Jack's isolated on T stairs though, so at least a man advantage to work with for the defense.
They're fully rotating over to A. They must have some kind of read. Okay, Zanzu is going to stay on B by the looks of it, but 4 players already creeping their way up. If these entries are hit cleanly, then it could still be problems for Deep Cross Gaming. Waste of ammo exploited down in pit. Wisely trying to buy time on the site. He's going to have a little bit of success in that. Devo Duvek will go down. Sixer needs to reload. So does Wisely by the looks of things. And Taki says, thank you very much for the freebie. Rotates coming in. Clyde, he goes for the double, and he gets it. And Deep Cross Gaming win themselves another pistol. It seems like their pistols are just a huge problem for Mousquetaires at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it is just Southeast Asian aim and pace personified there. Coming in for the retake on that A site. High sense gameplay just spinning around on every single angle and tapping heads. I dare say if you watch this guy in the aimbots or the deathmatch or something like that, you'd be like, this guy is unreal. But, you know, unfortunately, Mousquetaires putting some of these players with so much talent in terms of firepower in uncomfortable positions thus far today, which makes it a little bit harder to put those kind of rounds together on the regular. Deep Cross Gaming to secure themselves control of Banana here. You do have the force buy coming in for the T side, and it very much feels like Mousquetaires are just biding their time.
Yep.
Waiting out that initial wave of utility before they decide where they want to make their mark.
Well, they've only really got one set of util to get into the site, don't they? They've got 2 smokes, 1 molly, and a couple of flashes. So whatever they do, they've got to make sure that it is the right choice. It will be the brackets take initially with one of those smokes and a flash. So that will set them up for a potential push into A here. Second smoke's going to go toward Moto. Molly onto short. Could be an around the world from them. They make that call. That's actually not a bad one at all. Taki watching the bottom of Banana here, trying to see if he can keep those players locked in. Nana, and if Mousquetaires are quick here, they might actually get back into the site before Deep Cross Gaming are there. Clyde hiding in Banana will peek at the perfect time. Well done from Clyde once again. Looking like he's really switched on, this guy. But that might have been a bit over-eager as we give themselves a couple of kills back on in, and all it takes is another quick kill here from Mousquetaires. It's not going to happen. Sixer does some damage with that MAC-10 at the back end, but Deep Cross Gaming solidifying themselves to start off the CT half.
Another anti-force dealt with. It's another round, but they've had quite a high percentage of success thus far in this series. Now get themselves an anti-eco, and be an opportunity to actually take the front foot here. Should be an 8-7 for Deep Cross if they're able to complete this anti-eco. From there, this game very much gets winnable on the CT side for them, but they're going to need more money than they have access to here to be able to do it. Give themselves a little bit of room to make some mistakes. Because at least from the gameplay we've seen so far today, you know, there are definitely some gaps. There is a little bit less chemistry than you're seeing over on the French side. So we need 100% this anti-eco and make sure that we don't get hard reset and allow Mousquetaires back into the game.
Yeah, I suppose that's always an ever-present threat. Daymake looking to continue to put that pressure on Mousquetaires in this round, doing a great job of it with that util. The grenade, a chunky one.
It's falling away on jungle side. Sixer, a little bit of extra cash for him to buy up and AWP into the next round. There's no utility here for the T side. It's dry contact. Seeing if they can create any friction. But Daymake smooth as ever. Waste of ammo so far Holding on to the side. Hold on, Clyde's gone down though. That could be problematic.
Yeah, Devek trying to pick the pace up over towards B. Zanzu now starting to hear those footsteps and backing up into the site, calling for some assistance. Well, that's a bold cross from Zanzu, or rather from Devek, and Zanzu will punish him for it. It was maybe just a little bit overeager. Mousquetaires, yeah, I mean, the timing doesn't quite favor them. And so another one for Deep Cross Gaming. As they continue to put these rounds together on the CT side, it'll have to be pretty soon that Mousquetaires are able to bounce back. Otherwise, I think we might be going map 3.
It was a clean anti-eco that they needed, but we still have not seen a gun round yet from the Europeans in this matchup. So we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. AWP has come out for 6-8. He's been pretty good with it thus far today. Down utility inside a banana. 6L waiting for someone to make a mistake over on bracket side, but no, not too much over eagerness for Deep Cross in that part of the map. It's more so banana where they look to stake their claim. Zanzu dropped off towards the bottom side wanting to use the MP9, so Mousquetaires take that as an invitation to go ahead and secure brackets for themselves, which will draw the rotation back across from Daymake.
Now, Nade breaks open the smoke. Jack's not prepared for it. Will go down again. Deep Cross have been so good at finding these picks at the start of rounds on the CT side.
Could be into the B setup now. Top mid smoke has been deployed from Deep Cross. Wisely going looking for something inside a boiler. Just continuing to punish these players. Caught off guard multiple times. Now the close crossfire. It was an anti-flash setup between Zanzu and Clyde, I think it was, over on half wall. And as mentioned, Daymaker's the one who's just making his way all the way across the map. He took a pick from jungle, rotated back to B again. Deep Cross are all over Mousquetaires right now.
Yeah.
Looking very comfortable on their map pick.
I must say, Mousquetaires are looking a little bit lost on this T side at the moment. Every single aim duel, just it feels like they're not really prepared for it. That round was really a nothing round for Mousquetaires. This aggression from the CT side is getting them. They call their attack timeout. They're thinking about, well, do we even buy in this round? Do we give up double digits?
You have to give up double digits here. Like, you just don't have the reset potential. Definitely not worth it to buy. Techies and armor is a good shout. You want to try to chip away at Deep Cross's economy to slowly work your way back into this game. It's going to take a couple of good gun rounds to do it. The B hold is something that they must address. You've seen aggression down banana multiple times from Deep Cross Gaming, but this is where they can try to stay one step ahead on the CT side after establishing that conditioning, and I think picking up the AWP is going to be a great way to do it.
Faster approach this time into top banana. Devek gets Clyde. I think he might have been half flashed there, but he could still apparently see enough. 6 around the corner, knows that he's in a bit of a spot of bother. There's 3 players towards B, obviously one of which has been now taken down. Rotate across from waste of ammo. That's a lot of space for Mousquetaires, by the way. Look at what's happening on Arch side. Taki pushing his way deep, and he might catch the rotate back if he is patient, which he's not. He wants to take the fight that Daymake. Missed shot will be enough for that Tech9 to go to work.
Too many shots missed on the AWP from Daymake in that round. Multiple opportunities he couldn't capitalize on. Now Mousquetaires just popping into B, straight through the smoke. Waste of ammo, punishing them on the cross though. Doesn't feel enough pressure from Speedway to really be concerned about Taki right now.
Yeah, I don't know about
Mousquetaires.
that one. Devek has a smoke. Yeah, well, Devek can hang on here and see if he can make a bit of a difference. It's just down to Zanzu. He's obviously been heard. They know that they've got him isolated on that B bomb site, and Wisely is miles away. So, unless Zanzu goes absolutely huge here, this should well be a round for Mousquetaires, and he can't get it done. But yeah, I feel like Mousquetaires are getting a little bit antsy on this T side. You know, they're trying to push the pace a little bit too much. When they flashed their way into that B bomb site initially, there is a smoke available to them. Devek could have smoked off CT spawn. They could have flashed in, and they would not have been, or at least they would have been less likely to lose a player to the CT member of Waste of Ammo sitting in CT spawn. So just a couple of these moments. We saw it a little bit earlier on. They're kind of just charging their way in, relying on individual aim duels, that kind of thing. And you know, it works in this instance, but I don't know if it's going to be a recipe for long-term success on this map. That one still doesn't fill me with a huge amount of confidence, but it does get them back in the conversation.
I mean, it's a half buy where they pick up 3 rifles, so at least in terms of economic swing and momentum, it's going to be huge for the French. See if they're going to keep that momentum going, can even up the numbers here, 9 apiece if they can start to get rolling on the gun rounds, and that takes a massive chunk out of Deep Cross's economy. Mousquetaires going to take attack pause, recognizing the opportunity that they have off the back of that pretty big win on the pistols.
Still some happy faces for Mousquetaires. So not really feeling the pressure at the moment, I guess.
I think they'll still be pretty confident.
Yeah.
A couple of rounds haven't gone their way. They've lost 4 pistols in a row in this series. They're going to feel similar to Dust that if we play our way through the rest of these T-side gun rounds, then they should be able to win this game. They've put enough pressure on Deep Cross's economy to find that opportunity here. Looks like towards Banana. Big nade stack. Going to put some pressure on Zanzu, but Mousquetaires not speeding up off the back of that just yet.
Nade goes through. Clyde survives. This pressure on sandbags coming into play. Six has got too many options there. He was in 2 minds. He shot a field goal through the 2 CTs. And everybody survives for now. This spam is scary for Mousquetaires with some low HP players. But somehow all 5 players surviving after a bit of a stoush at the top of Banana.
Still opportunity for follow-up though here. Mousquetaires with plenty of utility to be able to make their next move in this round. And Deep Cross starting to run out of theirs. That's one of their last smokes they'll have access to block top middle. Boost up on the flower pot towards B here. But outside of that, there really is not much for them to hold this site. They're just going to trust a very strong crossfire. High-low between flower pot and straight beneath. And a nice timing from waste of ammo as 30 seconds elapse.
I think this one could go well for Deep Cross Gaming. Mousquetaires not quite finding the entries that they need. It's a 1 for 2, which is definitely not enough. Site has been taken. But I back Deep Cross on this retake. They've looked pretty solid. The only thing is they don't have a lot of util, and that is a bit over-eager, maybe from Clyde, to give back the numbers to an even state. Now it comes down to just the aim.
I mean, Daymake even had a flash to potentially enable that play, but it was never even pegged. Off angle from 6 up. Does punish Daymake. That was a kill that was sorely needed for this retake to be successful here.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Deep Cross Gaming. They kind of did what they needed to do in that round to hold the B bomb site, but then Clyde gets a little bit over-eager. And it's fallen apart for them. So, and another really quite clutch round from Mousquetaires.
Sure, I mean, that's going to break the CT economy, I'm pretty sure. Could be the difference between winning and losing the game here.
Yeah, could really snowball.
Yeah, they are broke. I'm going to take a tack timeout here to follow up. Do have enough cash to be able to save for AWPs and things like that, but they're going to have to take a back seat for now. And, you know, I dare say that they would have thought that this was their game on the silver platter. Lost to the half by the follow-up gun round post-tack timeout for Mousquetaires. Wasn't really won in a tactical fashion as much as it was won. Once we boiled down into the mid to late round, and the Frenchman kind of punishing a few little mistakes from Deep Cross Gaming. Sometimes that's all that it takes to be able to come away with the round on the T side here. But it definitely feels like they have firm control now.
Six starts well on the Daymake. And Jack's looking for that last player located in middle. It's not going to come down to him in the end. Sixer gets another through the flash. You can see that Deep Cross are trying to kind of work with the situation they found themselves in, but to not a lot of avail. And Zanzu needs to find a perfect timing here. Jax is watching the smoke though, and that will not happen. Nicely with this grenade, and a bit of spam from the MP9 has pretty much given up his life. Double digits secured first by Mousquetaires. This has been a very, very winnable map from Deep Cross Gaming, but it seems like maybe they will just be beaten in this race.
Looking like it. Southeast Asian rep starting to run out of steam here. We'll have another gun round on offer with everything that they could possibly want. Plenty of money for the AWP, lots of util. But Mousquetaires with a big enough economy to trade down for as long as they really need to come away with the win here. It's very tight still. 9-10. Like a little bit of aggression on the cards from the CT side in the mid-round. Wisely looking for something in towards balcony room. Does find it as well. That's the lurker isolated.
Devek's going to go through the smoke. Oh, and it's worked out. Drak actually the one to find that opening kill onto Clyde, but he looked like he was in all sorts of trouble regardless of who got the kill. Waste of ammo. Let's get in front of the smoke. And Bomb has committed, but nobody else has. Again, it's just a little bit wonky from Mousquetaires. You know, the timing is off. They don't seem like they're all quite 100% on the same page. And if one thing goes wrong, then it goes very wrong.
Sixer and Jax. A lot of work to do here. Pretty big crossfire to be creeping up into Sixer. Starts well, wisely peeking off of that contact through the CT smoke. A 1-on-2 that's very winnable for Jax here.
Wisely doesn't push the smoke. He was expecting the fake plant, but Jax at least gets the bomb plant down. So that will shore up a bit of the cash for Mousquetaires, but Deep Cross find themselves a very important round to keep them in the fight.
Even things up 10 apiece. But reducing their loss bonus with only 2 guns saved on through. AWP and AK retained. And as mentioned before, Mousquetaires, after the half-buy win and follow-up gun round, their economy is rock solid right now. Bomb plant to boot. They could put 2 or 3 more gun rounds together on this T side. And after that, that's where the loss bonus will start to stack up. So this game is going to be anything but easy for Deep Cross to win on the CT side here.
We'll see how this round plays out. Could be a big influencer. Got to smoke at top mid, bottom mid. In the bedrooms. Mousquetaires trying to deny map control on that side of the map. Away from Deep Cross Gaming. Not so concerned about Banana. There's a flash through the smoke. Devek set up for that opening duel onto Clyde. Already a player advantage for Mousquetaires and a big rotate coming through that might just get cut off by these players on Arch side. Tarky a little bit too slow. The repeat's going to come through. Wisely. I can't believe he's gone for the repeat there, but it's worked out. And now Zanzu is staring down multiple players on the other side of this smoke. He gets only one. This could still go wrong for Mousquetaires.
It could. I mean, 1-for-1 was good enough. Oh, that nade is money. Waste of ammo caught in the open wisely off the back of the flash.
Oh.
Massive peek from him. I can't believe he couldn't finish his dinner there. The HE, oh, just a little bit too shallow. And now this one-on-one, a tantalizing prospect for Jax. He cuts sound and starts creeping back to A.
Yeah, that could have been it. But just not quite clean enough mechanically. Daymaker's already on the pre-rotate. He's not going to beat Jax to the site, but the bomb plant being secured. It's going to be Daymaker's a little quicker to this retake than Jax might be prepared for. Where's he going to go? Oh, if he goes all the way around and gets in behind him. Oh, no, he's going to decide to go to apartments instead, which is still not a bad spot to be in, but it's you know, fairly obvious, I guess, for Daymake that this might be where Jax is going to come from. Oh, no. What a peak from Jax. And what a clutch to win as well. Mousquetaires will be very pleased with that. That might be, unfortunately, the nail in the coffin for Deep Cross Gaming.
Now, it was another round that was going fantastic, but that's effectively a 2-on-4. Despite a fantastic flash, Wisely cannot clean up that 2K, and that is the only reason why Jax even has an opportunity in the one-on-one. Should never have even been potential. Deep Cross Gaming down to MP9s and util. That's all they can put together here.
Yep. Oh, I got to be honest, I feel like Mousquetaires need to get it done here, though. These have been some very, very shaky T rounds, and I think they're lucky to be in the lead at this point. So if they actually let this round slip, which they very well may, Jax is in a scary, scary spot Taki here from Freezer needs to back him up as quickly as he can. That Molly's going to push him back. Jax knows he needs to be a little bit more careful now as a result. But yeah, I mean, Mousquetaires don't look super confident on this T side, I would have to say.
It's a good start for Jax. Waste of ammo, wanting to play that close range with Wisely. Nice peek. Able to find Jax. In the meantime, Mousquetaires slowing down rather than speeding up off the back of that pick. Do put a little bit of utility pressure over towards Banana, just trying to keep those rotations honest. They know that they've got a 4-on-2 here on this A side, but Waste of Ammo's got an AK now.
Yeah, big wraparound. I like this Wolfpack style from Mousquetaires, you know, not making it too tricky. Just trade down, but there's one already from Waste of Ammo in pit, and if he gets another, it could be scary. Won't happen. Sixer, once again, the standout player for Mousquetaires today, has come up in a big way in a big round. And the 2 MP9s being saved is not much of a prize, unfortunately, for Deep Cross Gaming.
No, not really. Series point here for Mousquetaires. Made to work for it a lot harder on Inferno here than they were on Dust, but considering they've lost every single pistol this series, picking it up is still a big win for them. Would agree with you though. Couple of questions have to be asked. Some of these rounds a little bit touch and go, that if they go up against a bit of a tougher opponent later on in the tournament, are not going to be something they're going to be getting away with should they secure this dub here.
Still pretty locked in, though. They know the job is not yet done. Deep Cross, still a scary prospect. The only reason it's really felt like it started to kind of accelerate a little bit here for Mousquetaires, my take, is just that the economy has kind of gotten away from Deep Cross. If it was full buy versus full buy, I think Deep Cross have looked the better of it, to me. So 2 bites of the cherries here for Mousquetaires to try to close this series out. I think if we go to OT, I might actually put my money on map number 3, but we'll see if Mousquetaires will allow that to happen. It might be a bit of a quicker play here into bracket. Smoke on the right side. They'll push their way up left side into Arch. Last library as well. It's just going to be a quick A wrap. Flash through that smoke. Waste of ammo. Gets himself a 1-for-1. It's not enough. And it's all really here on Wisely to just try and survive in his position up in the apartments, because that will be potentially where this retake actually comes together.
Should be a quick flood from the CTs here, Jordan.
Taki, ready and waiting for it. Oh, he shuts it down before it even gets started. That's a little bit more like it for Mousquetaires. And this time, unfortunately for Wisely, it feels like there really is nothing to be done. Look at all the util headed in his direction. Grenades, smokes, flashes, Molotovs, everything you could possibly have. And how does he get out of there? Well, the answer is in a coffin. 13-10. Mousquetaires will take the victory on map number 2, locking in the 2-0 today up against Deep Cross Gaming. But it would have been very interesting if that had gone to OT. Either way, we're going to hand it down over to the stage for a winner's interview.
Mousquetaires are winners of Series 1, making it look easy and well played, Deep Cross team. The winners of our first series, Mousquetaires all the way from France. I'm going to request the captain to just step down and have a little chat with us. Can I request the captain of Mousquetaires to kindly step down for a quick chat, please? Congratulations, you've started your run here in Chennai with a victory. How happy are you with the team's performance?
We are really happy because we didn't know what to expect about them. We didn't have that much info since they're a new team. So we won quite easily, so it's a good start for us.
That's great. Your team seems to have great coordination, so what would you say is the secret behind your team's chemistry?
I think we are all good friends. Besides playing the game, we have a good chemistry together, so maybe that's the secret.
So friendship being the secret behind your success. That being said, as a captain, if you had to pick one player, who would be the MVP of this series?
I would pick Devo Duvek.
Okay, thank you for chatting with us and congratulations one more time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mousquetaires, the winners of Series 1. We have 2 more series to look forward to today, which will begin shortly. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to the casters.
Lovely to hear from the winners. I have to say, that's completely cap. Picking Devo Duvek, mate, Sixer was definitely the MVP for me. What do you think?
Hey, that's classic, honestly. From a captain, it's probably the player that he's flashing in. He's trying to G him up. You know, he did quite well there on Inferno. Sixer definitely delivering in spades in that series, but a little bit of captain's bias sometimes. You know, for anyone that's participated in an esports team before, everyone knows that the IGL's got his boy that he's always like, yeah, he's the GOAT, he's the best player on the team, and he's always going to have the same answer, even if he completely, screws the pooch, I guess.
Yeah, look, either way, obviously, at the end of the day, Mousquetaires is going to be pretty happy with that. I think a super solid win for them. It maybe got a little bit more comfortable there on Inferno. I think it's definitely something that going deeper in this tournament, other teams can really look to exploit. You know, I think, again, we've sort of spoken about the fact that we think Mousquetaires and Big are potentially going to meet up at some point in this, and I'd be looking at that Inferno and saying, hey, they didn't look very comfortable on the T side of Inferno. Even CT side, they look pretty scrappy. That's a potential angle that we can peek into. Deep Cross, obviously, themselves peeking into Inferno, kind of giving a bit of info to other teams, and it was said even in the interview that there wasn't a lot of information necessarily to go around about what Deep Cross likes to angle towards. So now at least we know that they like to go towards Inferno. That'll be something that other teams can kind of use against them in their veto process.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think the pistols need to be cleaned up a little bit as well for Mousquetaires. That was something that I felt like Deep Cross was able to pretty convincingly win most of the pistols, and especially in this MR12 format that we do play nowadays, very, very important to get those pistols across the line or win those second rounds. I think early on, Deep Cross really showing some of their potential, some flashes of their aim and things like that to be able to start off this game strongly, but definitely outmaneuvered when we got into the meat and potatoes. The Frenchmen, I'm sure, very familiar with all of their staples there.
Yeah. Look, I don't know if we've got the MVP graphic to have a look at here, but I think that's probably where we're going to be headed next. We'll have a look at some of the stats, and then we'll have a little break, I guess, before we jump into the next matchup, which I guess, look, we're going to have a little bit of a wait for these graphics, so maybe we just talk a little bit about, I think for me, where do you sort of see Deep Cross here? Based on now having seen 2 maps, I think I've got a bit of a good read on like where they're at, what level they're at, and I'm reasonably happy with what they're delivering.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, MVP, we'll see if they're going to go with Drax's pick or they're going to go with our pick. It will go to Devo Duvek. There you go. So MVP will be this man. Did a really, really good job rifling and just getting in the mix. You saw him right up the tip of the spear, I suppose, up towards top of half wall and running in and out of the smokes. Not an easy role to be playing. You have to be comfortable with uncertainty and creating chaos in these rounds, and he definitely did a great job of that, and I guess Sixer overall across the series doing a very good job as well. Mousquetaires looking like a very well-rounded team, and I look to answer your question. Definitely glancing at some of these stats to kind of inform things as we look through this series. For Deep Cross, a tough game to start off this tournament against one of the European favorites. But, I think maybe if they're going to be taking on some of the other South Asian or Southeast Asian representatives, could have a little bit of an easier time of that. They're going to have to take down Wicked in their group to be able to make it through to even like something like third place decider match or something, which is the kind of games you'd expect them to be a little bit more competitive. I mean, I guess the right now at least the expected outcome is you would get Big and Mousquetaires through to that final, and then Deep Cross, you got to see what else they can kind of put together in the rest of the tournament, I suppose, unless we end up in some kind of crazy 3-way tie and they manage to snag first for themselves.
Yeah, I hate to focus on the negatives, but I think it does have to be mentioned that Waste of Ammo had a pretty rough series here, so if he can find a way to sort of elevate those numbers, he was kind of struggling both on map 1 and map 2. I feel like Wisely was at least able to turn things around on map 2. So, if Waste of Ammo, who is someone that we've seen around a little bit, have some success, can kind of turn that back around in the next matchup, I think Deep Cross Gaming will still definitely be a team to contend with. Obviously, these things happen. Maybe just not, super prepared to be playing on the stage, or had a bit of a rough time kind of getting his config going or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, definitely hoping to see that kind of turn back on its head a little bit the deeper we go into the tournament. But otherwise, yeah, I think we kind of got good moments from the majority of the Deep Cross guys, even though it was a 0-2. Yeah, this map could have been a very different one had the economy played out a little bit differently. Had one or two of those rounds gone the way of Deep Cross, the clutch potentially, if it would have gone the way, the 1v1 clutch that went the way of Mousquetaires, if it would have gone the way of Deep Cross, could have changed that result from a 13-10 or a 10-13 as far as Deep Cross are concerned to a 13-10 favouring them, and then we would be heading on to map number 3. But that's just not how the cookie crumbled this time around, and so unfortunately they find themselves with an L, but that's, I guess, just how it is. Now, though, time to start thinking about our upcoming match. It's going to be Big and Nemesis Asia. Now, I think everybody knows who Big is at this stage. They've been around the block for a little bit, although they've had I'd say a little bit of a rougher run of form of late. On the other side of the coin, Nemesis Asia, a pretty interesting looking lineup. Again, another one of these mixed teams, but it's a bit of a throwback lineup. We've got Impression and Winter in there from, the Boot Dreamscape days, and then Derek as well, who was someone that was quite renowned within the Filipino scene, coming and running it back here alongside a couple of newer players from Southeast Asia. That'll be something that we're looking forward to. We'll obviously have to take a break before we do get there, give the time to the players to set themselves up on the stage, get ready to go. So we'll have ourselves a nice little dinner break, let's call it that, here, at least in Australia. It might be a little bit later for us than it is for you guys viewing around the world. But we'll take 5 or maybe 10, and then we'll be back again for that next matchup when it's ready to go. So see you soon.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love, B6 Pack 2, starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at
paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at me, mad at my brown. Pussy by pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems in the paper, put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dyer look the deputy mad at my brown.
Association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown. Pussy by pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at every man in my brown.
Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper dial up the deputy mad at my brown. Listen here, buddy.
Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at every man in my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at every man in my brown.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம்
Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீறி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீறி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimited Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல திக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Fuel your
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and gaming enthusiasts across the globe. It's time to kickstart our next series. The second series brings to you a David versus Goliath clash. On one side, we have the Giants, the absolute favorites, a team that everyone's hyped up about. On the other side, we have the underdogs, the dark horses who have surprised us all. On one side, ladies and gentlemen, we have ranked 39 in the world, coming all the way from Germany, bringing us bigger plays and even bigger vibes. Please put your hands together as I welcome Team Big onto the stage. Joining us on stage have seemed almost flawless in their performances so far. Let's see what they bring to us this evening. All the very best, requesting the team to take their position. All right, that was Team Big. And up next, coming in hot for that numero uno position, the runners-up of our Southeast Asia qualifiers, we have Team Nemesis Asia. Nemesis Asia, the runners-up of our Southeast Asia qualifiers, here to battle it out against Team Big. Thank you, boys. I'm going to request Team Nemesis Asia to kindly take their position. All right, now that the two teams have settled in, it's time to chat with the captains. May I request the captains of both teams to kindly step down for a chat, please? Can we have the captain of Team Big and captain of Nemesis Asia kindly step down? We're just giving them a quick minute, getting their strategies and game plan in place. Right here, thank you. Team Big, welcome to Chennai. I've already seen some of your social media posts, and it's great to see that you've embraced the Tamil culture. How has your stay in Chennai been so far?
It's been amazing. The people are very friendly. We had a really warm welcome, and it's been really nice so far.
That's very nice of you. That being said, you've been pretty much flawless through the tournament so far. What has helped you as a team stay consistent?
I think we are playing really well at the moment. We have good vibe in the team overall, and I think like the combination of players we have right now just really like fits each other. And yeah, in general, it's just like everything clicks at the moment. I think we can keep it up for this tournament.
Great. That being said, Team Big is being touted as the team to beat in the tournament. Does that add to your confidence, or does that put you under pressure?
No, there's no pressure at all for us. We are really, really confident in our own game, and yeah, pretty sure we're gonna do good here as well.
Great. Let's talk to the other captain. Well, you have fought tooth and nail to be here today. What does it mean to you and your team to be participating in CEGC 2025?
Overall, I think we're a fairly new team. So, you know, we're really trying to come here, and we're playing some really good teams here as well. We're just hoping to do some damage and be able to play our own game. We're fairly confident, and we're just like gonna give it our all, I guess.
All right, you are going up against the explosive Team Big. What's your game plan against them?
I mean, I can't say our game plan exactly, but we're just gonna go out and have fun today.
You're going to go all guns blazing. Thank you so much for chatting with us. How about we have a friendly handshake between the two captains? Good luck to you boys, and good luck to both the teams as well. And with that, I'm going to request the casters to take over.
Thanks once again. Very nice introduction on the stage. And yeah, another interesting matchup coming up here. Big and Nemesis. Now, there is obviously the, I guess, the elephant in the room that we have to get out of the way. First of all here, Pilski, J-Bone, is it J-Bone? That's how I'm going to pronounce it, J-Born, maybe, standing in for Grix. Basically, the TLDR is Grix is not here for Big. That's the biggest conversation point. So there is that. That's a little bit of a, I suppose, question mark over Big, but realistically speaking, as was stated on the stage, Big very much coming into this one as favorites, even though they have had a pretty rough run of form of late in the international circuit.
Yeah, I mean, didn't have too much of a problem qualifying for this event, despite the fact that there was actually some pretty decent teams and some big names participating over in the European qualifier. So this will be the second match of today. Mousquetaires did take out Deep Cross Gaming already 2-0 in our opening game. And now Team Nemesis SEA bringing back a couple of interesting names from years gone by, looking to run it back once more. But I don't know that they necessarily would have thought that they'd be taking on a team of Big's caliber at this point in time. You know, I think they probably would have wanted to work their way through some easier opposition, but unfortunately, here we go, first game down there in Chennai, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I think they've played a couple of qualifiers and such that haven't obviously been recorded on HLTV because it's Asia. So they might have been together for a little bit longer than you can see on that representation. But yeah, there you go, J-Bone in the server today, obviously in place of Grix. Otherwise, you've got the full lineup of Big. There's a wealth of experience on, particularly with the likes of Tabson and JDC in there. So you'd look at that and say they should probably be able to get it over the line. But then again, speaking of experience, touched on this before we went to the break at the end of the first matchup, but Impression, Derek, and Winter are all actually extreme OGs when it comes to Counter-Strike in Asia. Impression probably more than most, but even Derek there from the Philippines has certainly had his run, and Winter was around that Boot Dreamscape lineup in the sort of 2017-2018 kind of era, if I remember correctly. So he's definitely had his little run in there as well. And I believe he's back in Kazakhstan now, but certainly had his time in the sun in Singapore when he was, I think, studying over there. So that's where that connection comes from. Head-to-head stats, the two probably most experienced players in the server, both Tabson and Impression, have been doing it for a very long time, but Tabson certainly at a bit of a higher level than Impression, generally speaking.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at times people have asked for Tabson at his peaks to step away from German teams and potentially make his way into an international mixed team, but he's always stayed true to the German scene and various iterations of Big Clan. And look, he really is a name that is synonymous with German Counter-Strike at this point. Looking at the sub-in for Big, I mean, J-Bone is someone that did play for them over in Knockout Atlanta, where they did take a second to M8. He made it all the way to the final, and look, played them quite close on one of those maps. They're able to overcome Imperial, so they do have their reps with him. They played for him for quite a while. Grix is going to be a little bit of a loss, though, at least looking at the stats from the qualifier for this event in particular. Grix was the highest rated player by a pretty decent margin, so look, maybe they're going to lose a little bit of firepower in that regard, but in an event like this, I don't know if that's necessarily going to trouble Big too much.
Yeah, no, that's kind of my thinking as well, is that I think we probably really only need to see sort of Big at a 75% maybe to win this tournament, maybe even at a 50% to kind of get through this matchup. Maybe I'm underrating Nemesis a little bit. We'll, kind of get to see how that goes when we do get into the server, but for me, just looking at it on paper, I mean, even with the maps that have been picked in here, right, like it's going to be a tough ask, I think, for Nemesis, which is still a bit of a fresher team, and even a team which has like some relatively inexperienced players. Kuma, I know he did play back at Extremesland earlier on in the year, so that's a bit of experience for him, but apart from that, I don't really think that there's a whole lot necessarily for him to ride out. And this Zums guy, I feel like I remember him maybe playing at Extremesland as well. I'm just having a quick look. I think he did. Yeah, no, did he? I don't recall. Yeah, he played at something. I'm having a look quickly, and he's played in a few qualifiers here and there within the Asia region, but yeah, not at Extremesland and not at one of these lands. So it must have been one of the qualifiers that I casted that he was playing in. But either way, the topic at hand here, Freeze. The numbers, nothing too outrageous, too impressive necessarily, but again, that's you consider that that's playing primarily against European competition. It's going to go a long way, certainly a little bit of a further way than the match that they're going to play today, I'd suggest.
Yeah, it looks like Zums has been kicking around on various different Filipino organizations and rosters, and played in that mixed team with Waste of Ammo that did that was on it, and he's kind of looked like one of the better players statistically in the couple of series that I'm looking at. So that's good news for Winter. I mean, he's been around for quite a while. He's kind of pivoting between whether he's playing on like a Kazakhstani team or whether he's playing on like a Southeast Asian team. Right now, obviously, playing here for Nemesis Asia, a bit of a reboot, maybe, I guess you could call it, in some ways, joining back up with Impression, and then just kind of putting together whatever talent that they can. I think, look, the main player, honestly, on this roster that excites me is usually Derek, although I haven't seen him playing in quite a while, but he was definitely the standout coming through from the Filipino scene towards the end of I guess, the pre-Valorant era, you could call it. So, look, I want to see what he's going to be putting together against a team of Big's caliber.
Yeah, and here's what I was alluding to a little bit earlier on. Nuke, Overpass as the first two maps. Now, those are typically considered some of the maps that you really need to be a little bit more coordinated as a team on. So I imagine that lends itself towards a good-looking outfit from Big. I recognize that, Big's track record on Nuke is actually not all that stellar, but, again, this is every single match that they've played recently on that map has been against European competition. So we'll sort of see whether or not Nemesis can cut the mustard on their map pick of Nuke. It'll be quite interesting to see. And on the topic of the sort of the players to watch or the players that sort of excite you, I actually remember watching Impression back at Extremes Land, which was again back in January. Probably would be the last LAN or maybe one of the last LANs that he competed in. And he actually did kind of okay in the match that I got to watch against God's Reign, which again I understand is a completely different kettle of fish than what it comes to playing against Big. But I think he'll be someone that we'll probably keep an eye on here, just because he's again one of the more experienced heads here, and is going to have to probably deliver a little bit of firepower as well.
I mean, the thing is, like, none of these guys have been playing for ages, but none of these guys are over 30. Impression's the oldest at 29. Like, these are guys that I can see why they would maybe want to give it another crack and maybe play some more games and see how it goes. Like, Winter's 27. Although some of these guys have been playing for a number of years now, and Impression for ages at this point. I'm very surprised that, given his track record and how long he's been around, that he's not pushing into his 30s at this point. So I think that's extremely promising. Must have got a lot of that experience when he was very young in his career. And as such, like, look, age-wise, not going to trouble himself too much. And I just want to see what Nemesis SCA do have to bring together here. I mean, I'm not surprised that they are going towards some of the more tactical maps in the Impression iterations of Boot and, various different iterations of Dreamscape. They're a team that, although they might come from Asia, like a lot of the SG-MY mixes that did come before them, they do actually like to play on the more tactical side, and that kind of is the history of this particular core that Impression's been part of in the past. And I'd imagine that's going to bleed through into the identity of this team. They have never been really the puggier of the teams in Asia. You'd usually have the Thai teams and the Chinese teams that would be a bit more aim-based, a little bit less strat-heavy, and the various different iterations of Dreamscape have always been the teams that played with more structure.
Yeah, at the end of the day, though, like, you come into the server and you get your head banged off by a couple of these more experienced German players. Does it really matter necessarily what strategies you're going to be bringing to the table? That's something that we're going to wait and see whether or not it will eventuate. I think even the last series that we got to watch, Deep Cross Gaming actually did positively impress me up against Mousquetaires with their ability to at least kind of go toe-to-toe on a firepower level in a lot of instances. So I'm hoping that that's going to be, again, the case here for Nemesis. I feel like the Nemesis guys are maybe a little bit more of a known quantity to us. So again, it's really hard to say, I guess, until we get into the server. At this point, obviously, not really much more to really say about this matchup. Like, it's another one of those where there's only so much analysis you can do for a team that basically has never played a game up against a team that is a very, very, very well established roster. So I'm hoping that we'll get underway with the match fairly shortly, so that we don't have to keep yapping about essentially nothing. But I mean, even having a look at like some of the more recent matches for Big, they're beating some okay teams. Like, they've taken a series against Imperial, taking maps off of Fnatic. These are not awful teams at all. Passion UA they're taking a map off of as well. So it's not as if these are unknown teams necessarily. Whereas when you look at Nemesis SEA, who's the best team they've probably played? They play in a scrim against, I don't know, they might even be lucky if they're getting a scrim against a Chinese team, for example. And it certainly wouldn't be the likes of Tyloo, Linvision, probably, or even Rare Atom. So you'd be talking like a tier 2 Chinese team might be the best case scenario for a team like Nemesis SEA, I'd imagine, or a tier 2 Mongolian team potentially, which is, far cry from the names that Big gets to test themselves on.
Well, let's see what Nemesis do come up with. I've got, some hopes. I'm not expecting them to win this matchup by any stretch of the imagination, and they are the heavy favorites coming first out of the European qualifier. even won their head-to-head pretty cleanly against Mousquetaires over there. So really, I just want anything from Team Nemesis. Want to show some flair and see if they can take some rounds here against one of the European big dogs.
Yeah, I agree. They're going to get the Nemesis guys on the T side here, and they've got a little bit of util to play with, so do have to kind of wonder what that is going to look like. Kuma tossing a smoke over the top for Heaven. You would imagine that that is going to indicate that this will be an A take, but Nemesis are actually going to start to try to work their way into the ramp room, and Tabson kills 3 of them like it's nothing. He's just absolutely deleted them. So I don't know if that's going to be any kind of analogy or metaphor maybe for how the rest of this series is going to go, but Tabson is already on a 4K, and he's actually kind of looking for the ace here as well. They will have heard where Winter is. He wants to get the pistol round ace. Tabson not quite going to get it. Winter will shut down that dream, but a super simple pistol round for Big.
Look pretty cut and dry, and Tabson is a cut above a lot of the players at this tournament in terms of talent, in terms of experience. Even if he has already gone through many years in his career, you can tell he's still got it. That playmaking potential that made everyone turn their heads a little bit in the past. You even seen him pick up secondary orbs and things like that in the past. So a fantastic player to watch, and that is his talent on full display in a tournament like this. I dare say anybody that's keeping an eye on Big in this tournament and looking forward to playing them are going to have their work cut out for them.
That is for sure. Tabson here over at Ramp Room looks like he might actually get tested again. It's a pistol armor buy from Nemesis, so they really do want to have a crack at this round, and they're on their way, but Tabson's not interested in taking the fight this time. He's just going to pop a couple of flashes behind him, leave that to J-Bone, who gets the opening kill. And yeah, I mean, so far, just the 1 kill in this matchup thus far for Team Nemesis. Freeze might be in danger of running out of bullets, but they've mistimed the peek through the smoke. Okay, Zums gets himself 1 before falling, but fairly ineffective pistol force buy.
Didn't really do too much damage. That's the anti-eco for Big. They're looking good. They're feeling confident. There really is no reason why they shouldn't just dominate in this matchup. It's really up to Team Nemesis to show us, you know, what, why they're, you know, playing Counter-Strike at this point. I know that sounds like a harsh statement to make, but, you know, some of these guys have already kind of been there, done that in the Asian scene. And these are the kind of opportunities that, especially nowadays, are not going to be coming too often for a team like this. So, look, I think get to kind of see if they're going to get a reality check or if there is something interesting for Team Nemesis. Right now, I mean, this round is just a death match. It's just German players running it down on outside. Someone ran through lobby, and Team Nemesis got deleted.
Yep. Potentially going to get a little bit more of that as we go on as well. But gun round coming out here for Nemesis, and, you know, last series, the gun rounds definitely changed things up a little bit. So let's have a look and see if this one is going to get any different, or if Nemesis are going to continue to get crushed. A lot of smokes out early on in the piece, so they're well drilled on the outer smoke wall at least, and Zums has actually found the opening kill in this round, so all of a sudden maybe something to be said for this one for Nemesis. JDC, well, he'll get the opener. That grenade maybe causing a bit of a distraction, can't get back out to safety. Process tested, and the smoke wall will keep him safe for now.
A lot of aggression from Big early on. A good couple of trades back from Team Nemesis. Need to punish this aggression. Keep Big honest in a matchup like this, or they will continue to disrespect. Monitor credit card going to be extinguished by Process, trying to keep Team Nemesis interested for now, but now you start to see some movements back down into secret for Derek. Kuma and Winter joining up forces in lobby, trying to simplify this round, but with 55 seconds, the T's will need to find the right passage of play to be able to convert it. All of these CTs kind of in one and done positions. Definitely tradable. Definitely room for Team Nemesis to isolate a couple more kills and find some success early on this T side.
Yeah, Freeze versus Derek might be that opening. Derek's got the AK, Freeze with just an MP9, so it could be a winnable duel for him. It's just, it'll be difficult to actually isolate this fight. That glass is not broken, the door is not open, so he's going to have to make noise if he wants to bust his way in, but he'll be very well aware of Freeze's position here, and that Molotov is going to disrupt. So Freeze actually really in an awkward spot here, especially with Tabson now having gone down, but the bomb's been dropped. Winter wanted to go back up the ladder, and that could have been the mid-round call that could have won the round for Nemesis, but in the end, the bomb dropped on the B bomb site. The commitment had to come through, and Nemesis unable to get that one done.
And these are exactly the kind of rounds when you get Asian teams, APAC teams versus international competitions. How many almosts are there going to be? How many, look, that was a good round, we got into an XVX, but we didn't win it. Any of those kind of situations are you going to suffer? That's already a big one for Team Nemesis. That was a good chance for them to start to get into the game. Got a good couple of trades. They had a good position overall. You freeze frame that round and a better team might have won it.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they've let it slip through their fingers. They've got to get back on the horse now.
That they do. See what's in the strat book for Nemesis. Once again, that same outer wall of smokes. Impression's got himself on top of Annex. And he's going to smoke Annex off, actually, as well. So this looks like it might be a bit of an outers wrap from some of those Nemesis players. JDC, meanwhile, though, is disrupting that. And so Plan A is very soon going to have to become Plan B here for Nemesis.
With one flash to play with, man, disadvantage. I struggle to see how other it will go well than some kills will have to go the way of the T's. Tabson lying in wait. Freeze trying to set up multiple players. Molly to keep the ramp players back. Flash on outside gets JDC. Another off angle from Tabson. Goes unchecked. Ooh. That's nice coverage from Zums over on that elbow position. And he's got himself another. Hold on. This guy might be cracked.
Yeah, the Zums guy is actually cleaning up at the moment. Very important couple of kills. And it has drawn that rotate all the way down to B for Big. J-Bone wondering whether or not that's actually necessary as he starts to go back in the direction of the A site. Going to leave Process here solo. Now, time going to become a bit of a factor here for Nemesis if they lose a player quickly. Zums with that bomb. Oh, he gets himself another duel. Awkward as that glass breaks. Process couldn't see anything. And that's a bomb plant for Nemesis, and it's all off the back of Zums finding a triple. A huge triple in this round. J-Bone has got that USP, knows that both of these players are relatively low, but he's going to have to work quickly. Smoke's gone in. I think he might have actually smoked... yeah, he hasn't smoked the bomb off, so he's going to have to find a kill onto Zums. That is for sure. He'll hit the defuse there. And does get the shot in onto Winter, but Zums comes up with an absolutely insane round. 4 kills in it. Every single one of them impact. And it gives Team Nemesis their first round.
I know that you've got a massive smile on your face. I certainly do. As lovers of Asian Counter-Strike, Jordan. Even just that round, it's like a small glimmer of hope. It's like, oh, we did something. That was a huge one from him. Not a toe out of position. Bit of a messy 1v1 to be cleaning up, but hell of a multi-frag there.
Yeah, huge. Whoa. 2 times the protein right there. We've got a tech pause on the stage here, maybe? I'm not sure. Could be a tack timeout, but yeah, Zums, if he can get himself comfy there, then maybe there's a world where he's someone that we'll keep a bit of an eye on. And I believe, by the way, that this Nemesis roster has qualified to Extreme Zone 2025 as well. Let me quickly check that. Yeah, they have. So they won the Singapore qualifier over there as well. And they will be attending with that roster in about, about a month or month and a half. So this will be a good warm-up for them, I suppose. Get to sort of test yourself against, I think, even probably better competition than what you'd be facing at Extremes Land in a team like Big. So if we can sort of see this from Zums in a match like this, then who knows what he can do when he gets to play against the Asian competition. So already reasonably intrigued by what we're getting here from Nemesis.
This would be a big round for them to win, though. Lying in wait. Over on radio room, Nemesis stacked up inside of lobby for now. Pressure out the door. See Zums pick up the AWP early on this T side, wanting to continue to have impact. Utility pressure in towards uppers to try to pull rotations away from ramp room, but they're just running into Tabson now.
Tabson is very patient, and his patience is going to be rewarded as Derek does go down. And again, that's a spanner in the works here for Nemesis. They're going to try and walk their way outdoor by the looks of things, but this high-low setup from Freeze and Process, well, should be more than enough to deal with it. That's a really nice double kill from Process. He's helped out by JDC, who's on the wrap in behind, and so Big makes short work of that round. It seems like we'll go back to what we were expecting and what we were seeing earlier on, because, well, one good round from Nemesis is nice, but if they can't follow it up, then this is still going to be a pretty quick affair.
Push on outside from JDC is some disrespect nice and early on. Just testing the limits of the T-side default here from Team Nemesis. That flank in a round like that is already going to condition them to be concerned about similar aggression in the future. Quick vent drop. Straight on down is Impression. Tech 9 in hand, making a lot of noise on lowers. Tabson's lost his head inside of radio, and with Impression already finding control of lowers, you could actually have some look into this round from Team Nemesis if they can get comfortable in that lower site.
Looks like they've been quick enough. JDC's going to start to work his way down. Oh, Tech 9 Impression gets himself 2. No way. All right, surely not going to work out here for J-Bone. How did he get 2? I don't even know. The no-scope, double no-scope from him. It's not going to be enough to save the round. That's a wild one.
You were saying Impression's the one to watch. A big 3K from him. He's not washed yet. He's still got more to give, apparently. I wasn't expecting it, but you're starting to make me a believer as well. Good opener from Winter, punishing that radio room aggression, and wow, this is going to put a pretty big dent in the Germans' economy. Freeze doing his best to hold on to the stock inside of the warehouse. He's going to be allowed to do so. Team Nemesis come away from a round where they didn't bring much into it with an AWP, an AK, and a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, that's a start. Money getting a little lower here for Big. $1,900 loss bonus. This could be a big swing round coming up for Nemesis. It's been pretty tough going thus far, but if they can put this round together, then all of a sudden they're actually in the half and, well, maybe not quite in control of the half, but definitely dictating in the immediate future. So an important one for Big to ensure that they don't let slip. Tabson going to have a little bit of a look. This time not going quite as aggressive as he did in the last.
J-Bone looking for a pick on outside to have the float across into Secret from JDC as well. Bit more of a reserved approach from the under silo setup that they had before from Big. On the outside disruption. Team Nemesis not giving them anything just yet. JDC, nade finds its mark. Nice chip damage onto Nemesis as they commit the wall of smokes across outside and try to make it into Secret.
Tabson gets himself 1, which is going to keep the numbers equal here, but Ramp Room has been given up by Big, which gives an avenue of attack down into B for Nemesis if they want it. I imagine that they're going to take it. They've mollied off that rotation in from ladder base. Thing is, Big have already pre-rotated a couple of players down toward B, and they're very much expecting this move from Nemesis, so it's not going to be an easy entrance for them.
JDC will be pushed forward by the Molotov, looking to continue to contest. Chipped away out by the HE, but he dodges the majority of the damage. Plant is nice and open. Molly will flush Kumra away, but it'll go down regardless.
4v4 on the retake. This will be where Big does get tested. JDC down already. Big are going to have to seriously consider whether they want to go for this or not. If they take this retake, but lose all of their guns, that is going to make life difficult to buy next round. And it seems like Big just are opting to try to save here. Maybe see if they can take a gun or two from Nemesis Asia on the way out. Well, this is, yeah, this is a little bit greedy from Process. We'll see if he gets away with it. Kumar solo, though, should be an easy cleanup. Tabson's also picked up Winter, and he will try to take this duel against Impression, which goes his way as well. So, mean, Nemesis, they get around, but it's a very expensive one, and Big do hold on to 3 guns, so that shores up their economy a little bit.
Yeah, taking a whole nother buy away from Team Nemesis. We'll concede the round, but as you mentioned, Team Nemesis, you can see the effects of that on the economy. Still able to buy up into this one, though. No AWP on Zums. Big also starting to run out of cash. Looks like round 9 could be a swing round for both sides. And if Team Nemesis wins it, they're going to be keeping things very competitive with Big.
So, pushing his way out through the smoke, helped out by a flash, gets a double kill on the entry. Nemesis are starting to come online. Big were dictating at the start of this map, but all of a sudden that momentum has shifted, and Big are really letting these rounds slip now.
I cannot believe what I'm watching. Like, I've just got the biggest grin on my face. This is going to be biased casting at its finest. Although I know that, you know, Big has probably got like 2 or 3 German streams going with a couple, you know, couple thousand people watching. So they've already got enough supporters in this matchup. I think me and you, Jordan, are very much pulling for Team Nemesis because it's easy to root for a team you would have no expectations of. J-Bone once again going to make that one a little bit more expensive, but Team Nemesis just hit such a crisp timing into uppers there. Nice entries from Winter.
Yeah. We'd love to see it. Cameraman locked in on Winter as well. Wants to get a shot of him doing the dirty work.
See if Team Nemesis have more to give. That's a round that puts a lot of pressure on Big's economy. Swing round 1 by Team Nemesis, but this next round with a saved AWP and an AK, a couple of 5.7s is not one you can take for granted.
Impression opens the account. Again, another good assisting flash from Zums. Bigger, maybe starting to feel the heat a little bit here on Nuke. You got Freeze trying to work his way towards Secret. Process there as well. They're going to try something here, Big. They know that they need to retake something. They need to find a pick. They need to take some map control somewhere.
Yeah, but Team Nemesis is just playing hands off right now. Unless they commit into Secret, they're probably not going to have too many issues here. Smoke goes to Annex as well as Windows. Derek's posted up in Secret, just waiting for aggression. Zums punishing Process as well. This is a great anti-eco from the Southeast Asian side.
Yeah, what can Tabson do about it? Absolutely nothing, I imagine. He's got himself that 5.7 to work with, so... now an AWP. And the thing is, you've got no idea where these guys are coming from, but... oh, if that kill would have come through, I do have to wonder. That was the bomb carrier. Was there something on there? Doesn't happen. And all of a sudden, Big not having quite as much fun. You know, they were sort of playing with the crowd a little bit earlier. But now it's kind of time to lock in. This half is getting away from them.
I'm sure that they have a second and a third gear that they haven't even really hit yet. Team Nemesis, I mean, that was my minimum hope in this game, is that they would push Big enough to force some respect, and I think already you're starting to see that happen. Door swung open by Impression. Winter was holding for the peak in response. This is just going fantastic. Derek's getting active on outside as well. May even beat Tabson to the punch down in towards Secret, but won't be able to do so if he gets picked on the cross by J-Bone.
Yeah, 1 for 1. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world for Nemesis. Opens up the defense a little bit, and there's definitely been some holes in it from Big. So that is something that they'll look to exploit. And it seems like Nemesis do prefer to play this kind of slower style in the mid-round. Slow things down.
It's what I expected of them when you've got players like Winter and Impression. Like, this is how they like to play Counter-Strike. They've never been a run-it-down kind of players, despite the fact that they might play it in a run-it-down region. It's funny how, you know, this is Impression's style. He's kind of cut from the same cloth as what ended up being Paper Rex, who pretty much played the exact opposite.
Impression gets himself another. There's Freeze going down. A-side starting to look weak. If JDC falls, could be problems. Tabson, meanwhile, actually causing real problems for Nemesis. The insend might deny the bomb pickup. Looks like Zums has managed to grab it, though, and he's well and truly out of there. So A-side is now well and truly in the focus. 22 seconds. JDC just cottons onto the fact that Kuma is poking his head out of hut. Gets an important kill, and all of a sudden this round starting to slip away. Spam through is not quite going to connect onto Impression. They need to get this bomb plant down. J-Bone's flying through the air. But that's the round over and done with. Bomb not planted. Zums can't win it. And so Big will take themselves a 6th with an option for a 7th just to regain control of this half.
Yeah, they're not looking like they're under too much press just yet. Just still very calm, still very composed. Good recovery from them in the mid-round. It was another great start to the round, courtesy of Winter. He's had a great time opening up this game from that door position. He's had a couple of entries already.
Well, tactical pause for Nemesis. They really want to have a think about this last round. They imagine it's going to be an important one. I mean, a 6-6 on the T side of Nuke will not be a bad shout. Looks like Tabson's pretty happy again, so happy after that win. What's going on here? Oh, good. Buy comes back through for Nemesis. Freeze actually has to go down to an MP9. There's obviously still those money problems a little bit there for Big, but they've got enough to work with for now.
Movement towards outside. A little bit more pace to it this time. Derek, he's had a rough opening to this game, and his blows continue. HE blowing the smoke wide open. And Derek with a massive hole in his head will the numbers deficit, which does favor Big. J-Bone blows open the smoke, sees one more player crossing into Secret. Big should know exactly what's happening, and they're starting to converge on Winter in lobby.
Yeah, he's happy to sort of just tuck himself in for the moment, but eventually recognizes he's going to have to retake a bit of lobby control. Now Freeze is waiting for him on a bit of an off angle. That'll be a real problem for Winter. The rest of the forces of Big already having pre-rotated down to B is also concerning for Nemesis. They aren't aware of it, but they spot Process out. He goes down early on in the piece. Nice opener from Impression. Winter's actually been able to swindle his way into ramp room as well. 1-for-1 for Tabson. Freeze has got no idea by the looks of things that Winter is there, so he'll go down for free. JDC gets that trade. It's all on J-Bone here to try to lock it down. He gets that burst onto Impression. Standing out in no man's land, though, goes down to Kuma, and JDC will have to clutch this one out for Big. Bomb plant, obviously important for Kuma to think about here with 25 seconds left on the clock. He's going to duck back to the silo and put that on the floor. And JDC giving him that respect, but now knows that he has to go for that retake. Through Megaton, and the headshot connected by Kuma. 6-6 for Nemesis at the half. Rightio, welcome back on in. Thank you very much for your patience. There was a little bit of a issue on the stage there, obviously, as you can tell, but all sorted as we are ready to get back underway with the second half. Big onto the T side now, and look, if their CT side was anything to go by, actually maybe this might be a map for Nemesis.
Don't want to count our chickens before they hatch, though. Team Nemesis, some good stuff in the first half, but now they have to hold all their positions individually. Two of the heavy hitters, though. First contact on outside. Zums loses his head to JDC, who's given a P250 and armor. Seems like Team Nemesis just going to have to respect the fact that Big are making it across the secret.
Yeah, JDC hoping that he was going to get a peek there, but not going to happen. The smoking from Impression will definitely slow Big down. Deter them from their journey toward the B-bomb site. It's JDC's job to go having a little bit of a look on outer. He'll take this fight against Kuma and be very happy about it. There's actually fights happening all over the map that are pretty favorable for Big. So bomb plan's going to go down. Looks like T-side pistol is going to go the way of Big, following suit with their CT pistol win as well.
See what Winter and Impression can really dig up at this point in the round. It's well and truly in the dirt. Impression loses his head. Not too much for him. Winter, an opportunity at an exit or two. He's starting to slowly get surrounded. Delivers a nice couple of shots on the USP. Picks up the P250. Can hear one more player sending it at him. Tabson stomping around in the round.
Whoa. He's jumped at him.
Why not? Why not? Give it a go.
I can think of a lot of reasons why not, but anyway.
I mean, one of those players got the kill, Jordan, so...
Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong.
So,
I'm just saying, if Controls is on the other side of that fight, you don't get away with it.
Controls?
Okay.
Yeah, well, look, Controls wouldn't be playing at an Asian event, that's for sure. He's far too good for that, you know? He's over at IEM Chengdu with the big dogs.
An immediate tack timeout here from Nemesis, so really feeling the pain of that pistol round going against them, probably having a bit of a chat about whether or not they want to force buy into this round on the CT side. Could potentially sack their economy for another round if they do, but they have opted to go for it.
I like it. Back yourself. I mean, that pistol didn't go particularly well. Did kind of get picked apart a little bit, but it's not like Nemesis have not been competitive. My biggest concern, really, and it's, you know, kind of a one-head analysis, is just the fact that, you know, on the CT side, particularly on Nuke, you've got certain positions that you need to hold, and there's a couple of people that are really struggling in the server right now. I was expecting big things from Derek. I mean, you know, pre-Valorant era, this man was one of the better players in Asia, it was looking like, particularly non-Chinese players. But at least in this map, he's choking a little bit like me. God.
Yeah, he's struggling. What's happened there, mate? Bit too spicy.
No, I've choked on my own saliva.
Oh, all right.
I finished
happens
eating
to the best
quite a
of us.
while ago. I mean, does it happen to the best of us? I feel like, you know, it's a bit of an indictment on, you know, my general ability to exist. Just do the bare minimum, but you know, that's a story for another time. We'll go back into a tech pause. A couple more things to iron out. Just first day things, but outside of that, it's been reasonably smooth so far here in Chennai. Everything, you know, for the most part, going the way that it's supposed to be going.
Yeah. Wonder what the issue is here on the stage. Obviously, J-Bone disconnecting. Also, I do wonder, I don't know this at all. Is J-Bone, does he speak German? Because he's listed as being Danish.
He's played
but
for
he's
a couple of
the
games
big
for
academy.
them. Like he might be able to, for sure. Isn't there some crossover in those languages as well, though?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Really?
No, not really. I mean, maybe for like a native speaker, but obviously I speak a bit of German. But I don't think I've spoken to like Danish people. I've heard Danish people speaking Danish, and I have never had any idea what they're saying. Whereas like with like Dutch or like maybe even like Austrian, you can kind of like sort of hear some words where you're like, oh, that kind of maybe makes sense, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just making it up, to be honest. But I don't think I would imagine that there'd be much of a crossover between Danish and German.
I mean, they've taken him over to Atlanta. If he had a tough time understanding his team, I don't think that they'd be keeping him on, you know? Like he's
well, that's what I wonder is like, are they actually coming in German, or for this event are they coming in English? Because like probably 9 out of 10, or even maybe more than 9 out of 10 German nationals will speak very good English, as you saw on the stage when Freeze did the interview. Like most Germans, especially of this generation, speak great English. Actually,
yeah, for sure.
So I wonder if they're just like coming in English this game, like this event. It's
Maybe.
possible.
I mean, they had Grix before. I mean, I don't think he's German
True,
nationality.
that's true. That's another point.
Either.
Yeah, maybe they're just an English team now. I haven't even thought about that.
I mean, they have been. They've kind of floated between comping in German and comping in English for many different iterations of Big for however many years we've been casting them, which I don't even know at this point. Probably pushing a decade. Well, not quite a decade actually. Like more than 5 years though, for sure.
Yeah, probably 6, 7, 8 years maybe.
Yeah, between 6 and 8 for sure. So you know they've had their different looks over the little while, and look, this current iteration, at least online, Tier 2, 3 Europe having some issues, which look, in the past, I think Big would be a team you wouldn't expect to have issues online, reputation-wise usually. But over in Atlanta, did do pretty well for themselves. I mean, they've lost to the hometown heroes of M80 there and barely missed out on an opportunity to go to Pro League, which I'm sure they'll be kicking themselves for, but that's not a bad result at all. So I think, look, this will just be a nice event for them to try to pick up towards the end of the year, get themselves some nice prize money, get themselves some VRS points, and, you know, come into next year a little bit stronger. But the double-edged sword of coming to an event like this is if you have some problems at it, even if you win it, if you get pushed a little bit too much, then people will definitely take a good hard look at you and wonder if you're some serious opposition at this point. Like the expectation for Big at this event is to smash everyone at it.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, already kind of getting pressed a little bit by Nemesis, so...
I just love that, though. Let's go, the boys. I mean, it's only one half Counter-Strike. They could very much get, like, 13-7, 13-2 here, and I definitely have a very different opinion of this series, but at least right now, I'm quite happy.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how this second half ends up going once we get back underway. Might be singing a bit of a different tune, but it is nice to kind of see some of the old guard back here for Nemesis and having a bit of a crack.
That's right.
Well, it looks like this tech pause might take a little while to sort of get sorted, so might just have a little chill for a bit, and we'll be back with you when the game's underway. see for how long. Hopefully longer than the last one. But seems like we're ready to get back underway. Just to update you guys, if you're just joining us or forgot, Big did win the pistol round in the second half here. So they'll be coming into this round with substantial weaponry advantage after Nemesis have decided to force buy.
So Nemesis can come up with, have kept this game pretty competitive thus far. Wall of smoke across outside will be invested here by Big. Tabson having a little bit of a look in towards ramp quite aggressively. And because of how much information he's been able to find out here, I think JDC is basically just going to turn into an aggressive lurk while the rest of Big slip their way through ramps. JDC could be isolated here. There's a lot of CTs in this part of the map that are looking for him.
It's a lot of map control already very early on in the round for Big. So they will be very happy with this. You can just sort of walk their way down to B. The crunch going into secret. JDC seems to be quite well aware that there's another player there, but Winter actually does get the better of him, and that'll be an AK claim. He will not be expecting Freeze this far forward, though. And so the AK goes right back over to Big.
Nemesis most likely just looking to get some exits here. Aggression able to take that AK away from Freeze, kind of hanging around a little bit, but yeah, gonna hand that off to Zums. Kumar be able to trade J-Bone there after Zums does go down. So Impression under pressure now. Would have loved to just walk away and pick up the AK if he was allowed to, but Big will close that round regardless. Kumar able to walk away with at least a Galil and some armor, but that's about where the good news ends for Team Nemesis. Keeping it expensive for Big, but never truly competitive in that round.
Yeah, definitely an expensive round, but I guess at the end of the day, they're not a big issue really for Big if they get the round win, plus the bomb plan as well. They've got all the cash that they need to reinvest back into this round, and this is the one where they want to get it kind of signed, sealed, and delivered without too much of an issue. Now, Kuma may be able to cause a bit of a ruckus.
Yeah, for sure. Hero Galil could do a little bit of damage. Couple of upgraded pistols and some armor to boot as well. Something that Big can take for granted here. You have the close smoke from the CT side, making Big concerned that there could be somebody pushed up nice and close. Wall of smoke goes across outside. Here's the totem pole boost here for Kuma. Jumping up, but Big, you could tell that they were ready for that.
Yeah, there was like multiple players looking in his direction. Not what you want to see when you pop your head up. Pretty much instantly know that you're a dead man before the shot even comes through. Directo with that Deagle, really hoping to improve upon his first half scoreline. It's not going to be given any favors there by Freeze. Now down to 2 and 13, so having a bit of a rough one here on Nuke.
Yeah. If anything, he needs to direct some shots at the enemy, would be my guess. JDC inside a warehouse. To continue to apply some more pressure. Nice shot from Winter. He's been pretty consistently delivering thus far in this game. Zums, another standout. Another shot landed. 5-7 and the bomb at his feet. AK in hand. You thought there was something to that, but caught in the side by Tabson. 9 up for Big.
Yeah. Yeah, look, I think a few little moments of disrespect here coming through from Big. You know, a few things where they're maybe just throwing caution to the wind a little bit, but doesn't necessarily seem to be hurting them too much at the moment. See how that changes up, or if that changes up, now that we're getting into the gun rounds. This is where Nemesis really have to prove to us exactly why they've picked into this map, right? You need to have a good, strong CT side on Nuke, and this is the time to show it. You're down 9 and 6. Fast play from Big into the A bomb site, hoping to beat them with pace. The flash is looking good. Freeze, a double assist for Tabson and a triple entry for the aforementioned. Will pretty much put a stop to that round, and I unfortunately think that if that's how that round is going to go straight off the bat, then Nemesis are not going to be winning this map.
Yeah, the utility coverage is perfection for Big. An organization that is synonymous with some impressive tactical play in the past, and that is a perfect example of it. Straight into the first gun round, waltzing into a site where nobody can see. And Nemesis forced to save pretty much right off the bat. 20 and 9 for Tabson. Really being set up to just take this game over.
try and hold on to his M4 here. And that's not going to happen, but Impression will at least get away with his.
Some small good news for Nemesis, but look, I think going forward, just going to be a light armor purchase around the M4 if I was to guess. The tactical pause from Nemesis. See what they come up with. I mean, they haven't really had much of a chance to play just yet in terms of actually putting gun rounds together, so if anything, I think this has got to be like one of those tac pauses where they just kind of try to wake themselves up a little bit. Because, I mean, tactically, yeah, you can't be getting rolled by the upper spot, because if that's an issue, then especially with this little room for error on their T side, they're going to end up losing this game anyway, right? But I think overall, when you're looking at, you know, pistols and armor and a single rifle, you come up with something cute to see if you can steal yourself around and hope that you can start to recover the gun rounds once Big go up 11-6.
Yep. Wishful thinking at this stage, it kind of feels like, but see if Nemesis can find a way to recover it. Impression going to try and get aggressive on Outer. It seems as though Big have a bit of a read on his position, though. And J-Bone makes no mistake with that AWP shot. Takes the M4 out of the hands of Nemesis. It will be irretrievable as well, as Big are starting to take control of Outer. Kuma, in with a chance, but a tough one to hold on to, as Tabson seems to be hitting everything on this T side. In fact, was doing much the same on CT side. He's up to 22 and 9. This grenade is a good one from Winter, but it won't result in a kill. And 11 on the board, like you expected, Pilski there for Big. It is now do or die for Nemesis on map 1.
Yeah, and Big, similarly to that last gun round, just kind of rolling over them, running around, asserting their will on this game in that particular round as well. So we'll see what Nemesis has come up with in their timeout. I mean, those taking a timeout into the, you know, half buy is going to be somewhat of an adjustment for your next gun round as well. Does seem like early on you're going to get a duel towards ramp room. The pace never slows down for Big, Jordan.
Seems that way. Winter's already back down into the B-bomb site. Minute and a half left on the clock. Big are really not giving Nemesis any respite at all. The util getting layered on in. Will be forcing out a bit of counter util from Nemesis. No connections thus far. Flash on in. Sum's missing that shot. That'll allow Big passage into B if they want it. They continue to slow it down, though.
Yeah, but they're all stacked up inside of the ramp room. Like, this can be quite an awkward situation that Nemesis can definitely take advantage of, but there's a couple of key players that need to step up here.
Yeah, Kuma being one of them at the top of the ladder. Needs to keep an eye on that. Rotate through ladder base, and he has actually locked in on Tabson, so that'll be Big suffering their second loss. JDC up the ladder. Somehow he's getting 2. That should never be happening, and that is the A site that is going to go back into the control of Big. It looked like it was a good start to the round for Nemesis, but immediately it will start to falter. Process out through to Annex as well, so a lot of control, a lot of territory taken here by Big. This is looking like a fantastic post plant, and I don't even know if Nemesis should really go for this retake in the 3-on-3. They don't have any real util. They've got one smoke, one defuse kit, and they've got no idea where any of these Ts are. It's a fantastic post plan set up here for Big. I just can't see Nemesis getting in at all. Looks like they've decided to call the cancel, but it's too little too late. They're only going to get away with one gun. The AWP in the hand of Zums. That's another round for Big. It was a 5-on-3, but Nemesis cannot convert.
It's rough, but unfortunately, a couple of these rounds rolled over a little bit by Big, by some aggression on the T side, and in that round in particular, just a failure to capitalize. I feel like in, you know, a top tier game, you see one team just 5-man in ramp room trying to make their way through ladder base. It's a pretty low percentage play. Like, it's a play really where you should be getting picked apart by some good CT positioning and some adaptations, you know, but I don't think Nemesis is really able to punish them heavily enough for that. And JDC is really the player that kind of flies up the ladder and punishes a few mistakes, right?
Yep. Another attack timeout for Nemesis. This will be the last one that they get. But I'd imagine that's more because the map's going to be over rather than because they're going to run out of attack pauses. Although I think they will have run out of attack pauses. This is their third.
See what they come up with, but I struggle to see how they're going to put 6 on the trot on their CT side here. Derek is really struggling in this game. With big hopes to see him, having casted him in the past and seen some pretty good performances from him. Kuma not quite up to scratch either. I think Winter Impression and Zubs have all had their moments. The structure looks pretty decent here, but you've got to go toe-to-toe with a team of this caliber, and that is a big one. The lowest impact player in the server taking out the player that's dominating. It's a good way to start to swing this game back in your favor.
Not over yet, though. Seen Big come back from worse. JDC's got that warehouse control, so he could be a real problem, but Winter has moved into a position to try to keep JDC honest. Timing on this push is going to be a big one for JDC. Winter not watching, not spotting the angle just yet. JDC going to get past him. And if he checks it, oh, Winter could be a dead man right here. JDC has been heard, and so Winter will claim that prize. Now he is the man in the spotlight. Drops himself a smoke just to try to work around. Process will cut off any possibility of escape. But he's actually trying to dislodge him himself, so it's not an easy job here for Big. They have to win multiple individual aim duels, all in the space of probably the next 10 seconds or so to make this round possible.
Yeah, Bomb's still on outside. Only now starting to breach in towards Annex. The jiggle from Winter.
Whoa.
What a shot from Process to put him down. Flying up the ladder now. Hold on. Big have made
There it
such
is.
huge inroads into uppers. They should never be getting away with this.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was talking about. You know, they just needed to win a few aim duels, and that's exactly what they did. Now, it's been brought back to 2-on-2, but Process is in a great post-plant position. He will be mollied off and forced into the fight. Zums hitting the shot with the AWP, but Impression gets rid of Freeze, and okay, it's not done yet. Nemesis will get themselves a defuse, but they are looking super shaky on this CT side.
For sure. That is again, like, I feel like Big in some very low percentage positions, in the kind of positions that, look, you take the names off the teams and freeze frame this, put it in front of the average Counter-Strike enthusiast size and say who's going to win this round. Should never be Big, but they're continually being competitive in some pretty cooked positions, which is exactly what gives you the feeling that Nemesis are a little shakier than they might need to be, because they are really struggling to put away some of these pretty straightforward rounds.
Run it back. Big have got plenty of money, so they're going to continue to put that pressure in onto Nemesis. There's the wall of smokes being developed. JDC wise to the possibility of a grenade coming through there.
Yeah, he's done well there, but Big very much look like they are looking for this uppers timing.
That's a 1-for-1. Sums continues to have an impact with that AWP.
It's interesting. I thought Big would speed up off the Annex contact. Speaking of contact, Nemesis straight into Squeaky. Looks like they're back-to-back inside of the Squeaky door there. Surely Tabson goes undiscovered in the backside of things. Derek now feeling like he needs to activate, walking his way through Hut. Tabson has been left behind inside of lobby, and he's waiting for this trade to come through. Big swing into onto Derek and decks him for the round previous.
Well, once again, we're back into an awkward spot for Nemesis, and this one seems like it might be unsalvageable.
Mm, 2-on-4 for Winter and Zums. Already seen some pretty good work for them. Posted up on the jiggle is good enough to throw off the AWP of J-Bone, who is now posted up on Winter. Reposition is very cheeky from Winter. It feels like he has enough time to go back all the way through Annex. Zums is holding his nerve over our ladder base. A little bit of disrespect from Process denied.
Not done yet, I suppose. Freeze and J-Bone trying to hold on. Time is a massive factor, though, for Nemesis. They're going to have to start moving quickly. Freeze is going to be a dead man, but they still have no idea where J-Bone is. He has Heard Zums dropping. Here comes the shot. The no-scope misses. They've won a 2v4. Nemesis how have they won a 2v4 against Big?
It's all Winter. Like, the brain on that man is incredible. The pick in towards lobby, and he sneaks all the way through outside. Like, who makes that play against a team that you're a massive underdog against? The rest of it feels like some silliness from Big, right? They're basically just trying to run at Zums, and he is hard punishing them. The disrespect is, look, not going to be allowed this time. And Nemesis, a 2-on-4 that feels very illegal. I mean, we were talking about the fact that Big is getting away with some BS. I feel like at least a little bit of that karma has gone back the other way, courtesy of some interesting plays from Big.
Yeah, there's another one. J-Bone up on top of Annex with the AWP in hand. He's just going to get deleted by Impression, and all of a sudden this map goes from looking like it's a pretty easy finish for Big to, I mean, you know, not getting out of danger just yet, but like it's starting to get kind of concerning. Oh, Zums needs to be careful. He's okay. 4-on-5 will persist.
Ooh, Impression. Here's
No
all of
way.
these footsteps. He has started off the round so well. He's hot on their heels. Big creeping through Secret. Checked well by Freeze, though. Big very much on top of the fact that there could be a fast flank after seeing his contact on outside.
Winter's in a good spot to cause a ruckus here if the push comes into B, and he'll have the backup of Derek, who can watch window for him. 30 seconds, Big to make their inroads. Starting to put a bit of pressure on. There's the jiggle peak. Winter loses the duel to Tabson, but there's members there to trade. Perhaps not enough. Zums low. It'll be difficult for him to have an impact here, particularly with that molly tickling him to death, and that's it. It was a good effort from Nemesis. They gave it a decent crack to hold on. A couple of nice clutch rounds, but in the end, the quality of Big will shine through. Map 1 goes their way.
And there was some promise, though, some moments here and there for Team Nemesis. It was their map pick there on Nuke, but not quite enough in the tank. Kept the first half nice and competitive, but there was unfortunately some gaping holes in the defense on CT side, and some players that didn't necessarily turn up to that game as much as they perhaps needed to. But still, I'm quietly impressed. I'm hoping for some more good stuff on the next map, even though it doesn't necessarily feel like Big are playing their full A game, and they may be taking a few liberties here and there in this series. It's good to see some pushback from Team Nemesis, and it does, you know, give me some hope for their run in this tournament, but also let me look forward a little bit more to Extreme Slam, which they have qualified for as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a little bit to be said for them. You know, you can still sort of see on an individual level, there's something there for a couple of those players. Zums, Winter, obviously impressive there as well. Hopefully they'll be able to show up a little bit more in map number 2, though, as a team, because otherwise they'll be taking an L here to Big. We'll take a short break as well in the meanwhile before we do jump into map number 2, so don't go too far. We'll be back in a minute or two.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
मुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love.
मेरी सांसों को
16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊரட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper. Put my problems paper. Dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association.
Welcome back on in. It is CEGC, and we are in our second match of the day. We're about to head into the second map of said match. Big take map 1 off of Nemesis. It was their map pick of Nuke, and I'd say it was a bit back and forth, definitely. Maybe more back and forth than we had anticipated given the start. Nemesis giving a little bit of work, I guess, to Big in that first map. But I have to wonder whether or not that'll be the same case here for map 2. Just because looking at the numbers, this seems like a map that Big really do kind of have on lock.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Big were taking definitely a couple of liberties in that last game. Some interesting approaches here and there, and maybe showing a little bit less respect than, Nemesis would have appreciated at times. But look, I think we'll give the MVP over to Tabson. Man was running around absolutely everywhere, finding entries aplenty, great flash assistance, and good structure from the rest of Big, as you would expect. But this man has been a centerpiece of not only Big, but really kind of is one of the big names that I think of when it comes to German Counter-Strike in the modern era nowadays. You know, you've got all these 1.6s that, a lot of people remember fondly, but Tabson at least go into CS2. A big name when it comes to Germany.
Yeah, I think probably if you would ask who is the German player in Counter-Strike, I would say a large majority of people would probably say Tabson. Certainly that would be the name on my lips as well. Had a great map there, no doubt about that one, but obviously going to have a little bit of work to do here to finish the series off. On the other side of the field, I think, you can have some positives definitely to say about Winter in particular. It doesn't seem like he's fallen off too much. I would imagine, I think he's probably the most active of these 5 as well when it comes to Counter-Strike. If we would have a look at the sort of the match history of all 5 of the players there on Nemesis, I think even you were referring to it earlier as well. He's been playing a little bit in some Kazakhstani teams here and there. Obviously, Impression took a bit of a break while he was managing an organization at one point. Kuma and Zums are quite new. Derek, I think, has been out of CS for a very long time. Was he playing Valorant at one point? I assume, but yeah, definitely has been having a bit of a rough one there on map 1, so he needs to find a way to turn that around for map 2.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. We'll take a little bit of a look. Oh, wow, there's 2 people called Derek. Let me work out which one it is, but I'm pretty sure it looks like he has been playing a little bit from 2021, so like middle of 2021 until middle of 2023. So since then he didn't play Val, it looks like, and now he's been back on the CS train, I'd imagine, and stepping back into this roster as well. So look, I think just double check it's the same person, but that's the history that I could see at least. Oh no, looks like it might be a different person. No, it is the right person, sorry. So yeah, he has played a little bit of Value, right? I mean, who hasn't in SEA at this point? A lot of people kind of dabbling in it a little bit. A couple of notable names that didn't really play that still, like, I think weren't necessarily like super competitive in terms of CS anyway, regardless of not switching. So I don't think like necessarily it's like something that would necessarily hold you back too much, I guess. But at least in terms of Derek, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily been the deciding factor there. I think he's just had a bit of a rough map and hasn't really necessarily been ready to play the game as a whole, to be honest. So needs to have a little bit of a, hard look at himself between the maps and, see if he can pick up the performance, I suppose.
Yeah. But in saying that, it's going to be a pretty difficult one to get over the line here. Just again, reiterating the fact that Overpass has already been such a great map for Big in recent times, right? Where we're looking at the rest of the map pool and saying, okay, there's some susceptibility there, what have you. Nuke's, been a bit of a wishy-washy one for them, but Overpass, what is it, 89%, 82% win rate over the last few months, and they've been playing against some decent teams. Obviously, you can throw out a few names. Imperial, Fnatic, they've beaten on this map. BC Game even as well, like in the qualifier for this event. So they beat Simple on this map. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily a whole lot to really get excited about in this day and age.
Simple on this map.
Yep.
All right, well, Wrap it up then.
Yeah, wrap it up.
I
I
guess.
mean, might as well go next.
We'll see what Team Nemesis do come up with. I'm going to get already some aggression from Derek. A good opportunity for the man to step up. I'm
He's locked
hoping
in.
the best for him. He's locked in. Look how close he's leading into his monitor. There you go. Opening kill for Derek. That's a little bit more like it.
He's happy with it as well. He's instantly turned to attention at that condor.
This is a 40
he's okay.
for him.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe that's what it's going to require for Nemesis to get through this one. But obviously, Big, having lost that player on the opener, I'm going to start to figure out what they want to be doing on this T-side pistol. JDC has been given quite a bit of room to work in bathroom, so Big are just going to reroute in that direction. And it looks like they're just going to storm their way toward A.
You have a reactive smoke here for Zums. In comes the utility. Nice little crossfire with Winter, who's tucked up on the sign. Goes unchecked. Full white, but able to get away to long.
Yeah, they're going to really have to put in some work here, Big, if they want to get a bomb plant down, let alone a round win. It doesn't look like that is going to happen, so Nemesis find their revenge for having lost both of the pistols on Nuke, and they pick up the first one here on Overpass.
Yeah, lovely setup. Winter, I mean, you might be coming into this series as Big with not too many expectations of your opponent, but at least from what I've seen from him today, that is not a player you can afford to overlook, and he very heavily punishes them for it.
There won't be much to write home about in this one. No investment at all from Big. So if they can get a bomb plant, that'll be ideal. Looks like they're going to try the old 4-1 cheeky split. See if they can pull the rotation off of B. And then allow that bomb to walk its way in for a plant. I don't know that they're fooling anybody at this stage. And that'll be the bomb found. So, GG.
Oh, man. Some of the worst German salesmanship I've ever seen there. Nobody interested in buying whatsoever. Big. They have the A site, but they've forgotten one very key ingredient to this gumbo.
Not much of a site, really, is it, if you don't have the bomb? It's just a part of the map at that point.
Yeah, what a... I mean, that's really deep from you, man, actually.
I know.
It's got me really thinking.
Yeah, what do you think about it?
Ah, so many things, you know?
Really?
Yeah, I got thoughts. Feelings. Look, at least right now there are positive thoughts.
This
Don't know
is
how
one of the
long
rounds
that's
of all
going to
time, though, right?
last. Yeah. Come on, Derek. Yes! Oh my god, has he got more kills than last map already? I don't honestly know. Let me go fact check that, and you cast the rest of this thriller.
Well, it's all done, mate. It's all good. It's done.
Ah, go on. Come on.
He's even. He's even.
No,
he was 4-19.
No, he got the last one as well. I think he's good.
Did he? Is he up to 5 now?
He's up to 5. He's
There
done
you
it.
go. He has absolutely smashed the record of Nuke.
Look at that. That's a number that looks bloody good for Derek. Good on you, son. Go get you some more. You deserve it. We've been waiting to see it. Big on the guns, though. Lots of MP9s here for Team Nemesis. Going to try to do some damage. Process going to push them away with the molly for now. A molly returned in his direction. Things definitely heating up inside a con.
Oh, Process, here's the footsteps. He's got a bit of a rude awakening there. The MP9 sliding down the stairs. It's going to be pretty difficult to lock in on with the AK. JDC now. The important duel for him is going to go the other way as well. What's happened? Nemesis have just turned it on.
Impression wasn't even this sharp like back when he was active, you know,
Yeah.
back in the day. I feel like he's better than ever. When would you see him double dink someone with an MP9 like that? I can't believe what I'm watching.
Yeah, this is kind of goofy. Freeze is on the A site with the bomb, by the way. And his teammates are just like all over the place. So this is very, very weird. He's very scared about planting this bomb. He's going to have to get it down pretty shortly because Nemesis are headed in that direction. J-Bone will be able to clear out long to an extent. Yeah, Impression still floating around there, but now that the bomb plan has gone down, Big can start to focus in on trying to get some frags. Impression not quite as clean as last time around, and there we go. The super sub steps up, and Big look like they'll get through this round. So just as it kind of starts to get rolling for Nemesis, it does get shut back in their face, and Big are underway.
That's a brutal one. That was 3v5 that looked a little bit too easy for Big. Team Nemesis had some good moves there. I mean, a pick and con and a pick on long. And Impression catches Tabson, not even looking at him. That should be enough to win you a round. But apparently Big are invincible on the German map.
True. I didn't even consider that that was the reason why they're so good here.
Obviously.
But it might be.
Yeah, I mean, Team Nemesis can't even read the signs.
So nowhere to go. Well, Tabson wants to take the fight with the AWP, and he does a pretty damn good job of it. He continues his form through from the first map. Impression, though, trades one back on the other side of the map, but still, numbers deficit here for Nemesis this early on in the round is going to prompt some interesting stuff. That from Process is probably not what he was hoping for.
Well, Tabson continuing to activate, though. Knows that there's a player over here in water. Kuma delivering, though. Freeze, the spacing is quite poor, and this is a hell of an off angle from Witcher. What do you even call that?
I mean, okay, sure, like, that is true, but also, this round, can we talk about this round from Big? Like, what is going on in this round?
What are they doing?
What are they doing?
They got a double entry out monster. I think whatever team starts off 5v3 is our loser for sure. JDC looking to recover things. It's a good start, but Kuma's taken a pretty big chunk out of him. The bear was indeed hungry, and Impression going to leave a bit of a sour impression on JDC there.
That might be one of
puns.
That genuinely might be one of the worst rounds of Counter-Strike I've seen in 2025.
And it wasn't from an Asian team.
No, like that was really bad. Like I think
if you told me that was Tai Lu in like the COVID era, I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Someone's just banged two heads off on Monster and we haven't converted the round.
Yeah, I have to wonder, like, if they're playing against a team which they respect more than Nemesis, do they play it like that? I can't imagine. I think it's just a disrespect thing. But like, you know, Nemesis guys can shoot back, as we've seen.
Yeah, he can't be whiffing that onto Derek. Oh man. Man advantage for Team Nemesis, which means slowly but surely this round will surely slip away from them. Derek's not had enough though. We're walking through the monster tunnel. We're staying active. Zums has found J-Bone. Oh my lord, there it is. I was waiting for it to fall apart, and just like that.
Just like that. Well, Impression, he'll get JDC here. Yep, but he'll be traded back down. So at least there's some pretty good spacing from Big in that regard. Freeze is making a lot of noise in bathroom. Zums USP out. Couldn't get the job done. If he had the AWP, it would have been a free kill. Again, some goofy rounds. You know, like what the Zoomers say, goofy R? That's a goofy R round from both teams.
It's goofy R, yeah, for sure. That's like the tongue out, like crazy emoji, you know? That's what we're dealing with right now. He was spamming Monster. Tabson couldn't clean him up. What on earth was that? That's just been collided by JDC. Oh man, the replay clips make it worse.
It does, it does.
Oh,
all right, Nemesis got to lock in. Derek's down to the 5-7. But at least Impression's got an M4.
Cereal beverage mix, 25 grams protein per serve. Not bad. That's kind
true.
of like, you know, I'm expecting at least 20 from something like that. So like 25, that's a big pass mark. That's a big tick. I'd give it a crack.
Look, I think the real thing is, how does it taste? You know, because that's the real question. Proteins, you got to make it taste good. That's the hard part. I've not really found a protein that I've liked, but I am liking Zums with the MP9. Oh, I'm not so much of a fan of that from Winter. But, yeah, this is getting it's getting a little bit goofy at this point. What is happening here? Impression dead to J-Bone. Man, Nemesis have thrown caution to the wind. I feel like they brought Big down to their level, though.
Yeah, this is a sloppy game in the sewers of B Short. That's for sure. Everyone's getting in the mud. And unfortunately, Team Nemesis have been left looking a little worse for wear afterwards. Not necessarily clean from Big, but good enough to get themselves into an anti-eco, and maybe they can try to scrub this half up as they go, I suppose. Something out of a nightmare.
I'm your worst
coming around the corner. Look at that. Ooh.
Well, Big are just having a very nice, beautiful dream at the moment. They've had this dream where, like, they're playing a game of Counter-Strike. You know, it's going so well for them. They just get these bomb sites for free.
I mean,
walk
honestly,
in,
like,
plant the bomb.
If anything, I think that we had the wrong footage and we were watching them dry run into an empty site just in the practice server. But as it turns out, Team Nemesis were actually connected. We're just doing a cheeky little head stack over towards a processor. Go, frags. Yes, please. Unfortunately denied him any. He won't be recovering that scoreline anytime soon. And an AK or two will be handed over to Team Nemesis. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Oh, man. Alright, let's see what else they've got on the CT side. Looking like a bit more of a well-rounded performance from Team Nemesis thus far, which is good.
Yeah, a bit of this and that.
Nuke was, I mean, not to be yet, but Nuke was effectively a 3-on-5.
Yeah. That's fair. Ooh,
come
Winter.
on.
He was one of the three. Oh, we can tell you that much
He
at
was.
least.
I don't know why
that
he was
opening kill on freeze.
jumping in the last round on the entry when he's aiming like that, but that's a bit more like it.
JDC's about to die to the guy along, or maybe not. He's going to push his way forward and get himself a kill. J-Bone has the coverage on long, and JDC's just terminating everybody in the bathrooms. He is the janitor. He's come in to clean everything up.
Look,
Hasn't
don't
found
worry.
Zums yet.
Well, Zums is here. He's looking to find some redundancies, if anything. But the janitor says, no thanks. I'm keeping my job. And I'm going to get a promotion to head janitor. That's what the J stands for. Janitor.
Big J.
That's his first name.
J Anator. JDC.
Cleaning everyone up.
It's,
I mean, of
okay,
course
this
the
is what his
janitor's
name
going to
is.
be cleaning it up on the dumpster.
He's J Anator the Cleaner. JDC.
Jesus Christ. Oh, man. You need to clean up this cast, mate.
Janitor the Cleaner. I thought that was a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah. I mean, you might have thought that. You might have.
Probably shouldn't think anymore. All right. That would actually track with the way this game has been playing out if I stopped. But anyway, Nemesis are going to try for a B-side hold. A very, very large B-side hold. They've got Zums there in connector. A little bit of a look at things as well. Process has walked his way out. J-Bone. I mean, it's just a deathmatch. This game, it feels like it's a deathmatch. People are walking around taking aim duels. That's really all that's happened. That's all I can say. Big are happy enough with that because they've got 6 on T.
Yeah. I don't think that they necessarily need to do anything else to win, I guess. It's really up to Team Nemesis to see what they can do about that at this point. It's a nice shot from Impression falling off the head stack, but that's about where the good news ends for them. To get another buy round from Team Nemesis, though. Orp is out. Got everything that they could possibly want here. Let's see what they can do with it. Yeah, Tabson getting active in towards short B. Really feels like this man is flying around the map, and he's gone straight up short already. Oh, nice pick into Con. Another duel won by Impression. Continues his good form here thus far in Chennai.
Yeah. I think Impression's been to India a couple times over the years. Yeah, he might have been there at Cobex. I can't really remember if that was... I think that might have actually been post-Impression. Boot Dreamscape was definitely there. But I think that was after Impression had departed the team already. But he would have been there at some point for sure. Maybe in the BTRG days, the NKT days as well.
You are correct. He was not there.
Yeah. Well, Freeze burns Kuma to death, but then dies to Derek. Big, sort of just scurrying around looking for aim duels any which way they can possibly. I feel like they're just practicing their B takes over and over and over again with different situations and handicaps added to the discussion. This time it's a 2v4 that they need to negotiate. They've got to recollect the bomb first and foremost. Don't really have the option to go back to A now, so they're just going to have to fight their way forward. Process walks right into the pre-fire of Derek, who has certainly turned it on in comparison to the last map. 11 and 6 now.
For sure. I mean, you could tell he was locked in from the pistol. Now, Impression giving Tabson a freebie. Very nice of him, you know, to help some lesser-known players get a frag or two. Nice guy. Good on him. Process is looking a little bit too amused for someone going like 2 and 8 right now.
Yeah.
I think that tells you a little bit about this game for Big. Honestly, he looks very not stressed.
Yep. Just a little bit. Well, Big again. Gonna try and crack the nut that is the CT defense of Nemesis. They'll change the approach up this time. Actually, a bit of connector control. They're going to work on their bathroom hit by the looks of things. Tabson may or may not decide to just walk out the monster tunnel on his own. We'll see. That smoke, it does look pretty good to walk through.
Oh, it's incredibly passive from Tabson. Oh, wait, he was just getting a nade. There's still some B short aggression. And a little bit of a duel on bathrooms. Here's the Tabson's rebounded the nade. Kumar, he's on the prowl. He's on the hunt. The bear is looking hungry, and he's going to get his mark. Dinner. Process able to trade one back, though, and now there's a lot of pressure on Sums on this A site. Dancing around Chuck. He's got some help from Derek, though.
Yeah, there's a flash up in the sky as well. JDC going to be in a bit of a problem because of it, but J-Bone, shotgun orb, gets up nice, close and personal. Will take down his counterpart. He wants to do it again. No scope. He's just practicing his no scopes. And that's gotten a little bit too much the better of him, but Impression has no idea where Process has gone. Has he spotted him? Yes, no, maybe? Yes, he has. Now he's given away that he knows, and everybody knows. Do you knows? Oh, Impression just runs Process down, and there's another round for Nemesis. I mean, look, Nemesis are locked in, bro. I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Can't necessarily say the same for Big.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, it's all fun and games and laughs until you lose your map pick to a team that's trying a little bit harder than you are, and then gets enough confidence to beat you. Look, it's a long ways off right now, and we still have to watch Team Nemesis play the T side of this map. Can be troublesome for Asian teams from time to time, although if there's a team that I believe has some good structure, at least it's probably this one. Haven't seen this play yet from Big. Seen Tabson floating around here a couple of times with the rifle, but J-Bone awaits a mistake. 4 players are on B right now for Nemesis. This is going to be a little bit of a scrap.
And that's what Big wants. See if they're going to give J-Bone a peek here. It doesn't really look like they will. Process will be boosted up and gets the head off of Impression, who just re-peeks right into the pre-fire. That is unfortunate for Nemesis. It might be a 7th round in the making here for Big.
Still 3 players over here, though. This could definitely be a sight hold. Zums is considering the rotation as well. We'll bring some flashes over. Entries coming on in. Flashes find their mark. Double flash assist for J-Bone. Derek staying alive, but he's got so much more to do. At least there's a whiff shot. How is this man still alive? Zums has found one in the background, but still 2 more needed.
No, surely not. The grenade. Oh, it's going to get him. 30 seconds left on the clock. Process is going to have to clutch it out, and he has to go back for the bomb. Zums might be able to get this one done. I mean, you got to get a bit of a wriggle on now. You know that he's not coming after you if he's gone back for the bomb here. Smokes down on the site. Fakes the plant. Process, he wanted to take the fight, but I think he's lost the round as a result. Yeah, it just walks right into the crosshair of Zums, whose patience is rewarded. That's 6-6 at the half. Welcome back on into Chennai. It's Big versus Nemesis as we head back into the second half, and things are really heating up now. 6-6 the scoreline. Once again, it's looking like maybe Nemesis might be able to give Big a run for their money. Now, you might question, is it Big just playing poorly, or is Nemesis actually good? Well, we're about to find out here in the second half. If Nemesis can put together anything on this T side, then I might start to believe.
Yeah. I mean, the answer is yes and maybe to those questions. Fully undecided at this point, but it's all fun and games until you hand over 1 million VRS points to a team from Asia. JDC so far not quite dealt with, but pushed off of the line. back towards the A site. Not going to dissuade Big, though, from stopping on this B stack. And that is exactly where Team Nemesis will head.
Indeed. Impression has a smoke and a flash. Derek's also got a flash. So, oh, never mind. It's a decoy. They'll try and work their way into the site off the basis of that. But 4 players here to defend. That's a lot of USPs to hand out headshots. Not to mention the dualies here as well. Tapson. Well, I might as well call him Tapson, as he's going to try and do just that. On to Impression. We'll go down to Winter, who is pretty sharp with it at the moment. This guy is cleaning house. He hasn't actually picked up the bomb, though.
It's like the player that can really go toe-to-toe with Big. He hands out another goosh. Come and get him. They're absolutely free. Jump back in. Too long B. Winter. Creeping out the monster tunnel. Would be a monstrous play from him to put this round together. Off angle from JDC goes unchecked though. Big securing the CT pistol.
Yeah. Fanfare comes to an end. Bigger on top. 3 out of 4 pistols in this matchup so far going the way of Big. It's not exactly making it any easier for the underdogs.
I mean, the underdogs just won the pistol. What do you mean? Nemesis is the strong favourites.
Heavy favourites. Heavy favourites. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. My bad. What am I saying?
I don't know, man. I knew you didn't do your research, but that just makes it obvious.
Tech pause.
Another tech pause.
Why is it always after the pistol?
I don't know. Looking through a couple of those day one teething issues. See if we can get this one resolved relatively quickly. I reckon Nemesis is going to force Jordan.
Yes, actually. Because they have forced every other opportunity they've had pretty much, so I would expect them to do it here.
You don't know them at all.
Hang on, the round hasn't started yet. They might still.
They would have done it already.
What if they ran back into T-spawn right now and did it?
That'd be... yeah. I might DM Impression if that's what they did. Not gonna lie. Just be like, what are you doing, buddy? But it's just Winter with the dig. Sums got himself a P250. And look, it's been a better game for Team Nemesis, honestly. In terms of individual performance.
Yes.
Well-rounded from pretty much everybody.
Very much so. Yeah, it is pretty close at the moment.
Process. Yeah. I'm convinced that Process is just like... he's just running around in this game. I'm not going to lie. I've never seen anyone look less locked in, less interested in the game, and look so amused that he's getting absolutely destroyed. Just walked down connector and died for free 10 seconds into an anti-eco. Like, come on, man. There was no pressure anywhere else on the map.
Oh, JDC is going to have it on lock there with J-Bone anyways. So, all's well that ends well.
What a name, by the way. J-Bone.
J-Bowen? It's probably more like J-Bjorn. Bjorn, I reckon. It's J-Bjorn, but I don't know that for sure. So I'm just going with J-Bone. J-Bowen.
I think it is J-Bone. Like, he's got to be up there as one of the coolest looking gingers I've seen. And it's not easy to do.
Right.
That's coming from me. I am ginger, so I can say that.
Uh-huh.
That's how it works. I got the pass. Derek, he's got the pass into short B. Big pacing from the man. He's under pressure. Catches a nade and catches a couple bullets to follow up from JDC. It's a man down for Nemesis.
Kuma looking to try to work the connector control here. Winter also getting on his bike up near long in towards party.
It's a bit more of a stack towards this A side of the map. Freeze may go unchecked at the ticket booth. Maybe he is the ticket inspector. Let's see if Nemesis are allowed to take the subway or they're going to get caught up in the bug. Nice pick from Kuma. Again, Process goes down on a bit of a mid-round push. That's also a little miscellaneous from Freeze.
Yeah,
Freeze
taps
v Winter.
He's going to have to lock in here. Is Kuma, he's going to walk out Monster Tunnel and give up the advantage. I mean, 35 seconds left on the clock. Don't know if that was necessary. Timing's not working out for either side, it would seem. But two players stacked up on the A side. They're also going to see that smoke and a flash over long, and that might actually prompt them to stay. Zums has got the kill on the JDC. He's not expecting J-Bone that close. So he'll go down, and now it's really on to Tabson to either just survive, which is what he's going to do, and then some, as he peeks at a really nice timing to pick up impression. Now Winter in trouble. Can't plant the bomb. There was 2 seconds on the clock. Will up to take that extra kill on a Tabson, but Big will win the round. It seems like, you know, at least Tabson and JDC are pretty locked in.
It's model professionals. That's kind of what you would expect from some of the more experienced talent in Big. I mean, JDC's been around the block quite a bit at this point as well. Coming up on... Was he one of those Mouse NXT boys? I think he was. Then he went on Mouse for a bit. Yeah. Then over there onto Big as well. So he's been around a couple of different teams, and oh my god. That's exactly why.
JDC's like, Process, look, mate, this is how it's done.
Want to go bash ecos. That's how you do it. I make it look easy. In fact, he might even get himself an ace here.
4 HP though. And so it, of course, will be Process that wants to run around and have a bit of fun.
Look, Jordan, I got one thing to say to you, okay?
Yeah?
Trust the process.
Okay, he's got one.
He's got himself an eco frag. Let's go.
Yeah, the boys. Ja, die Jungs.
Surely that's not something they actually say.
I don't know, but that's how you say yeah, the boys in German.
Ja, die Jungs.
Ja, die Jungs.
That almost, it's got like a alliteration to it. I like it.
Except I don't know if it's D or der, because der is the masculine like word, but D is it's the. It's the masculine the, but D is the plural the. So is it masculine because it's boys, or is it plural because it's boys? I don't really know. I'm not that smart in German. Anyways, JDC. Ja, die Jungs. Oh, he's going to get two again.
Oh.
Off you go.
I think that deserves a masculine for that double kill. Nicely done from the man. And he's looking for more here. It's not done. Winter, been one of the consistent performers. Oh no. It's been very hard done by there. Just down to Derek and Zums to take this round back over. They will be given the B site pretty much for free, but Big slowly closing in around them.
Freeze. Should have sorted out Derek's head there, I think, and does get a bit of a assist onto him. Zums, last man standing. Ooh, actually standing and delivering. He's handing out haircuts. Big have decided they don't want any more of those. JDC backing it up. Letting Freeze just do that jiggle peek to see if he spots anything out. They know that he's going to have to plant the bomb at some point here, and that'll be when they look to try and strike. He's also going to try and isolate a duel first, and it's not going to go his way. 11 on the board now for Big.
Some good shooting nonetheless, though, from Zums, showing continual promise against a pretty decent quality opponent.
It's D, by the way. D Jungs, because it's plural.
That's what I said. Decent.
Decent.
That's right. Tactical pause for Nemesis. See what they come up with here. Not even sure how much cash they've got really coming into this next round, but they are definitely running out of rope in this game. Have had flashes of you know, a couple of nice moments. But regardless, after a 6-6 half, I mean, the same thing as the last map, right? Like, you had a close first half, and then, woof, the big just ran away with it.
Off we go again, as Nemesis are running out of money, so they just have to go down to the pistol and the armor. J-Bone can't see a damn thing, but luckily nobody's looking in his direction, and so Impression's going to go down to JDC, and that opens the door up for the AWP to strike onto Zums as well. It looks like Nemesis might just be faltering at the final hurdle here. The 11th hour is starting to come upon us, and unfortunately it seems as though Nemesis can't quite step up and cut the mustard here today against Big.
Process. Checks the corner nicely. Kuma down. Derek checking out the pipes. That's where they left the bomb. So it could be a few plumbing issues, which is probably why Overpass is looking the way that it's been looking. If I was to hazard a guess. Another anti-eco kill for Process. And it's series point for Big. I mean, I knew we would come around to this point at some point today. But, yeah, I think some pretty runaway second halves here for Boom. Boom. Big. There you go. I've had a Freudian slip.
Can I get 3 big booms for Big?
5 big booms.
Boom.
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 Boom. Boom. Boom. Boom. There you go.
All right.
Sounds just like the little kid in the TikTok. That's not what I'm talking about. Double chunk cookie and all that. Derek, though. Ooh, he has a chance to go pretty huge here. Nice opener. Are you ready for the double head stack, though? Oh, what a run boost to keep themselves alive.
Derek, happy to just hold on to that short water control. JDC, he's 24 and 13. This guy just has to keep stepping up, apparently. He might have to do it again here on long. He's got his timing right so far by not peeking. Zums is watching the corner. Oh, doesn't connect the shot, I should say.
Doesn't miss the shot. Winter doesn't miss many shots. He's been on point most of today. Aggression from J-Bone, punished as well. Tabs in a Process. 2-1-5. Okay, this is where all of Process's powering up has been working towards. Nice opener onto Impression, and Nemesis are giving him the respect that he's starting to earn.
Oh, he's scared. He ducks back behind that smoke. Are they going to save? This isn't what he was powering up for. But if they do save...
No way they're going to save here.
Or surely not now. Process wants to save. No,
more,
he's going for the long wrap.
More interested. He's going for the big wrap.
This is great. No, this is too big of a wrap. He's not going for it.
He's trying to take all the guns away, I think, and break the money of Nemesis going into the next round. They're playing for exits.
M4A1S Hot Tabson is the name of the skin Tabson's got there.
I can't believe that Winter is ready for this. Like, isn't that ridiculous?
He's analyzed 18 rounds of processes. Oh no!
Wait, no, this is not. He hasn't even got his hand on his mouse. Oh man!
That was
he makes it so expensive though.
If he was on the left there, man.
I know, but like, he's made that so expensive for them. I mean, that's a great way to play exits. If you think about it, you're trading your one gun for 2 players to have to dive back onto the bomb in panic. And you see that reflected in Nemesis's buy going into this round. 3 Galils come out.
Very aggressive start to this round as well for Big. They push their way forward to Fountain and try to take that fight straight to Nemesis. J-Bone pushed away by the molly is going to leave JDC high and dry. So one of the key players for Big out of the picture early on in the piece. J-Bone also finding it tough to find any real avenue into this round.
Appearing to party though. Don't think he'll be given an opportunity over there. Aggression on long from Process. Freezes found one in the meantime. Opening things up from Connector. Angle from Process. Catches the player supporting with the utility. Winter so low on HP though, not feeling bold enough to go for the peak.
Oh, Process making a lot of noise. Flash goes over the top, but no peak to come. I mean, look at this map. Freeze frame the map right now and tell me what is going on in this round. And by freeze frame,
freeze.
I am not making a pun. But he might actually be too slow. No, he's heard him. He's going to hide. Zums has gone past him. No.
Oh, the trigger discipline. This is
jumped
such
over
a
him.
huge play.
Press 1, observer.
Freeze cam, please give me freeze cam. Yes.
Oh dear.
That's it.
Oh dear.
That's the
It's
game.
all over. Yeah, I can't believe it's ended like that. I mean, that's slightly better than the way it would have ended if Tabson got that ninja defuse. But hey, big high fives all round. It was a game of Counter-Strike. But tell you what, that's enough for us for the moment. We'll hand it down to the stage again for a winners interview with Big.
All right, we have a clear winner in series number 2, Team Big. I'm going to quickly request the captain to step down for a quick chat. Congratulations on your win today. Living up to expectations, and what are your positive takeaway from this game?
I think we played pretty good overall as a team. There were a couple of rounds we kind of threw away. I think it should be like more one-sided score-wise. But overall, I'm pretty happy. We had good comms, good vibes overall, and it was fun to play here.
All right, take us through taking on Nemesis Asia.
Can you repeat, sorry?
The opponent team, can you take us through how the competition was from their end?
I mean, they were shooting pretty good. I think, like, tactical-wise, they were lacking here and there. It was sometimes really easy to keep track of them. But I expect, like, they hit good. I didn't expect it to be that good, to be honest. So, yeah, it was positive, like a positive surprise. And, yeah, pretty happy overall. It was a fun game.
Right, dark horses for a reason. That being said, if you had to pick one player from your team as the MVP in this series, who would it be?
It has to be JDC here. He played amazing, really, really good multi-kills in important rounds, so I have to pick him for sure.
All right, thank you so much for chatting with us, and all the very best for the next one. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series coming your way today, but we're going to take a small little break. But for now, back to the casters.
All right, well, yeah, that's one that I can probably get behind. I feel like JDC definitely stood up. It, for me, was probably between JDC and Tabson. I think probably the two most notable names in that big roster seem to be the ones that were the most locked in and kind of got the job done.
Yeah, Tapson, as you called him. But,
Tapson, yeah.
I think JDC, particularly in that game, had a good time for himself. And look, unfortunately for Nemesis, they are competitive in the first half of both of those maps, but as it heads through into the second half, Big really kind of pulls away and makes it look like, makes both of those maps look a little bit more one-sided than they might have started. So I think Big looked pretty easy day at the office for them there. Even got away with a little bit of silly buggers here and there for Nemesis. I think back to the drawing board. at least did show me enough positive rounds. Like, I wasn't expecting them to win the series or anything. Wasn't even really necessarily expecting them to take a map, but just happy that they stepped up to the plate a little bit, showed a couple of flashes, a couple of good rounds, showed me that a couple of these players are in some decent form heading into, you know, some more kind of regional events towards the later stages of the year. And I'm looking forward to seeing some more.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the MVP graphic here, though. As was mentioned, JDC is going to be taking the MVP out of Overpass there. Certainly, you know, no debate when it came to Overpass. He was definitely the guy. But for the series as a whole, either JDC or Tabson. 24 kills, though, on Overpass. Was definitely picking up a bunch of work. Certainly trying to, you know, strong-arm the team through, get the rest of the job done when a couple of the lads sort of let the ball drop. But happy with what he was able to bring into the server today. I think, again, you know, it's kind of hard to get a real read on where Big is at as a team after watching that game, just because, you know, they're still, I feel like, not 100% locked in that matchup. If they played against Mousquetaires, maybe a little bit of a different story. I'm more so keen to kind of like look at maybe a Nemesis versus a Deep Cross Gaming as a discussion point here, and just sort of get your thoughts on what you saw from both of those two teams so far today, and if that ended up being, for example, maybe that third place decider match, which I think is reasonably possible. Which way you think that one would go? Were you more impressed by Deep Cross or Nemesis so far today?
I think definitely Nemesis. I don't know if you'd agree, but I think I saw a little bit more from them than we saw from Deep Cross, and I think they played probably a better opponent than Deep Cross had to play today, even though Deep Cross definitely could have won that game of Inferno.
Yeah, no, I mean, to me, like, I think it's a bit, draw a bit of a line in the sand. Like, I think there was definitely a few positives for Deep Cross and also a few positives for Nemesis, and then there was also a few negatives on both sides as well. Like, I think neither team necessarily had maybe the 5 players across the board step up at any one given time, but there was always sort of like 1 or 2 guys that were having a pretty good time. I'd say like Clyde and Daymake seemed to be pretty solid for Deep Cross, and then for Nemesis you kind of had Winter that seemed like a pretty consistent force across the board. Sums was decent, Impression was decent, and then obviously you know, Derek was kind of there on one map, not there on the other. Kuma, you know, neither here nor there, in the same way that maybe, you know, Azanzu was on Deep Cross. So I think there was definitely parallels that I could draw between those two teams, just to sort of get, I guess, a bit of an idea of where the two are sitting. You know, again, it's hard based on the fact that they played different opponents and stuff like that. But I think actually it could be quite a close matchup if they do end up playing against each other, which the only time that they would play against each other would be in a BO1 now, I believe. I mean, unless there's some crazy results throughout the rest of the group stage here, and both of them somehow won their group, which seems, I think, impossible from here on out, given that they've both lost a game already. But you know, they could potentially meet each other in the best of one, sorry, I should say, in that third place decider. But that will depend on how things do end up going throughout the rest of the competition. And I believe the next matchup here, as you can see down there in the lower third, is going to be Wicked versus Deep Cross Gaming. Now, that'll be our first look in at an Indian roster at this event so far. Obviously, this is in Chennai, you know, so I think the fans over there will be quite keen to watch the Indian lads line up. We know there's quite a number of players that are worth mentioning in that lineup that we've seen all over the place before. The Indian scene kind of kicking along, you know, for the last couple of years, thanks to Sky Esports. But we'll see how they go, obviously, in this upcoming matchup. And before then, we'll take a break. And it won't actually be us that will be seeing it in the next matchup. We'll be taken over by Tony and Flams. We hope you enjoy hanging out with them for the rest of the evening. And we'll catch you back again tomorrow. Until then, have a good night.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம்.
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்.
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும். லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் மேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல பிக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான். ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லும். ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்.
pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
Put my problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by AI. pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy man in my brown.
In the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown.
Put my problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown problems in the paper, put my problems paper, dial up the deputy mad at my brown.
Association, pussy by association, pussy by association. Now you look at deputy mad at my brown. Pussy by
with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल बूम बूम मेरे सीने की धड़कन को सुन मेरी सांसों को तेरी ही धुन
Dreaming about me.
Love is to get lost in the look. Unlimit Love B6 Pack 2 starts at 21.9 lakh. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
All right, we are back and it's time for the third and final series of day one. But ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward, before we get cracking once again, let's have a small little contest. Let's see who's got the boost. So I'm going to let the audience here let me know who's got the stamina to cheer the loudest. Who's ready to do it? You guys here? You guys are ready? Yes? Okay, can we get them on the big screen, please? Can we get them? Yes. Okay, at the count of 1, 2, and 3, all of you are going to scream together and show us that you got the boost. Ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go! All right, guys, I think you can do way better. Let's give that a chance one more time, right? Okay, try number 2. 3, 2, 1, and go! Brilliant. Thank you so much. You sure got the boost. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the final series of the day. We have 2 teams that are winners in their own right. Let's go ahead and welcome team number 1, winners of the India qualifiers, one of the most consistent names in the Indian Counter-Strike scene. Wicked Aim, Wicked Fame. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Wicked Gaming. The team that won the India qualifiers, taking on another winning team this evening. Clearly got some fans in the house today. Requesting a Wicked Gaming team to kindly take their position. You can head to your positions. I'm wishing you all the very best. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to invite onto the dais another winning team. The winners of the Southeast Asia qualifiers who already played a series this morning, unfortunately ended in a loss. They are back to reclaim their position. They're ready to strike hard and fast. So without further ado, can we put our hands together and welcome team Deep Cross on stage. Deep Cross Gaming coming back after a loss this morning, here to play a must-win game. All right, thank you so much. Requesting the entire team to head behind the console and take your positions. And wishing you all the very best, Deep Cross Gaming. And with that, I'd like to request the captains of both teams to kindly step down and chat a little with us. Can I request the captains to kindly step down, please? The captain of Wicked Gaming and the captain of Deep Cross Gaming. Can I request the captains? I know you guys have your game faces on, or we'll get cracking just in a minute. thank you for joining us. I promise I won't keep you long. Wicked Gaming already topped the charts here in India, looking to take on the winners of Southeast Asia. How excited are you for this?
It will be a good matchup. Very excited.
All right, so you have a benefit of already watching their series this morning. Any takeaways from that game for you?
Yes, we will show in game. I cannot say.
Holding all your cards close to your heart. All right, you're coming back after a loss, a must-win game. How's the mood in the team right now?
Well, still, of course, the mentality is still there, so we must take this win.
All right, did you have any positive takeaways from your game this morning?
Of course, we learned from our mistakes. That's all.
All right, clearly men of very few words. I'm going to let your action do all the talking, but time for a handshake between the two teams. Go well, all the very best. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the casters take over.
Thank you very much, Samina, for that introduction and those little bits of information from each team, sort of what they're thinking about and what they're hopefully going to be showing off here in this third and final series of the night. Of course, my name is Flam. I'm going to be joined by one of the best of OCE, 2-Tap Tony. Tone, how are you, mate?
Yeah, doing well, mate. I was going to say, we've had some great games, and I'm keen for another banger best of 3 here.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be a matchup. We did see Deep Cross earlier today. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go their way, but we finally do get to take a look at that Wicked roster where they're going to be very, very interesting, I guess, in a sort of term of words. They did win the Indian Open qualifier into this one, and I mean, coming up against a team like Deep Cross Gaming, where we're seeing a lot of players from the Philippines mainly. We've got Daymeg from Russia. We've got Wisely coming in to that team as well. Waste of Ammo from Indonesia, which, you know, I do like this Deep Cross Gaming roster on paper. It's something that I've had a bit of an enjoyment watching. Tone, any thoughts about Deep Cross at all?
Yeah, I was going to say they've definitely looked a lot better in terms of as they've progressed. I was going to say, especially that series was a little bit rough for them to start off the day, you know, facing probably one of the heavier favorites in the tournament as a whole. They get to, I was going to say, probably feel it out a little bit, you know, correct their mistakes as you heard them there on stage. And we're checking out the rosters for you. Wicked Gaming, Defaulter, Cyclone, Hattie, Crazy Gamer, and Fired Up. And of course, Flame, I look at this roster and I see some superstars. I was going to say, especially Crazy Gamer has been putting up phenomenal numbers, but we got Deep Cross here on the other side.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's very hard to look at this roster and try to look past the names of Daymake and Wisely. I mean, both of these guys have been hanging around that T2 Russian, you know, European Counter-Strike scene for a very, very long time. They do make the jump over to Deep Cross, and hold up, I'm getting too excited for this one time. I got to settle down a little bit. But, you know, we are seeing sort of, you know, this Deep Cross team being led by, I think, a bit more experienced talent, as we'll take a look at the head-to-head there of, you know, Cyclone has been on a bit of a heater recently. 109 kills in 126 rounds. It's probably better than any statistic that can at least show off the consistency of players. He's, you know, good for one round. And I think if you've got players like that, you're starting to have a bit of fun, right?
Yeah, starting to have a bit of fun, of course. Clyde, not too bad in their series against the French representatives, and I was going to say hopefully looking to probably build on some of the mistakes that happened here as we look at the team head-to-head. And I was going to say Wicked Gaming a little bit less experience, I was going to say, in terms of how many maps they've played recently. But the map winner-loss looks very scary. Flame 7-0 at the moment to Deep Cross is 6-3. Of course, the round win-loss isn't too bad for Deep Cross considering how many more games they've played. CT side definitely looks a little bit more favored towards Deep Cross, and definitely in their game that they just played previously against the French representatives. Their CT side wasn't too bad. Of course, there's a few things that could be worked on, but of course, we want to check out the veto and see where we'll end up here.
Yes, the all-important veto as, yeah, it'll be something that we do take a bit of a look at. What's concerning for me, Tone, a little bit is that 35 to 61% round win share between your T-Split. Yeah. In my mind, right, the maps that we do have for this veto, a lot of them are CT-sided, and if you're losing majority of your rounds or you're winning a third of them every single time, you know, the moment that you flip over towards that T side, especially if you start on CT, can get fairly rough to say the least, right? Like, it does show that there's a team in the form of Wicked Gaming that hasn't really got their protocol set up, that doesn't really have everything sort of ready to go, if that makes sense for your CT side, because they're the rounds that you do want to be winning, right? You want to leave it to your T side to try and finish these rounds off. You don't want to be leaving everything to that CT side to carry everything through. You don't want to leave everything to that T side to carry everything through. That CT side is where you want to be doing majority of your damage, right? And that's where you have to take a look at your more experienced guys on your roster if you are Wicked Gaming. A guy like Crazy Gamer, a guy like Cyclone F. These are the guys that you do have to be looking at to sort of uplift that CT side, as hopefully we do get into that veto very shortly. But I think something that we do have to touch on a little bit, right, has been the performance of this Deep Cross roster earlier today. It wasn't a great showing that we saw earlier from them, going 2-0 down, and it does get a little bit difficult when sort of no one on that team goes positive. I mean, the closest that you got was a 30-33 on the Clyde, and barely having Sanzu hanging around that. He was the only person with a positive rating in that game earlier today. It really does sort of show a little bit of the weakness of this Deep Cross roster. Bear in mind, they do have some names, but they definitely aren't looking like their best at the moment.
Yeah, definitely maybe some early jitters, get out the nerves here. Waste of ammo, of course, being highlighted as we look at, a few of the statistics here. 66% win rate here on Mirage for the side of Deep Cross. They really like to play Mirage, and I was going to say we got to see it, get taken away in terms of that last veto, right? Mousquetaires were a team that identifies the strong points of some of these teams like Deep Cross, so they immediately took that Mirage away. So we'll see, of course, where we opt to play for this one. It is going to be Train and Nuke taken out of the pool by Deep Cross, and then vice versa for Wicked. So Mirage, we spoke about it, Flame, we get to see it today.
Yeah, I mean, Wicked Gaming picking up that CT side early. This veto is very, very heavily leaned towards that CT side performance, which, we highlighted a little bit earlier for Wicked Gaming hasn't been their strong suit. You get a map like Mirage, that CT side has to be guaranteed to at least pick up 8-9 rounds. You get a map like Ancient, you need to be sort of picking up anywhere between that 8 to 10. If you're looking at a map like Dust 2 especially, right? The amount of 6-6 halves that we've seen that have just been blown out the moment that these sides have swapped sides. These are the maps where that CT side and that CT side win rate, my apologies, needs to sort of be at that higher level, needs to be at that sort of tier where, you're consistently winning 50% of those rounds or consistently winning 55% of those rounds. And for Wicked Gaming, it does show a little bit of a worry that they haven't picked a map that's a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more handed to that T side, like an Inferno, like an Overpass, like a Train. And instead, we've settled for a Mirage, an Ancient, a Dust 2, which very heavily CT sided. But, we have seen Deep Cross on that Mirage earlier today. It is their map pick. They're free to do whatever they'd want to do. But that Ancient map pick, especially, is a little bit of a shock to me. I won't lie to him.
Yeah, I was going to say, very interesting one coming through from Wicked. I was going to say, statistically as well, we haven't seen them play all too much Ancient. Yeah, so I was going to say maybe a little bit of a sleight of hand one coming through here for the vetoes. But yeah, interesting to see Inferno and Overpass being taken away so late in the picture. Normally we kind of see Inferno or Overpass kind of left as that decider, but I was going to say we won't be seeing it this time around. Train, a very interesting first ban there. I was going to say, as you said, those CT sides are very prominent for both sides. I would have thought Train would have slipped through, but interesting prioritization there for both these teams.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a little bit more of a pug style between both of the teams in the vetoes at the moment. We're seeing, Mirage, Ancient, Dust 2, very puggy maps, very, these maps where an individual can go and make a play. An individual can go get 3 kills and just switch around onto its head. If you've got a map like Train or a map like Nuke where someone does get 3, those rounds are still hanging in the balance in those 2v5 or those 2v4 situations where everything can become a little bit more up and down and topsy-turvy and so on and so forth. But look, I reckon we're in for a heater right now, Tone. Have you got anyone that you'd like to highlight at the moment, Tone? Is there a player that's caught your eye, has caught, that little glimmer that we see from Tone every now and then?
I was definitely impressed with Sanzu out of that last series. I was going to say, especially with the fact that Mousquetaires, which is really giving it to him. I was going to say Sixer had an absolute heater, 1.52 rating overall in the series, just absolutely bringing it to the likes of Deep Cross. But Sanzu definitely held their own. I was going to say very much impressed in some of the plays that they were making. So I'm looking towards Sanzu to be kind of the uplifter here for Deep Cross going into this series.
Oh, most definitely. Is there someone on that Wicked side that you're having a bit of a lick your lips at?
I'm definitely eyeing up my good friend Crazy Gamer, I was going to say, statistically, it's looked very sound overall for the side of Wicked. I was going to say as well. You know, he's had statistically good performances throughout his entire career. I was going to say going back to True Rippers and you know, a few other teams that he's played on in the India region. I was going to say very strong player individually and definitely one that can show up here in the series.
Bit of a tidbit for you, Tone. We had an Australian, Ruffleco, go over to India to play some events when they had that Indian A-team LAN, and he came back and I said to him, Ruffleco, is there anyone that you're sort of excited about for the future of Indian Counter-Strike? And he said to me, there's 2 names, right? It's 2 names. Now let me see if I can remember this correctly. I'm going to go back to the DM so I can find
pull up the notes.
I'm pulling up the notes. I'm pulling up the receipts. But he said, kind of excited for Crazy Gamer, kind of excited for Fired Up and their futures. So, you know, from a legend of the OCE side, this Wicked game has possibly one of the better players that could come out of this Indian scene. Which, you know, if Ruffleco's excited about them, we sure as hell have to be, Tone. Like, we've got to be excited about these two. But yeah, for me personally, this Deep Cross side with the European talent that they do have, I wouldn't be shocked if they win out here, but you know, I wouldn't be shocked as well if Wicked are able to pull in fairly decent map performances, being able to push, you know, this Deep Cross side to the absolute limit in a few of these maps, a few of these games. But Tone, you got a score prediction for me? You got a score prediction?
I've got a score prediction. This is gonna be a hard one, but I feel like this could be favored towards Deep Cross. I was gonna say the CT sides have looked good, and you know, we've got a very CT centric map pool here for this best of 3, so I'm gonna have to give it probably 2-0 here to Deep Cross.
Yeah, I unfortunately kind of have to agree with you. I know we're probably not going to be the most liked people in that arena, just to be honest with you, Tone, right now. But
can you hear the booze now? Can you hear the booze there?
Oh, mate, it's like row F in there. Holy. But no, I think that yeah, it'll just be interesting to see what this Wicked side can come up with. That's sort of where I'm sitting. It's not that I don't believe in them fully. It's more that of a, you know, I'm excited to see what they can produce. I'm not expecting all too much, but I'm definitely, you know, I'm not really sort of backing them fully, but I'm also kind of excited to see, you know, what the ice cream man's got in store in the van, if that makes sense, for lack of a better saying. But yeah, I mean, we are having a few delays coming in at the moment. There's a player struggling to join the server. So, you know, we're going to just sit here and chat, Tone. How have you found the game so far today? How have you enjoyed casting a LAN, even though we're at home?
It feels strange. I was going to say, at the coffee of our home, but we get the roar of the crowd. I was going to say some beautiful stage hosting there from our lovely host. And I was going to say, it seems like the crowd's pretty fired up. I was going to say, got a good feel for the energy. Some of the games have been absolutely crazy to see. I was going to say that Mousquetaires game was very, very fun to watch. The Nemesis game that we just saw as well was very close. I was going to say props to Nemesis really bringing it to Big there in, you know, I was going to say a very hard competition. Big's, you know, one of the top 40 teams in the world at the moment. So, you know, bringing it to Big's definitely good signs of life here for a team like Nemesis in this tournament.
Oh, most definitely. And I was going to say, what a fairy tale if Nemesis are able to win out. Right? Last week, I don't know if you know, they just had their UK team playing over in Epic LAN. They did quite well in Epic LAN. From memory, they were, you know, I think they won it. I'm going to have to go back and check that with Kuba. But from memory, Nemesis won Epic LAN over in the UK. And now Nemesis Asia's come over here, and if they can win it, I mean, that'll be a fairy tale ending for some of those boys over at Nemesis. And I will say, they do have some immaculate looking jerseys. Those jerseys, the Nemesis jerseys, they look clean as hell.
Absolutely.
Oof. You don't get too many jerseys that look good, but Nemesis the ones look good. They look very good. I'll have to give them that. But yeah, I mean, for a team like Nemesis as well, just to point out how many times some of these Asian teams and some of these, you know, sort of far away region teams like Asia, OCE, NA, how many times those sort of lower teams on the power rankings are able to take on EU talent and EU teams? Well, they're a smaller region than OCE.
They're not looking great at the moment.
They aren't looking too hot. Like, they've looked better, They've actually just banned a whole heap of EU teams from going over for their events. I don't know if you saw that earlier, Tone, but you know, it's just another reason why OCE is way better. But I'm gonna make someone angry on Reddit. But yeah, we're hopefully about to head into this game and save me from my impending doom on Reddit, as our third series, our last series of the night, is about to begin very, very shortly. Wicked taking on Deep Cross, and I mean, I'm very, very excited for this one, Tone.
Yeah, very excited. You can see all the players getting the hands moving, getting the comms flowing. Of course, I was going to say nobody's sitting too close to the monitor, Flam, but we're into it. Wicked Gaming, Deep Cross, for your final best of 3 of the day. And it should be an exciting one. Mirage to kick it off, Pistol, CT side, of course, for Wicked, T side for Deep Cross, and already seeing potential for this T side apps pop here from the side of Deep Cross.
I mean, a delayed B hit. You've got Cyclone F with those dualies sitting up over towards the flower pots for Deep Cross Gaming. This hit needs to take out 2. Sanzu wants to get involved, but Cyclone can only find the 1. Clyde, waste of ammo, getting themselves involved early on into that kill feed. Will find themselves 1 apiece. Bomb does go down, a 3v4 situation. The retake has to get working at some point, you'd imagine. Fired up, looks to try and fire everything up. Smoke's going down. Actually, sorry, that's a decoy. Even I got baited out by that. It's I mean, a 3-man market retake has to come in. We've got to potentially see something. The Bolt is going to end up going down. Waste of ammo will get traded out at a minimum. It's 3v2. At what point do we see a save? And that's the point there. Crazy Gamer fired up. Decide it's not really worth it. As Sanzu does go hunting. Finds 1. Will it be a second? Yes, it will. And Deep Cross Gaming not only take the pistol, but they take all the armor that was invested. Immaculate to open up this game for Deep Cross.
You might have hurt his hand there a little bit too. Maybe of a fist bump. Yeah, it might have to be a little bit careful. Shake it off, bud. Sanzu's on fire, though. I was going to say, very well played pistol out of Deep Cross there. That's what we wanted to see, right? I was going to say some early jump there on the T side, because as we said, both these teams both statistically favored for CT, and you know, coming out explosive, especially here last series of the day. You know, some of these teams get a little bit tired. Some of them, you know, start to wear down a little bit, but I was going to say Deep Cross, they seem to be fired up and looking to wrong the mistakes of that last series.
It looks like we start this map off with a bang and a tech pause, Tone, as issues for, I do believe it is Deep Cross Gaming may have the issue. The admin standing up, the coach is looking a little bit confused. Is it Wicked? Is it Deep Cross?
Yeah.
I can't tell.
Yeah, we got the Wicked logo there, so...
Oh, mic issue for Wicked Gaming is what we've just been told. So you might be right there, Tony. Maybe I should listen to you more, and I should just stop thinking.
I'm just looking at what I'm seeing on the screen right now. I'm just telling it as it is on the screen.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who actually has the mic issue. I'm quite curious about who it is.
What are you dob them in?
Yeah, I'm gonna dob him in. I'm gonna get them in trouble. I'm gonna go to the big man at Sky Esports and say, hey, this player in trouble. Get him in trouble more. But so we get back into the game. I appreciate the laugh there, Tony. It was big. But Deagle's coming out for Wicked. A scout onto Hattie. They're gonna force in here as Deep Cross. Well, Mackies, Galils, they've brought it all in. They've opted for the util.
Yeah, a lot of heavy investment. And of course, jump spot here for Crazy, just holding that incendiary, waiting for the potential spot there. Doesn't see anyone from Deep Cross, opts to throw it anyway. We'll see Mousquetaires, Smoke Jungle. Default Mirage Smokes coming out of Deep Cross here. Crazy going to get close. And Personal with the 5-7, looking for a second tap there on to Daymake. In Deep Cross, they'll be able to get into the site, but they've lost a few members of the process. Scout here for Hattigon. Misses the first shot and now needs to be a little bit careful. Wisely looking at pressing here with the AG and the MAC-10.
Oh yeah, I mean, if that pressure is able to take away a few of these guns, if it's able to especially take away the armor of a lot of these Wicked Gaming boys, this can be very, very dangerous, but Waste of Ammo is at least able to get a trade-off. That's the Scout falling away, but these pistols do have the man advantage. Waste of Ammo isn't wasting any bullets, as it's going to be a single one to pop the head off of Cyclone. Now, these 5-7s, sorry, the 5-7 and Deagle have a fair bit of work to do. Fired Up's going to be left in the 1v1. Knows that Clyde's going to be in towards Firebox. Very little time, but does have a kid. He'll end up falling to the Galil, and a very, very close force in coming out of Wicked Gaming. Can't quite get the job done, but the damage, the economic damage has to be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that was a lot of rifles gone from the T side, and props to Wicked. They played that one a little bit more slower on that retake. I was going to say those two players coming from stairs and jungle. More than happy to be taking that one away. Deep Cross, though, they'll be buying straight back into the Mac 10's Galils because they're more cheaper. The rifles, we'll see 1 AK for Clyde. And Wicked relegated to pistols once again. MP9 for Crazy Gamer could look to make something happen here, but over towards the ladder room, and of course Deep Cross not really showing all too much mid presence early on, just kind of waiting, trying to feel out a potential push here, as we'll see Daymake look to go up through con.
I will say this is a very sort of B-heavy... Oh, is that a Zeus? I love that. Just swing around the corner, hope to get a Zeus kill, but fired off, can't quite get it. Instead, sparking out as Deep Cross Gaming have maintained a lot of this CT control, but Cyclone's at least trying to fight it back. I will say, it's a very nice clean take, but for Wicked Gaming at the moment, the CT side's really looking... Oh my days, what a swing. Okay, Sansu's just been where 3 of them are, and he's had his head completely taken clean off. These Eagles have been making their mark, but as they start to charge into the site, right, there's not going to be a lot for anyone to sort of notice. Waste of ammo, at least does at least find a falter. A good start. Crazy Gamer to at least get one back. Waste of ammo doubling up. Can he make it 3? The answer's no as Cyclone. With that picked up Galil, at least dancing around the site, keeping everyone entranced as to his position. Does pull the Deagle out. Clyde, can he get the kill? Everyone may fall to the bomb. Everyone probably will fall to the bomb as Wisely's fallen away. Does at least get to keep the Mac 10 for a rainy day, and Crazy Gamer surviving on 1 point of health as Deep Cross Gaming pick themselves up a 3rd.
Yeah, I'm curious to know, though. I was going to say they're making it quite costly for themselves. We see everybody having to reinvest other than one. And for Wicked Gaming, around... that, you know, they didn't win on paper, but in terms of the economy, they've definitely won it out, because now they get to bring probably a stronger buyer to the table. We'll see Orb out of fired up, we'll see a few M4s, and of course we'll see Crazy Gamer back on that MP9, so Deep Cross are going to have to be a little bit more cautious of playing that range, of course with the Mac 10, the Galils. But for the side of Wicked Gaming, early molly there towards T-App, stops Deep Cross from pushing up for the moment. Good HE as well on the timing, does a little bit of damage.
So we have seen Wicked Gaming lean towards this B side a little bit more with their CT presence, right? We've got that AWP on short, we've got 2 rifles sitting in towards the back of that B side holding apps. They are terrified of this B hit if it does come in, but as the util does start to come out, are we going to see that rotation? Gotta wait for everything to slowly fall away. No rotation yet out of Wicked. They're leaving it towards Crazy Gamer Defaulter if it is real, but that's the big question. Is it real? May become real in just a second. They're falling away, Tone. They're falling away.
Yeah, they're falling away completely. Fired up all the way on short side. Hardy God all the way towards CT now here. Deep Cross do have still Wisely just kind of standing out in the balcony waiting for somebody to swing. Nobody's triple though, so we get a whole lot of info, but Daymake as well over towards the jungle. This is such a good positioning here from Deep Cross, because now they can look to split up towards A with the fact that Wicked Gaming have given them all of the space to work with. They can just walk up, plant in the open, and play for the post in the 5 versus 5.
Yeah, I mean, it almost seems like a fairly strange round, but fired up with that AWP is going to be the first to take contact here. He's going to have to best out Sansu if he can at all, and that's the AWP taking on the fight originally. Sansu will win it. But now the CT take starts to come in. It starts to fire up at the death of their AWPers. We'll see Clyde end up falling to defaulter. Wisely finds 2. Could it be 3? The answer's no. Hattie God stops him dead in his tracks as those rifles continue to get picked up. But Daymake on the wraparound finds the first for Hattie God. An impossible situation. All angles are being fought over viciously by Deep Cross Gaming. They're eventually going to take Hattie God down. That's rifles picked up and Deep Cross get 4.
Yeah, that is a little bit more better of a round in terms of the economy, right? Keeping a few more members alive for Deep Cross, and that's so interesting. Like, Wicked, they had 3 in CT. They were ready to retake. They just kind of let them walk on plant and then play for it. And Deep Cross just had all the angles covered. AWP for Daymake. And rifles now for everybody on Deep Cross. We'll see Wicked Gaming. They will opt to bring 1 M4 to the table. Crazy Gamer. Rock on that one. rest them with a few deagles, and MP9 close range here for Default. It could be good. Daymaker already fired up. Sansu as well as found Default, so they need to be careful. Crazy Gamers looking to pounce, but they've got it covered. Flighty's there to back his fellow man, and Deep Cross for 3 early picks already.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 early picks, you take a look at some of the best theorists of Counter-Strike, especially the rubber band theory that we just saw out of Wicked Gaming. If you get punished getting aggressive in one area of the map, you know, you've got to be able to reband like a rubber band, but for Wicked Gaming, they've gone aggressive pretty much all over the map. We saw a heavy apps presence, we saw a heavy mid presence, we saw a double up in towards the A main take. Now Wicked Gaming, they're completely out of position. We've just seen them double up. And for Deep Cross Gaming, right, this round should be as good as theirs, you'd imagine, unless these Deagles can have some sort of impact. As Deagle starts to ring out in through con, that nade will go in, won't quite find a lot of damage as Deep Cross Gaming. That plant should at least be secured at some point, you'd imagine, as Clyde at least looks to try and make it as so. If Wicked, they're able to find where that M4 is and be able to recover it, you'd imagine it would be a save, especially keeping that Kevlar around, but these Deagles, it just feels as if they're slowly falling away. There's not a lot that they can do, right? For Deep Cross Gaming, they've just had themselves such good presence being able to hold off that aggression, being able to hold off those pushes, and they're going to get 5 because of it.
Yeah, 5 early T-side here. As we said, both teams more favored towards the CT. We haven't seen anything out of Wicked yet, but maybe just some early rounds that haven't gone their way. Might need to see an early pause if this keeps going the way of Deep Cross. And we'll keep all 5 alive, everybody up. That big green still in play for Daymake, and well, 5-0 for Deep Cross here. And Wicked, I was gonna say, it's a lot of aggression on their CT side that hasn't really paid off for them. They need to probably fall back, just play a little bit more default that CT side. Let them come to you.
Yeah, I mean, that aggression that we need to be seeing sort of out of Wicked Gaming has to be reserved for their CT side. Sorry, for their T side. My apologies, right? We can't be seeing it sort of consistently over here on the CT side. That's how, you know, a lot of these teams will end up getting, you know, clean swept on that CT side, or, you know, be put into very, very precarious positions. Just to point out how absurd this is for Deep Cross Gaming right there. They've won themselves pistol round, being able to get themselves that second round, keeping 1 gun in. They haven't really been able to take care of this economy, and they're 5-0 up at the moment, as we will see at least a 1-for-1 trade in through short. Daymake with that AWP wants to let it go. Bang, as Hattie God will be mollied away, but fired up with the AWP. Getting 1 back. Hattie God does eventually fall as that B anchor, but it doesn't matter because fired up's here. Can't quite hit the flick as that pistol has to come out. There's got to be a lot of work to do as Wisely eventually puts down the P2K. A 2v2, and it's all left to Crazy Gamer by himself as the Falter falls. And the Crazy Gamer, is he actually crazy, or is he just reasonably in line with his emotions? As Wisely will put him in his emotions at the moment, being unable to at least find a kill there. You can see the disappointment on his face as a 6-0 start for Crazy Cross Gaming, but fired up here with that AWP has had himself an incredible round, being able to find 1, you know, bait himself sort of for that second kill before falling. And for a 1v2 situation there, you just feel like there's got to be something better out of Wicked.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more. No, I was going to say, the makings of something. That round from fired up. Deep Cross, again, you're not seeing them stick to the one site control here. I was going to say, normally we see them kind of float around apps for a little bit here, but this time, going to be playing over towards A. Wicked, though, they're deeply invested in this one. We've got a few players towards Connector. We've got Hattie God towards the stairs. We've got 1 player underneath the balcony as well. Deep Cross needs to be very vigilant in clearing out these corners. Sansu will be able to find the first, though.
The Falter will end up falling as the waste of ammo finds 2. Cyclone, Hattie respond with 2 of their own. A 2v2 situation on this A site now. And what an insane sort of round for Wicked Gaming at the moment. They've predicted it's going to be an A hit. They send 3 up mid. And that nade does a little bit of damage towards that M4 of Cyclone, but Daymake with that AWP has to hold his lines, has to be careful because he's about to get wrapped through CT, and he will. Wisely finds the first. Is there a second for Wisely? Yes, there is! As Deep Cross Gaming, my word, 7 on the trot for them as Wisely. A very, very nice 1v2 clutch up for him, and for Wicked Gaming, it felt like their best round, but it was very much a gamble round for them. They come in with a heavy investment. They take mid quite early on. They lean towards A, and they still can't get it done, Tone.
Yeah, there's only so many things you can try before it just doesn't work. They had so many players on A and it just doesn't happen. Defaulter, you know, he found something, but waste of ammo. It was huge. Huge play from Wisely. Just patience to re-aggress on that swing, just knowing that as soon as he finds that first contact, he has to go for the re-aggress and deep cross. It's looking good for them. Tactical out of Wicked needed. That's what we wanted to see out of them, Flam, because nothing's going their way. Just the stacked sites, the not stacked sites, just there's so much that's going the way of Deep Cross that really shouldn't be. I was going to say, mechanically, Wicked are playing some of these rounds very well, but it's just the late round execution that's gone the way of Deep Cross.
Yeah, it has, and I mean, we're going to see another 3-man stack over towards this B site. Double up maybe in through short. It's actually going to be a double up in towards apps. My apologies, but because they've sent so much aggression through that short area of the map, we're seeing this A main presence up close and personal, right? Crazy Gaming with that MP9. He's hoping to try and find something, try to hopefully find something to reset. As U2 will come out, they know Crazy Gamer's there from the way that smoke was landing in. We'll blow that smoke open as Clyde had the bomb on his back. Asanzo at least able to get the trade back at a minimum. We'll see a reswing coming out here from that A main spot. The rotations have been quick. Daymaker's found a slip through the net as Hattie eventually does get a trade over towards waste of ammo, but this Deagle in the back of the ticket needs to at least get something. It needs a kill. It just isn't able to find it. Instead, that A site yet again is falling. Fired up will end up going down to Daymake. And for Hattie, I mean, it's just a undesirable situation for this fella. It's not something that you want to be seeing. It's not something that you want to sort of be witnessing as Daymake will find him through the wall, bang off the pixel angle. Deep Cross Gaming pick up 8, and they are atoning for their sins that they had earlier to start the day.
Yeah, shaking off the last game jitters and looking well informed. I was gonna say, you know, it's hard as a team. You know, you have to play 2 games today if you Deep Cross, and after losing that first one, I was going to say it was a little bit closer in the second map. The first one was a bit of a blowout. So that's, I guess, the one thing they were holding on for going into this one. And I was going to say they've definitely come to play here on Mirage Wicked. Double alt set up now here coming in on their CT side. And a little bit more spread about the map. I was going to say we've got a little bit more of a floater style of play. Hattie God's going to be playing AWP towards short this time around. You're going to be seeing, once again, Deep Cross taking up that mid control. Really nothing kind of, I was going to say, being answered by Wicked for the moment. Just getting smoked off, having to reposition. Deep Cross can look to split B here if they want.
They can, and I mean, for Wicked Gaming, they have looked very, very scared of this B site consistently throughout this entire game. Maybe this is for good reason. We already see 4 bodies over towards B. Defaulter, of course, the only one not actively watching the side here and looking to try and at least clean up whatever these double AWPs can't quite find, but Daymake, waste of ammo, finds 1 apiece. All of a sudden, this B site could be unlocked completely as Fired Up with that AWP will be the last line of defense here over towards the site, and he's going to be taken out by the waste of ammo, who isn't wasting any ammo as we speak. 12 kills for him so far, but interesting from Deep Cross. They're sitting, they're waiting for a bit of aggression from Wicked Gaming, maybe a bit of a unanswered question that could go there. The bomb gets tapped, as we will be seeing Defaulter at least finding 1. That's going to be the apps wrap. It's looking a little bit scary right now as Daymake. Can the IGL of this team do something? That's going to be the first. Left all to Crazy Gamer and Daymake. How about that, son? Take a bow. A very slow and a very tempted 1v2 for Daymake as the leader. The IGL of this Deep Cross side comes up big.
Yeah, that was clinical there from Daymake, tucking underneath the window in a fraction of a second. If he swung just a little bit deeper, he could have fallen to the market window player, but he decides to refocus attention towards apps. He knows the guy's coming closer. And, of course, just a nasty headshot there. And then playing around that default pillar so perfectly. Deep Cross. All the stars are aligning right now. Wicked. That felt like the most winnable round for them at that stage.
Really did. And, I mean, look how... I mean, if you go through those first 8 rounds, they've been absolutely terrified of that B side being hit consistently. They have been fearful of it. They've been stacking that every single time with at least 3 bodies, sometimes even more, except that one round where everyone went mid and everyone went A. But Wisely opens up the A at counties. They're going to be more. Sanzu at least gets involved. That's going to be fired up, taken down. Defaulter has to hang in through CT and has to hang on to his life, more importantly. Smokes, mollies, flashes. You imagine it's getting thrown at him. The kitchen sink, I think, went past at one point, but Daymake at least finds the opener. Daymake doubles up with the mollies. Defaulter falls. It all falls to Hattie God by himself. A 1v4. Everyone quite low except for Wisely. 10 here could be picked up by Deep Cross as Wicked Gaming leave it all to Hattie God with the FAMAS. Clyde will swing. Clyde will find the headshot. 10 picked up for Deep Cross. Could this get any worse for Wicked here, Tone?
It's starting to feel that way, Flam. I was going to say there's just so many rounds that I feel like we've seen Hattie God trying to retake 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, and it's like, you have to feel for Hattie God. It's a very unlikely situation to win, and he has to come up to the plate every time. 0-10. Wicked Gaming, not a lick of life here on this CT side so far. Deep Cross going for a little bit more of a mid default here. We've got a few players towards top middles. He fired up though. Get aggressive for 1 with the help of Defaulter, but quick trades come across back from Deep Cross. The trades go in the favor of Wicked for the moment.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing a little bit more of a traditional Mirage setup coming through for Wicked Gaming, and it's starting to work, right? They get those 2 early kills. And if the question is, are they able to do anything off the back of that, right? The first time they've had man advantage all day, the first time they've been able to have, you know, some semblance of, you know, it's just, it's really starting to get a little bit more intriguing as this game does go on, but everything does start to slow down. It does look as if Deep Cross want to hit that B site. They've sent waste of ammo out there. At the moment, Cyclone just hiding it towards that molly. Won't quite be able to find all too much, as they've got Wisely out on the A side at the moment as well. If he's able to get that kill of Defaulter towards A, it could be really dangerous, especially as top mid is being taken as we actively speak by Wicked. Waste of ammo is just wasting everybody's time at the moment. You've got to love to see it, because Wisely could be caught off guard here by Defaulter. This fight here on A is going to be the round.
Yeah, this is very important. You can see Daymake now starting to make way over towards Connected. Defaulter finding Wisely, so Daymake needs to go quick. 15 seconds now to get that bomb down. And we'll be able to plant it for the open plant. Very bold call to make. We fired up and Cyclone still on the map. We'll be able to secure it. Needs to be careful on main though. There is a player coming for the flank quickly here. Fired up, looking to spot the shoulder. Fired up, we'll find it. Daymake down. A Deep Cross Gaming will finally drop around here to Wicked.
It's alright, fellas. They turned their monitors on. We're good. We're good. Wicked Gaming coming back. I believe. But, I mean, overall, a very well-worked round for them. They've had themselves a very interesting time. Very interesting showing. So far, they've done some things well. They've also done some things horribly wrong. And I will say that getting them back into a traditional CT default of Mirage is something they have done well. Being able to make that adjustment and make that change of going, hey, we're going to send 3 mid. We're going to fight for that mid control. And once we get it, then we're going to start isolating some of these sites and being able to stack some of these sites. The patience of Defaulter, by the way, to just sit on that A site for almost, 2 minutes before activating anything at all. That patience has to be studied at some point. That is insane patience from him. But another mid take coming out of Deep Cross at the moment. They're looking to split this A site.
For a split here. Only to a short. Light up, they can see through it. Might be seeing a player towards bottom middle. Spots the player towards Connected, not quite able to collect it, so it's Clyde able to find that one and to fire it up. Looking to walk it up too. Takes out Crazy Gamer underneath. Balcony. Defaulter now has swapped up position to CEGC. Molly towards the triple box. And this is Deep Cross looking to maybe walk it up. They're taking it a little bit slower this time around. Cyclone as well. Going to be holding towards Murder Hole. 2 players CT. Wicked will have to play for the 5 versus 3 retake. Very hard to do in the situation and the spots they're in.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've just got to see that CT side push through and get kills. Waste of ammo at least finds the first Defaulter on the trade there. Clyde does eventually find Cyclone as Defaulter. Could be the tale of dreams for this young man. Finds the first, none after that though. An 11-1 scoreline. My word. What a showing from Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. Clinical.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, that halftime break we did just have after an 11-1 scoreline. And my word, what a performance we've had out of Deep Cross here to at least start things up. They're going to be moving to their CT side now as Wicked Gaming. Just hoping for anything. An itch, a scratch, something to just bring this game back in tone.
Yeah, absolutely. A pistol miracle into a deep run against Deep Cross right now. And we'll see. Interesting little strat going on here for Deep Cross. Going to go for the double boost up into apartments here to get aggressive there. Try and hold Wicked off, but for the moment, Wicked, they're playing a little bit further back, kind of scouting out for info before they look to make their move be known towards a site. But Deep Cross, I was going to say as well, they make thinking about the rotation already. Wicked posted up in apartments here. This is going to be a deadly blow. Clyde just going to go for the jump spot. Smoke flies out, waste of ammo. And Clyde on the crossfire here. It's already quick trades from Clyde.
Yeah, we'll just see everything start to fire up. As fired up, we'll at least get the first 3v3 situation. Of course, Wicked Gaming quite tagged up heavily as Daymake finds one. It will be a trade at least coming through that mid lurk of Crazy Gamer. Wisely, what a shot to find Hattie. And it all falls yet again to Crazy Gamer. If there's anything that this man could do, it could potentially be crazy as they've lined up for him. But Sansu does find the kill. All of a sudden, we've got map pointers. Deep Cross Gaming pick themselves up 12, pick up the pistol. I mean, unfortunately, Tone, this looks all down and done.
Yeah, that was the round they needed for Wicked. Deep Cross had their number. The stack towards B was just so hard to deal with. I was going to say, normally we don't see that like at all. That's a very rare strategy for a little double boost out of Deep Cross on towards the apartments here, but Wicked, they'll force into it. Deagles, Scout, immediately going forward, the swing towards mid, Cyclone over towards A main here, but Wisely has invested into the M4. Cyclone could find a rifle here if he's able to find the shot, but Wisely won the better. And that is one man advantage now for Deep Cross already.
It just comes down to the mid-hold at the moment, and Daymake isn't making life easy for anybody right now. Sanzu will be smoked out. I mean, Wicked Gaming do have the mid control at the moment. The question is, can they do anything with it? That nade will go in. That'll be a great nade. Finds Defaulter. It's fired up already, quite heavily tagged, and Wicked Gaming just called for the cancel as Crazy Gamer does at least take down the IGL. A small win. If there's anything that Wicked could potentially want at the moment, the double up in through short could eventually see the end of Crazy Gamer in this one, as waste of ammo will find him taken away. And it's either going to be an A main hit or a B hit, as Wisely with that M4 does have the long range advantage against that A main presence, as Wicked Gaming, they're just going to slowly start to creep in a little bit. Clyde will find the info in through stairs if he does swing it, as Wisely just waiting for anything, waiting for a little piece of contact before he can swing out and make his presence known. But for Wicked Gaming, 25 seconds left on this clock. Clyde will at least be spotted out by the scout Wisely. His presence now known. 20 seconds tick down as Wicked Gaming have a fair bit of work to do in that time, as Clyde Wisely find themselves kills, and it is going to be a 13-1 scoreline now, as Deep Cross Gaming absolutely dominant. That is the only way you can describe it.
Yeah, absolutely huge performance out of Deep Cross. Dominance, the only way to put it. Flam on the T side of Mirage into CET to close, and well, for Wicked, I feel like we didn't get to see really anything from them in that one. I was going to say we didn't get to delve too deep into the strat pool because, you know, they only had a few rounds there on that T side. So props to Deep Cross. That looked very, very dominant, and I was going to say going into our next one, it might be a little bit more scary here for Wicked.
Yeah, I mean, it's Wicked's. It wasn't Wicked's map pick. You know, there's not a lot you can sort of criticize them for, I guess. But you know, this is Mirage. This is a Pug style map. This is a map where, you know, sort of every team is kind of expected to know it at some point. And you know, the amount of time it took us for Wicked to be able to get themselves to play a regular CT default a little bit too long in my eyes. They kept going for these little gimmicky sort of plays where we were seeing 3B stacks, where we were seeing, you know, that 2A, 3 mid sort of stack that just wasn't working out. And a lot of these decisions that were being made out of this Wicked Gaming side weren't working out, right? And we only saw the one tech pause. We only saw the one pause to just slow everything down. Wasn't necessarily doing all too much. But Tone, I think after that, we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a quick break. Map number 2 coming up. It is going to be Ancient, as Deep Cross Gaming do take the lead 1-0 in the series.
Fuel your everyday with the new Boost Protein.
Boost is the secret of my energy.
तुझको जो मैं हो जाऊं पागल boom boom मेरे से
You glow different when you're in love. 16 million shades of love to choose from. Unlimited love. B6. Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs.
ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் தெரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இன்னாட்டம்
It was finally time for the night race on the streets of Chennai.
சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் பாட்டம் கூட்டம் அது நோட்டம் போடட்டும் விளையாட்டில் வெல்லும் பட்டம் மனசுக்குள் ஊடட்டும் கலங்காத தோல்வி கண்ணால்
For the Indian Formula 4 Championship, where Bo3 Divinandan had a great start.
ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லோம் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வர காரில் இந்தாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும் லைஃப் என்ற ரேஸ்ல ஸ்பீடா போகும் லேப்ல உருட்டாத மாப்பிள்ள பள்ளம் நேடும் கடையில உன்னோட நெஞ்சில வெற்றி தரும் தெம்புல திக்காத எய்மில்ல ஜெட்டா ஆவோம்ல அச்சா இருந்தா அது துச்சாவாதா வந்தா வளர்ந்தா அது உச்சாவாதா வாட ஸ்பீடா அட தங்கம் போதாதா முடியாத ரேஸ் தான் ட்ராக்ல த ஃபயரா பாயட்டும் ஹார்ட்ல த பவரா மாறட்டும் டார்க்ல த புகழா ஏறட்டும் டாப் தான் வெல்லும் இரும்புல த செஞ்ச தேரெல்லாம் அணிவகுத்து போகும் ஒரு நேரம் கனவுகளில் வெற்றி என்னாலும் உழைக்கிறப்போ அல்லோம் ராத்திரியில் பறக்குது ஜெட்டாட்டம் தீப்பெட்டிக்கும் டயர் எல்லாம் கெத்தாட்டம் சுத்தி வந்து ஜெயிக்கிற வெறியாட்டம் டாப் கியர் சரிக்கட்டும் சீரி வரும் காரில் இன்னாட்டம் தேடி வரும் பெருமையில் கிங்காட்டம் ஊருக்குள்ள நடக்கிற நம்மாட்டம் சாம்பியன் பறக்கட்டும்
Problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown.
Listen here, buddy. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at deputy, mad at my brown. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Pussy by association. Now you look at deputy, mad at my brown.
In the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown problems in the paper, do my put my problems paper, dial up the deputy, mad at my brown.
Welcome back, everybody, and what a game we just had. A 13-1 scoreline as Deep Cross Gaming absolutely dumpstered Wicked. As we'll head over towards our second map of the night. It will be Ancient. Tone, any thoughts? Any thoughts at all in that beautiful head of yours about what we just witnessed?
I was going to say dumpstered, dominated, destroyed even is all three words I could use to describe what Deep Cross did to Wicked in that one. Unfortunate for them, but hopefully they look to shake it off, of course, going into Ancient as we check out the MVP for that last map. It's definitely Cloudy. 16 kills, KD of 2.29, and number around MVPs, of course, 5. Cloudy was on a heater. I was going to say, you know, we looked at players like Daymake, we looked at the rest of the roster, and like, you know, Cloudy performed pretty admirably in their last series, but, you know, he wasn't the front runner in terms of that one. But we're taking a look at the scoreboard here. Of course, Daymake, waste of ammo as well, were up there with 14 between them respectively. And I was going to say, leading from the front, Orpa and IGL Daymake with 14 is good signs here for the side of Deep Cross going into this next map.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, just to touch on a few extra stats as well that we don't have on the screen. Wisely had a 1.94 HLTV 3.0 rating. Clyde had a 1.93. Daymake had a 1.9. With everybody going over a 1.00 rating on that Deep Cross side. And for Wicked, I mean, it's all red, dude. It's all red. I mean, it's a 0.85 for defaulter was the top rating they had on HLTV. It was not good, man. It was not good. It was it's the game, unfortunately.
It's the game, yeah. Unfortunate to see, but I was gonna say that one round, like looking at the ratings comparisons, of course, the one round that comes to mind is defaulter sitting underneath balcony for so long. Was the round that really got them something that just felt like the rest of it was, of course, a whole lot of nothing. As, of course, we look at the summary, you know, a lot of the wins going over towards Deep Cross 13, if you can count. And, of course, the headshot percentage above 50 is a very interesting thing to see from Deep Cross. Not a whole lot of utility damage between these two teams. I was going to say there's probably one good HE here or there, one good Molly here or there, but not a lot of the damage was being dealt utility-wise. It was just straight-up aim duels that were being won by Deep Cross.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to work out what this Wicked side can do on Ancient, because after that showing on Mirage, I won't lie, Tone, I don't know what to make of this side. I genuinely don't, because it really feels as if, you know, we're sort of sitting as bystanders as we're watching a car accident. You know, you don't want to look away, but it's so brutal to sort of witness. But for Deep Cross Gaming, you know, their opportunity to double this one up is out the absolute wazoo right now, as they will be starting on the CT side here on Ancient. As well, for Deep Cross, what a way for them to come back into this event, right? Like, they had that really rough 0-2 early on today, and they've had themselves a dominant Mirage. Now Ancient, what can we see? What is going to happen as we see a Molotov on defaulter?
We're going to be seeing Molotov. We're going to be seeing Wicked walk it up over towards A, and Deep Cross. They've read into the play, but probably read a little bit too deep into it, all the way down towards bottom middle. Fired up now, looking for the fights towards Donut. We'll be able to find Sansu. Wicked Gaming will be able to secure themselves the plant. Deep Cross now, how do they opt to approach this retake? We've got a few players now trying to push in towards Temple. Cyclone holding on the off angle. It's a beautiful double from Cyclone. Blighty now trying to pick up the pieces that are scattered around. Wicked Gaming still fighting the fight. Cyclone will finally fall. Blighty Daymake now to try and walk it up here against 4 of Wicked, and they're not letting them in. They're shutting the door behind them. Daymake will be able to trade one out on the Hattie God, but that's really all they're going to find. Defaulter rips his head clean off the scalpel, and it will be Wicked Gaming with a pistol.
My word, what a round. I mean, yes, they do rush A while we do see the mid presence coming out of Deep Cross at the moment, just a complete misplay over on the pistol, but for Wicked, being able to hold that post-plant situation, right? Being able to hold everything down, being able to take control, maintain control after the plant. That's something that we didn't necessarily see at all on Mirage. Something that we definitely didn't. Well, we didn't get to see any of it because they weren't able to get a plant on Mirage. But for Wicked Gaming right now, They're playing with a little bit of cohesion. Yes, those pistol rounds are a little bit more of a gamble, but for this shelf take coming through, it should just be an easy cleanup with the SMGs. As 2 with the Mackie, 2 with the Galil, leaves Wisely by himself over towards that B site. That bomb's going A. And that possibly could be all she wrote. As Hattie God, does he go down? Yes, he does, unfortunately. We will see that Mac 10 recovered as Wisely has a bit of a mountain to climb ahead of him. He doesn't even climb it at all.
Yeah, not going to be getting up there that one. And you can see a little bit of hype out of Crazy Gamer now. We can start to see what we wanted to see on Mirage out of Wicked. It's a little bit more life to them. Deep Cross, you know, nothing too much to worry about. You know, you lose the pistol, you're more than assuredly going to lose the second. I was going to say just the rifle advantage that Wicked get from winning the pistol. But we'll go into this one. Round number 3, and a very important one for Deep Cross, because rifles are coming through here for them. And I was going to say, interestingly, looking at this map statistically, Flem, you know, CT-sided very much for both of these teams. But I was going to say, historically, we haven't seen Deep Cross play this map at all.
Yes, we haven't. But for Wisely and for Daymake, they used to play this map a whole lot. So it'll be interesting to see sort of how everything's adjusted, if that makes sense. We'll see Daymake binding to Clyde, at least able to get the trade back as Defaulter now looks to try and take a little bit of this donut presence. New Molotovs going in from Deep Cross Gaming as not only do they molly themselves out of donut, but they just keep Wicked Gaming sort of guessing a little bit. That bomb, has that been dropped into donut? I can't quite see it.
It's definitely out of the hands of the T's, that's for sure. Fired up. Gonna be up here on the boost here. Does the side of Deep Cross sense that he's there? Of course, they don't have to really over-aggress for him. They can just kind of wait for Fired up to walk to them. We'll see, just kind of go over the top. And again, I was going to say, I have to applaud the discipline here from Deep Cross. Just nobody getting over-aggressive, just kind of playing their positions, playing the crossfires, playing to what wins them these rounds.
Playing the time as well. That's sort of something that we often see in this European sort of style of Counter-Strike that Deep Cross Gaming are playing, which, you know, is very disciplined Counter-Strike. We're not seeing someone go, oh, it's a 4v2 swing. Swing or be swung. Like, we're not seeing that, right? Like, we're seeing very disciplined Counter-Strike. We're seeing Counter-Strike that does win rounds. We're seeing Counter-Strike that does win games. And for Deep Cross Gaming at the moment, if they're able to just maintain everything, don't, as I say, we're playing disciplined, go swing. The two of you. Sanzu and Clyde, don't swing. Don't swing. Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
I didn't heed your warning, Flame, but it's alright. Round goes their way. And now looking towards the future here, because, you know, that round for Wicked, it's a write-off. You know, they won the first two. You know, get the bomb down, get some bonus cash. But of course, the money's not the best. I was going to say, I would have expected to see rifles out of them, but Tech 9s, Mac 10, a little AK, Deep Cross. This is where they could really bounce back in a big way. Early molly towards Jag, early spray from Defaulter, trying to push a player off of their position. Deep Cross, you can see how calmly they're sitting. Sansu just kind of holding that smoke, waiting for a contact. The Wicked, they're throwing a lot of util. They're throwing a lot of presence towards this side, but Sansu will be able to collect them both in cave.
Oh, it felt like it was the right play too, right? Being able to throw that molly in towards cave entrance, forcing him in towards cave. But Sansu just finds two on the spray down, on the spray transfer. It just works a treat. And all of a sudden, you know, you're seeing a 3v5 and you're seeing that Wicked Gaming have to take a bit of a backseat here or have to get aggressive and have to re-aggress into this presence. As Defaulter, does he expect Sansu? Does he expect him? No, he doesn't. Sansu gets himself a third. That's an AK to be picked up. Maybe 4, but Fired Up puts him down finally. But a 4v2 now. 45 seconds to play. As Deep Cross Gaming have a firm grip on that B side, and I do not think they're letting go anytime soon, Tony.
Absolutely not, but Fired Up has something to say about that. Daymake now in an off angle will be cleared as well by Fired Up. Starting to come alive here in this round in the late stages. 30 seconds to get that bomb down in 2 versus 2. As we'll see, both players from Deep Cross not anywhere near this site for the moment. Got one towards mid, one still scouting over towards A. And the bomb plant secured. Now they need to make their move. MP9 in the hands of Clyde, so he'll go first. He's going to toss Util over towards the teammates. Wisely, flash smoke is good. And Cloudy will be going over towards the long side of things. Smoke set up there. Swing comes in. Wisely will lose out to Crazy Gamer. Traded back by Cloudy down to the 1 versus 1. And the smoke gives good cover now for the tap here from Cloudy. And it will be on towards the bomb. But Fired Up will be able to find that final shot. And that will be another round here for the T side.
Yeah, another round indeed. And for Wicked, this is a completely different team than what we saw against Mirage. Holy, this is a different roster all up. I mean, the patience to be able to lose that first initial fight over towards B, slow everything down, and then re-aggress it nice and calm, nice and slowly, even though you do lose that opening fight in that 3v5 situation. For Wicked Gaming, that is a great sort of round for their mental. It's a great round. You're thinking it's a great round to sort of have a bit of positivity as Clyde. Well, that's definitely something to be positive about. Completely rips Crazy Gamer's head off. It's Fired Up, will end up falling as well as that B aggression doesn't quite work out. The contact with the smoke, they're just going to kiss slowly as Cyclone finds 2. Senzu. Sorry, Cloudy, my apologies. Cloudy, my apologies. We'll clean her up, and a man advantage yet again to Deep Cross Gaming, and they've got the rifle advantage as well. Pretty sure they've got the bomb down in towards mid as well as Senzu. Eventually does end up falling towards Hattie God, but Cloudy finds himself 1, make it 2, why not? Deep Cross Gaming, welcome back to the scoreboard.
Yeah, just as soon as they drop 1, they fire back with 1. And a lot of heads-up CT aggression there, just fighting those ramp players before they even knew what came to them. And Deep Cross, very much liking the adaptations that are being made here. I was going to say Wicked, we're seeing a little more life out of them, but still Deep Cross answering in some of these plays, and we'll see. Of course, with the bomb not going down in that round, Wicked's economy still not the best.
It really hasn't been the best, and I think more importantly for Wicked, right, like they've got to really rely on Crazy Gamer and this Galil to open up some of these fights, to really create a bit of space for these pistols to work around. Not only creating the space, but it's also about recovering some of the rifles they've lost already. You know, especially in the form of the AKs, and potentially even picking up a M4 or 2 could be very handy. There's Clyde. He's at least waiting for something, waiting for a little bit of contact, waiting for even the slither of a shoulder to be seen before dropping that molly and falling away, but that's going to be a foot shown out. Defaulter, sorry, it's Hattie God, my apologies, will be seen, and that's going to cause the util to fall down in through A main. As Wicked Gaming, I mean, now they're going to start trying to split this A site. And with that quick rotation from Daymate coming over towards A already, it's going to be interesting to see sort of how Wicked Gaming progress through this. That's another rotation coming out from Sanzu as well. As a reflash, my apologies, comes out. And a boost up in towards Tree. A high-low setup right now. Can be dangerous, and with 40 seconds, this hit is imminent in towards the A site. They've walked up Donut as Daymake has to at least be aware. Finds the first, can't get any more than that. Clyde needs to be the hero. That MP9, it's sloppy, but it gets the job done. Finds the first, make it 2. Clyde, is there 3? The answer's no, but Sanzu at least comes out. He's able to find himself a kill, leaving Hattie God by himself in the 1v3. Waste of ammo cleans her up, and my word, Clyde getting 2 there is a complete change in that round. It could have gone all horribly wrong, Tone.
Yeah, could have gone awry there. The Deep Cross, another one to their board. And you can start to see maybe some frustration settle in early for Wicked. You know, they came out to a hot start, first 2 rounds of the game. And they were able to find a very important third, but Deep Cross have been answering them at every step of the play. We'll see once again. Presence towards ramp. Crazy Gamer with a boost up here on the box. Did spot one towards long. Goes for a shot. There is a player currently jiggling out towards shelf here. Wisely, very aggressive position to be taking.
Yeah, I mean, he's taken the spot. Does have Daymake at least supporting in through elbow with that MP9. These pistols, I mean, they've been able to find themselves a bit of a cheeky tag, but nothing more as of that. They're just being trapped in towards shelf. There isn't a lot they're going to be able to do around it. Wisely sprays through, does at least find Fired Up. That's another pistol ringing out in through shelf as this MP9 needs to go massive. It needs at least 1. It can't quite find it. Cyclone at least gets that opener kill. Wisely with the trade back. Does at least leave Cyclone to fend for himself. Wisely doubles up. That's 3 on the round for him. Sanzu ends up falling. Wisely with 4. Hattie God to at least get a plant down, a small win. Nonetheless, waste of ammo. Steals the ace though, and Wisely, a cheeky little 4-piece for him. My word, Deep Cross Gaming, they look to be back in top form at the moment.
Yeah, that's the way you want to see it go for them right now. Looking back in form after a rough start. And for the side of Wicked Gaming, there's a lot of questions to be answered. A lot of questions as well to be asked right now. How do they approach this T side with now full purchase coming through? Hattie God going to be on the AWP. We'll see what they can bring to the play here. I was going to say maybe a little bit more fast aggression towards B, because I was going to say Deep Cross are happy to meet them there. Wisely playing for the shelf control. Sansu will be traded out by the Molly, fired up, and Wicked Gaming now 1-for-1 trade here. Crazy Gamer looking to walk it up and make it better.
I mean, he's just been able to open up that B side by himself, yeah. I mean, the slow rotations as well have come through. You're completely right about it, Tone. They have just completely aggressed in through B as Crazy Gamer doubles up. That's Wisely falling. The hero of last round will no longer have a say here. Daymake will at least find one. That's going to be a trade at a minimum. It's Clyde. Smoke down over towards that bomb. Still just dancing around that B site, waiting for something. As Hattie with that AWP needs to be isolating this fight. As Clyde can't quite find all too much. Defaulter will spray down through the smoke, and that's going to be a 4-4 scoreline here, Tone.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to see. Wicked Gaming get aggressive. Molly deep towards Sansu does a lot of damage and will be, a quick trade. Crazy Gamer as well, just firing off into long. You see how much presence there towards long as well. Overwhelming Deep Cross as they're trying to rotate in. That's the answer we wanted to see from Wicked. Well played to them, and now Deep Cross. They still will have a purchase, but the economy's not the best. MP9 here for Sansu. And this time they're going to be playing triple stack down towards middle, but Wicked Gaming haven't been taking too much mid control, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, they've just kind of left Deep Cross to have all of that control. More importantly, we're seeing Deep Cross Gaming playing very passively towards that A site. They're not over-aggressing. They're not showing too much. We've only got Daymake hiding in through Donut. And with Util hitting that A site now, Mollies will go deep. Smokes will go up, you'd imagine, at some point. But Daymake sprays down 3! They all line up for the IGL, and he knocks them down one at a time. It'll be a 5v2 now. A minute 10 left to play in this round, and Wicked Gaming have absolutely sputtered as they try to enter in towards A. And it's the IGL. It's the leader for Deep Cross Gaming to administer some brutal blows to this T side. Rotations are here. Sansu has come over with the MP9 as Daymake has completely shut down the A take.
Absolutely beautiful spray down there. Disciplined as well. Daymake just slowly inching his way forward, and a micro adjustment there. As we'll see Wicked Gaming try to pick up the pieces here. Sansu will be caught on the cross there. Fired up, finds it. Crazy Gamer able to find Daymake too, so all the heroics have gone awry as that bomb will be looked to attempt to plant here for Wicked Gaming. A little bit more in the open now towards the back side of the box here. Nobody can spot the planter for the moment. Clyde's still hiding in Donut. Spray comes on towards the site. Player Crazy Gamer finally traded out. Fired up now. 1 versus 2. Wisely over towards main, player towards Donut, and he can't clear out either of them. Wisely will find the shot. Deep Cross Gaming, they will be able to pick up the round. Wicked, a valiant attempt.
Nice little piece of timing there for Wisely as well to get that kill. That's going to be 5 for Deep Cross Gaming. I think this is the first time they've had the lead in this map as well. It might be. I think it is. I think I'm right on that one, but we'll have to check. But I mean, that Daymake 3K really did cause a lot of pressure and a lot of stress to come through. And for Deep Cross Gaming, being able to make the adjustments to come back in. For Wicked Gaming as well, to be able to find 3 kills, be able to find 2 kills in the 2v5 and get that plan as well. It's just heroics that are necessities at this point. Is fired up, at least gets that opener. The trade's going to be there as a nade will sail into elbow to allow him to escape even just the slightest bit. 1-for-1 trade in mid does see Deep Cross Gaming at least stack this B site now. They've left Daymake by himself with that AWP on A.
Yeah, very interesting spot. all comes really down to Daymake. If they do decide to pull the trigger from B and go to A, they're all gripped up over towards Shelf here. We'll see them push up onto ramp with a beautiful flash setup from Sansu. They'll clean them out of that ramp position. Cyclone now deep wrap here over towards CT. And deep cross. They're not expecting it, at least Sansu definitely isn't. He's looking towards Cave right now. Cyclone one smoke. Replays to clear out here on this side, and nobody's looking towards him, so he's got the jump on here. And Trigger this one is perfect here. He's looking towards the ramp player, misses the spray, and Sansu will collect. And so unfortunate there. That could have been a huge play for Cyclone. But another round goes Deep Cross Gaming's way.
Oh, it's just a flop. You would have loved to have seen Cyclone get the first there, be able to pick up the second after it. But a 4-6 scoreline now at least starting to show here for Deep Cross Gaming. Wicked have looked better here on Ancient, but Deep Cross is still showing why they are the favourite in this matchup.
It's the early molly there from Deep Cross. I was going to say, maybe starting to work out a little bit that Wicked Gaming have kind of just been playing a ramp a lot of these rounds, going fast here. Sansu over towards the pillar, will be able to find the collection onto the second. Now Hadigon trying to fight his way out in this side. Cyclone spamming away to help him out. Pistol out for Sansu, up close range there because he's run out of bullets. The bomb is dropped. Now they try to cross over towards Cave, and they will be able to take out Clyde. It's left to Daymake, 1 versus 2. Molly will fly towards pillar. They're playing the time. They're trying to bait Daymake into a swing. They're trying to bait Daymake into making a unfortunate error, but he's the IGL for a reason. He's the brains behind the operation. He will take it slow. He'll look to make his approach over towards Long. Cyclone, he's still waiting. Just an inch, a mile, he'll take it. And Daymake will look to rotate around here. He's just trying to bait the swing himself. It's a lot of mind games going on between these two right now.
Mind games on mind games. Remember, Tone, this is chess, not checkers. Daymake, I think, has out-thunked himself. We'll give up the plan over towards B. And just look to try and save this AWP, because it's a fairly expensive gun. You know, I don't think there's many expenses like that. It is a big, financial burden on a team to keep that AWP in rotation, especially on the CT side,
Yeah, it's definitely something you want to keep a hold of, though, especially with the fact that Wicked Gaming have been... I was going to say, they haven't been showing too much AWP presence, right? It's a little bit more rifles, a little bit more faster play here over towards B, especially these last few rounds. So, keeping that AWP as a stable presence, a stable threat to anchor down a site. They make more than happy to save that one, but for Wicked, going to be 5. More than they found on Mirage.
I think they did that round 2, buddy. I think they found more rounds than they did on Mirage in round 2 of this game. But yeah, 6-5 scoreline. And I think what's more impressive to me, Tone, is the fact that we've been able to see them mentally come back from that Mirage, right? Like, it does take a bit of a toll continuously losing games and, losing in that fashion. I think you and I both know the toll that losing a 13-2 or a 13-1 sort of takes on you and on your mentality. But it has been good to see them at least fight back. Daymake at least gets that opener, waste of ammo, picks up 1. Daymake with 2, Sansu gets involved. Daymake with 3 on the AWP. My word, and a beautiful way to close out that first half. And we are back to get this second half of Ancient started, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after that halftime break. As, Wicked, they've shown a little bit more here on Ancient than they did on Mirage, as, of course, I'm once again joined by 2-Tap Tony. Tony, a better start for Wicked Gaming on their T side. Now they move to the CT side, which we've been highlighting as a bit of a problem for them. Do you reckon they've got what it takes?
Definitely would hope so. The way they've been playing this one definitely gives me a little bit of hope. They were moving a little bit more aggressively on the T side, but now, of course, CT, you really have to tone it in. You really have to dial back that aggression and play a little bit more cool, calm, and collected. And we'll see. Already the dink on the fired up there onto Donut. Deep Cross finding that early pick, and they're looking for a little bit more. Crazy Gamer, though, tapping away with a triple. And looking for Daymake as well. Will be taken, though, by waste of ammo. Deep Cross are able to walk up to Folder, trade it out. Daymake now under fire, under threat. Will be able to trade 2 for his own. Down to the 1 versus 1. It's Daymake versus Cyclone. It's a hot storm for Cyclone. Daymake, he'll slow down the pace here. He's got all the time to work with. He's got all the room to play with. That bomb will go down.
Yeah, I mean, nothing better for Daymake than to get that bomb down, alright? You put a timer on the Cyclone now. He's got a bit of work to do with those doolies. He'd love to be a bit closer, but Daymake tagged heavy. A single bullet will end up doing the job. But Daymake just can't get that one tap! You can't let that happen, Cyclone! A pistol yet again taken by Deep Cross, and yet again is the IGL Daymake. My word. 4 for him on the round.
Yeah, that was a crazy triple from Crazy Gamer. I was going to say, just so many heroics from both teams there just in pistol alone. But yeah, you see the impact the IGL has. Daymake, when he's fragging, he's leading from the front. And I was going to say, it's interesting to see, like, the psyche around Daymake. He wins a huge round. He's not getting up. He's not getting loud. He's like, fist bumps, and then immediately back to business. He's immediately calling the next round.
He is very business orientated. I can tell you that. He does love a bit of business. As they say, support your local businesses. As Daymake supporting his fellow teammates. But will be the B hit coming in for Deep Cross Gaming. Crazy Gamer will be isolated by himself. Ends up falling to the wall bang. And for Wicked Gaming, having a 4-man retake on this B site could possibly be what they need, as all 4 of them do start to charge in. Bomb isn't even planted yet. They've already got 3 responding to the call. It's fired up will be a late exclusion, a re-smoke in through long. Does at least make life a little bit easier here for Deep Cross Gaming. As these pistols, they're looking for something, looking for anything. That's a deagle at least ringing out. As that's going to be a swing from Daymake. He'll get 3 with the pistol. Could be a little bit more. Did he invest a gun? I don't think he did. Anyway,
no.
Zanzu will at least find that final one, as Daymake having a bit of a giggle to himself. Can't believe he forgot to buy a gun. But it doesn't matter. Finding 3 with the pistol is all well and very, very happy indeed, as Crazy Gamer... Oh, sorry, my apologies. As Wicked still yet to convert around here on this CT side. A 2-0 start in the half and a 9-5 scoreline overall. Deep Cross Gaming, they are starting to run away with it here. Daymake still hasn't bought a gun.
That's...
This has to be BM at this point.
This is BM. he's throwing nades, so I guess like his mind's preoccupied, but this is BM. This is absolutely BM at this stage. The fight's lost mid, traded. Wicked Gaming come out, won the better. And I was going to say, maybe looking to walk through the smoke too. Fired up. He's getting closer in the face of Daymake right now. He's trying to slip through behind him. Fired up's gotten completely past them. The Deep Cross have got no idea.
I don't think he's got any idea that Deep Cross were there.
Yeah.
What? How? At least Daymake has a gun now, so... What is going on here, Tony? This is astounding. Fired Up has come all the way through A main and is probably going to be expecting the donut presence before getting cleaned up. One of the more absurd rounds of Counter-Strike I think I've ever seen, Tone, as the bomb will go down with a 5-9 scoreline. A smoke in through CT will force Crazy Gamer alongside Hattie God to at least start to rotate in through Temple. Well, now a quarter ticked. Waste of ammo. A single bullet to the head. Not wasting any ammo, as his name does imply. As I've probably said that too many times today. Let's be real here. As now the 3v2. It'll be the save of the M4s, as they do get quite expensive this time of year. It is Christmas as well. Make sure you get your loved ones a nice little gift as it is coming up. And Deep Cross Gaming pick themselves up 10. That's their gift for Christmas.
Day makes gifts as an M4. Out USP that round to an M4 to save. Absolute anarchy is going on here. I was going to say, just fired up getting through and nobody spotting anyone. The fact that he got all the way around to A main, right, so then just looks like he's holding the site. It just felt like a normal round at that stage, but we're going to be seeing a quick tactical pause here.
I think I'd need that.
Yeah.
if they saw what we saw.
Fired up, I need that.
If they saw what we saw, they definitely need it. Because, my word, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, Tone. Someone being able to push elbow, take A main, and then getting one-tapped as they come out of donut. Kind of crazy.
A first for sure. Tack will go. Wicked now it is all hands on deck. This is a very important rifle round for them right now because Deep Cross, you know, they've got plenty of money. They're happy to drop this one even just to, you know, test the waters a little bit. What can they really get away with on the T side here? Once again, early smoke there towards elbow. Deep Cross and a few members here. They're going to be playing a little bit more default. I was going to say more than Wicked did on their T side.
I mean, Wicked have doubled up in through A main as well. They do have that FAMAS boosted up, and looks as if they want to make a quick rotation towards A as well, especially with Fired Up's positioning. Not necessarily fighting mid, but not necessarily wanting to contest it too heavily until he gets that donut presence. Donut will end up getting smoked out, and for Deep Cross Gaming, they can take out Hattie God. Well, they can at least start to put a little bit more pressure over towards B, force that rotation away. They can easily, quite easily bail out of it, but looks like they want to commit B. As Daymake finds the opener. Hattie God will end up falling. As the util will now start to obstruct that B site view. With 50 seconds here, Deep Cross are definitely waiting for that opportunity to strike, as Waste of Ammo will take out a teammate. Does at least get fired up as Cyclone ends up falling. Clyde does at least take out Crazy Gamer. Defaulter ends up falling as well. And for Deep Cross Gaming, picking themselves up 11. Two rounds separate them from the map, from the series so far. Daymake has finally bought a gun in that round, we may as well add. So finally, we're seeing Wicked get a little bit of the respect they deserve.
And finally, getting respect. I was gonna say they're also a little bit more calm in the fist bumps. Nobody's hurting themselves this time. Nobody's beating poor Zanzu to death.
I feel like, you know, it's a bit of a weird dynamic if, you know, you lose a single round at a map and you're breaking someone's fingers. Like, it call me crazy, but I think that's a little bit too far. It reminds me of one IGL we've got in OCE, one Coach Parnell. Right. Crazy fella. Not a crazy gamer, just a crazy guy in general.
Yeah.
Remember the time it broke both my hands? I wasn't even playing. I was commentating. A bit weird. Daymake Clyde at least gets themselves one apiece. Crazy Gamer to find himself another. It just leaves Daymake by himself. The 1v2 gets the first. That should be a free plant to at least go down. Fired Up only does have the AWP. It is a glass cannon though. So this AK has every opportunity to be able to win this 1v2. Daymake, what have you got, son? Have you got enough to back the BM that you had earlier this series? He's dancing around. 56 points of health. And for Fired Up, it'd be an absolute dream. As that AWP starts to slowly creep its way in towards B. It's expecting something towards those cave boxes, but a tap. Daymake won't quite show his presence just yet. Fired Up! Won't have time for the defusal. Deep Cross will pick themselves up 12. But the AWP will be kept. It'll be kept for a rainy day here on Ancient. And all of a sudden, Tone, Wicked Gaming are staring down the barrel of match point and series point.
Yeah, this is a come back to form here for Deep Cross. A rough first game of the day against the French representative here. And now they're looking in form here against Wicked, one of the teams that qualified through the Indian qualifier.
Let's wait and see what we do get cooking here, Tone. Could be a 5-star meal is fired up. Well, at least gets the first one. That's the first Michelin star down. They've only got 4 to go. So we'll start to see the A site KL coming into play a little bit here as Crazy Gamer can't quite hold them back as the A anchor, but Defaulter gets his first. Is there a second on the cards? No, there isn't. Daymake will at least get the kill. Plant will at least come soon to follow. A missed molly in towards Temple does allow Fired Up a little bit of a cheeky line, and the AWP will end up getting the kill. All of a sudden, the man advantage for Wicked Gaming. Fired Up, steps into the molly, down to 14 points of health. Will it be the double swing? It doesn't matter because Daymake takes his head clean off. It all falls to Hattie God, finding the first to keep Wicked Gaming alive. He falls! And the waste of ammo comes up big as a 13-5 scoreline sees Crocs being able to 2-0.
Absolutely.
Congratulations to our match winners, Deep Cross Gaming. They say all's well that ends well, and that's been the story for this team. They started the day off with a loss, but have orchestrated a brilliant comeback. I'm going to quickly have a chat with the team's captain. Can I request the Deep Cross Gaming captain to kindly join me? I'm going to start by saying congratulations. What a great comeback by your team. Happy with how this day has ended for you?
So thank you for congratulations. Yeah, we happy finally we can showing something from our normal game.
All right, so you started the day off with a loss and then a great comeback in this one. What did you do differently? What is that one strategy that you used in this game to make sure that you win it?
So today is our second match already. We are just following same plan, just try to playing our game. It's like not something special, but first time we have a lot of mistake with them. Right now we just fix it.
All right, that's great. So overall, how has your experience been here at the first edition of CEGC 2025?
So my experience is good. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for chatting with us. I'm going to let you go celebrate with your team. Congratulations one more time, and back to the casters.
Well, I mean, for Daymake there, he's got a smile on his face. He's having a bit of a time and a bit of enjoyment with his team there. And what a way for it to finish off, especially as he was having himself a little bit of BM. But, we won't quite get into that, will we, Tone? Instead, let's recap what we just saw in that 2-0 victory, as we just saw Deep Cross being able to best Wicked. Tone, a dominant performance ever since Mirage, even more dominant on Ancient. I mean, any thoughts at all? Any thoughts in there?
I was going to say I was a little bit more impressed on Wicked there. On Ancient, I was going to say they had a little bit more life to them. Their T side looked a little bit better. But overall, again, the CT side just came back to bite them so many times in this series. And I was going to say probably is where I want to, direct the critiques was a lot of over-aggression maybe in terms of not a lot of CT defaults. I was going to say one of these teams that we probably expected a little bit more default play out of them in that CT side, but unfortunate to see there for the side of Deep Cross. For Wicked.
For Wicked, there you go. I mean, it is easy to confuse them. They're both, 5 teams of incredibly handsome individuals. But
absolutely.
I mean, for Deep Cross Gaming, right, it just seemed as if it was business as usual for them. They came in, they took a few heads and a few stats here for your Tone, and I mean, look, 17 kills for Crazy Gamer just wasn't enough. 15 for Fired Up wasn't enough at all. 23 for Daymake. I mean, Ancient was his map, and he just completely ran the show here, Tone.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say, as I said, leading from the front, and if you got your IGL firing on all cylinders, then he's going to, start to make more aggressive calls, more crazy plays that just going to catch Wicked off guard, and it definitely did in this series, and it definitely did on this map.
Oh, most definitely did. And some stats for you, Tone. I know you love your stats. I'm a big numbers guy. I love numbers, even though I can't really count. Daymake having 2 1BX situation wins. He's gone 5-0 in his opening duels. He's had a KAST of 83%, only bested in the server by Clyde with 94.
Wow. Those were crazy.
I'm gobsmacked. I'm gobsmacked by these stats. Rather, the numbers are telling a dominant story here, and I mean, yet again, it's just been absolutely absurd what we just saw over on this Ancient, right? Like, the amount of dominance that we saw, especially in those clutch time situations, especially in those clutch sort of moments where, those rounds really do swing and those rounds really do matter. It's kind of crazy, dude. It's kind of crazy. It's filthy. It's filthy. It's filthy, Tony. It's filthy.
Yeah, one thing as well I want to highlight, I was going to say the post-plant scenarios for the side of Deep Cross in all of those T-side rounds there on Ancient were, they kind of lost a few early members. I was going to say it came like triple kill from Crazy Gamer, and then all of a sudden it was a triple kill back from Daymake, and it really all went disastrous. MVP, of course, well-deserved by Daymake. 23 kills, a 2.09 KD there as well. Headshot percentage is pretty good. And yeah, Daymake leading from the charge, leading from the front, and a little bit of added spice in there as well. A few rounds of that USP just to get it across the line here. But yeah, post plants were absolutely clean there from the side of Deep Cross in that series overall.
Yeah, I mean, it was a better performance out of Wicked, but you're right, Daymake just having his day, having his way with everything. And I think as well, being able to see, a guy like Clyde, guys like Wisely not necessarily have to have themselves massive games in terms of kills, not necessarily having to be forced to have sort of quote-unquote life games, even if it does become the regular for them, is very good to see, right? It does show of the potential for this Deep Cross roster. It does show, sort of the potential for growth in the roster and growth in the team. And I mean, an ADR of 137, just insane for Daymake, right? Like, that's a kill and a half per round is what we're seeing out of that ADR and what we've just seen. We won't need to see Dust 2 at all. So, I mean, a 2-0 victory sort of just gives everything together, and Daymake with a 1.96 rating. That's absurd. That's crazy.
Yeah, you're out of your AWPA, IGL, superstar, even you can label him as. But I was going to say, looking at the comparison here, Crazy Gamer didn't have too bad a game. I was going to say a lot of the rounds really fell on him in some of the ones that they were able to pick up. Fired Up 2 looked impressive in some of those entry duels and fights that he was able to win out, and almost winning out a few clutches here or there. Of course, just not quite able to best Daymake in that fight. But I was going to say, yeah, a lot is going to be thought about here for Wicked Gaming. I was going to say, definitely need to see them work on that CT side a little bit more.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, that was our main concern coming into this sort of series, was the CT side win round percentage. It wasn't too good. And I mean, yet again, Wicked Gaming not being able to pick up a round on their CT side. I mean, they picked up 1 round on their CT side the entire series. So it's obviously an area for improvement. Like, that's to win a single round on your CT side is kind of crazy, as we will take a look at the leaderboard where the groups are going and who is leading the charge. Of course, Big, the Mousquetaires, having themselves 1 win apiece, sees them sit comfortably at the top. Deep Cross Gaming, they've gone 1-1 so far, so they'll be sitting probably second in Group B. As I mean, for tomorrow, right, we get to see Arise finally play. They haven't played today, Tone. They haven't played. This will be interesting.
Yeah, we'll get to see what they're capable of. I was going to say, and some of these other teams, we'll get to see them make some much-needed adjustments. We'll get to see Nemesis tomorrow, really build on the success. I was going to say they didn't get to win their game against Big, but the success of putting up such impressive scorelines against a team like Big. And of course, going over, we'll see if anyone can best Mousquetaires down in that Group B, because they're looking red hot going into the tournament.
We'll take a look at the top players of the day, Tone, as our Our top 5. Any guesses who? Daymake in there, Clyde in there, Wisely in there, Sanzu in there, and JDC, the only non-Deep Cross Gaming member. Of course, these are calculated by kills, so it's not shocking to see Deep Cross Gaming here, as they have played 2 games today, unlike every other team. But I mean, it just shows how good of a performance JDC had in those 2 maps to make it to this top 5, to be able to beat out someone who's played almost 4 maps today, which kind of crazy, kind of absurd, Tone, as I mean, I think that might be the end of our show. It might be the end of our show, Tone. It might be. Do you reckon? Do you reckon it's the end of our show?
It might just be. I was going to say, I imagine 6 are up there in probably 6th or 7th as well for our top 5. Because he had an absolute lights out series there in that last one for Mousquetaires. And yeah, I was going to say, eyes on Mousquetaires, eyes on that Group A. I was going to say, definitely we'll get to see what Arise are capable of tomorrow going into their games.
Of course, and I guess we're going to have to wait until tomorrow, Tone. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow, Tone, which means I'm not going to get to see your beautiful face until tomorrow, which, you know, breaks me, so I've got to go emotionally deal with that. We're going to close out the show, everybody. Very big thank you for joining us here today. Of course, I've been your caster, Flamboyant. I've been joined with the best of the best, 2Tap Tony. Have yourselves an amazing day, night, no matter wherever you are in the world. Take care, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.